this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Project Horizon, the English coverage of VCT China. Myself, Matt Dante, and joining me, the ever wonderful Nobi. It's going to be an exciting series of games that we do have for you. But how are you doing? For me, this fine morning, I believe, Nobi, though, the fine eve for you.
Oh, it is 4:52 in the morning.
Yes.
So,
oh, okay.
good
Well,
morning
okay. The
for me
finest
too.
of morning. The finest of morning, then, I guess. Yes. There's one thing that Project Horizon does. It's mesh together a lot of different time zones.
Absolutely. But it's an exciting one here. It's an exciting time to be put together because we've got the first match of playoffs, the very first one. I can't wait for it. It is going to be super exciting. Just especially going forward throughout the rest of this entire stage. It's just going to be super interesting because obviously the winner of this stage will book their ticket to Masters London. So all the teams in this playoff bracket looking to push for not only the crown of stage one, but eventually the crown in London. So of course these teams definitely want to get that done, and I hope they do their absolute best to prove that.
I'd have to imagine if there's any sort of punches being pulled now, we would have to, hopefully not, but at worst case scenario, we see some timeouts early in the rounds to really understand what the problems are, because as you said, we don't have any time to mess around anymore. The group stages are done, playoffs are now fully underway, and there are no more second chances really at this point. Top three teams, you said, to jump over, and it's a big team versus a team that has very much impressed, I think, a lot of us, but has still a decent bit to prove. XLG undefeated in the group, 5-0, losing 3 maps in total. Meanwhile, Titan Esports Club, to their credit, they managed to survive elimination over Billy. I believe a lot of people, had they seen a similar kind of setup, they would have expected at least take Titan Esports out, put in Billy, but not to be the case. So you've basically got David and Goliath right here.
100%. I mean, this is not to say that Titan Esports Club are not capable. They certainly are. You mentioned the whole Billy victory. That was a 2-0 victory, and honestly a pretty solid one. And it spoke a lot to the team's overall, their ability to mesh together. And even so, they were able to, even in their last match of the group stage, take a map off of Trace Esports, which is also another one of those teams that people generally considered to be one of the best teams in the league. So they certainly have a good chance. However, XLG certainly not the underdogs in this story at all, as like you mentioned, they are coming out undefeated. So David and Goliath certainly, but not to say that it's impossible.
It's a few things in this world are impossible, especially with the kind of change-ups that we have seen. This is the difference now between Waylay not being as powerful as she was as a duelist now. And a lot of these teams, particularly in China, did go with the Waylay setup. They were a big fan of the kind of light speed in, drop the saturate, and then just kind of refract out. Not able to do that as cleanly anymore, and so a lot of executes are probably going to have to be that tiny bit slower. We've seen a lot of teams then also almost replace the Waylay with a Phoenix. This is particularly, I've noticed, in Pacific and EMEA, but let's face it, China are not as behind in the regions as potentially they used to be. Last year, when Wolves were the ones to kind of to go to Masters, it was an idea of, well, these were the rising stars. It was the first time we'd properly seen this region in action. That's not the case anymore, and credit to this region as a whole, they have been keeping up with their peers a lot more, which also does make it a lot more exciting when we inevitably do see 3 of these teams make it to London.
Right. There has been so much growth, and given that, even like between stages, right, we saw kickoff to the very first Masters, and obviously like there was a little bit like of a overall like performance drop or expectations not quite met that folks would have expected from the region as a whole. However, I personally think, having watched the stage play out in general, there's been a lot of growth in terms of adjusting to the meta, and I think it's a really important point. Is a lot of the threshold for success from an international perspective, and even a regional one within the context of this playoff stage that's coming up, is going to be how well these teams are able to adapt to the changes that are happening to the meta, to changes in players and anti-stratting and all that stuff. So adaptation really is going to be the name of the game here.
Flexibility, surprise, and adaptation. And to be honest, both of these teams are not teams that have necessarily struggled or kind of dig their heels in. XLG especially, I mean, there's a reason they're 5-0. There's a reason that losing 3 maps entirely over the course of the group stage it's impressive for a reason, and I'm sure they are going to demonstrate that further. Titan Esports, though, a team that did not kind of dig their heels in and, just kind of let the storm kind of wash over them and just pray that they would walk out the other side. A team that were willing to adapt, a team that were willing to really change up the playstyle and even the map pool where necessary. And just because of the fact they are there, we're not going to be seeing them today, I don't believe, but DRG are a team that famously for some time did not be that flexible, did not adapt to the double controller style, especially with Breeze coming back into the map pool, seeing players like Vukashu not jump over and really play that Sentinel that arguably was just a super handicapped role. Like a lot of agents could play essentially Sentinel but do something else. Viper, the queen of being able to do something like that. So flexibility, adaptability is the key, and even DRG eventually broke, eventually understood the call, and to their credit, once they did, it took a bit of time for the teething issue, but they did make it work, and this region have always been fantastic at that, even when they show a bit of hesitancy.
Right. It's one thing, though, to begin on top. Honestly, some would say it is easy to begin on top, especially, and we see this in other regions as well, when it comes to one team in particular will really have excellent form because of maybe a specific meta that's going on or whatever, right? We've even seen that in the case of leveraging really strong metas for like huge wins at internationals. We literally just saw that with Nongshim's recent win in Masters. It's genuinely one of those things where you can start out on top, but it's another thing to be able to continue to adapt to certain meta shifts and ultimately stay there.
Oh, and speaking of those meta shifts, we have now seen everything has kind of led to one direction, right? Neon shotgun supremacy. It is witnessing the fast lane go up and knowing that in the next 3 to 5 seconds, there is an execute coming your way. There is likely a judge about to echo out amongst those scenes, and there is going to be a potential cheat on the economy about it. especially for those kind of situations, Rarga has been a player that a lot of people look to just kind of as the primary duelist, right? Rarga doesn't really need any introduction, just gets that that support from his team with the help of everyone else. But the shotguns are a deadly, deadly setup, and some of these teams are going to adapt or die, and Rarga has kind of done both. He has adapted and he makes other people die.
Yeah, no, definitely true. I will say being able to leverage the strength of this shotgun meta right now is what is going to make the difference for a lot of these teams. And some teams are not going to like that, but unfortunately for them, this is kind of just the situation that the game overall is in. It's the general state that the game is in at the moment. So that's kind of where we're at. You mentioned Rarga, and obviously he's in a position where he was able to recognize fairly early on the strength of, you know, these leveraging that shotgun meta, and said, hey, I'm gonna put my all into this and make sure that I become as apt at this while it's still strong. And I feel like he has done a very good job at that.
He's done it absolutely phenomenal, and I mean, Rarga will always be the biggest name for it, right? But I mean, we did bring up kind of Vikash earlier, bringing the Russian players in. There's that Russian star. It's ironically enough, it's not a North Star, but whichever kind of direction you want to look at, cardinally speaking, it is a star of hope, and it is a very much shining kind of guidance for a lot of these teams. Rarga will basically be that for his squad. And on the other side for Titan, I'm kind of looking at Hao Dong obviously being the IGL, but Spitfires, the newest kind of pickup. Guess it's probably a little bit later now, the fact that it's not going to be as relevant as Spitfires is new to the roster, but it does still have to be considered that have Titan Esports Club built enough of a cohesive unit to go against XLG. If it was maybe any other team in any other form, I would not talk about Spitfires as kind of recency, despite the fact it's not that recent anymore. But you have to be on form if you're going to take out the team right now of this region, without a doubt. And XLG have never really not been that team since Wolves' run to Toronto.
Right. And I mean, a lot of it is going to come down to the synergy between Spitfires and Dynamite, and really the supporting cast around them, right? If you can have the other agents, aside from them supporting their entries and supporting them in general, they're going to have a much easier time taking sites. They're going to have a much easier time holding space, even on defense. And they're ultimately just going to have more success. And that's what it's going to come down to. So I'm excited to see how Dynamite, especially given, like, obviously we were talking about the whole Neon situation. I'm excited to see how that whole thing plays out between the two of them, Dynamite versus Rarga, and whether or not Dynamite will be able to kind of live up to the expectation that he, I'm sure, has for himself, the team has for him, and that the fans overall of Titan Esports Club have as well.
Well, speaking of those fans, Dynamite's going to have a lot more than usual. He is playing in his hometown because of this. And at that point, is he getting a hometown buff? He certainly does hope so. We've got some of the interview questions and stuff, just I guess we can talk about while we get over the highlights of the group stages and such coming through, and the memories that feel so long ago, maybe in my head, but are definitely so recent. It is just with the level that this scene and that all the Valorant scenes have been kind of shifting towards, and the pace that they have been playing at has meant that you look back at matches from, you know, a month ago too, and they look completely different. They look night and day. So nice to kind of look back and into the history, I guess. There's Yoru. You're not going to be seeing him. For example, no one should be touching Yoru. Should be. But again, we talked about that flexibility of some of these teams. There might be a Yoru sneak in, would heavily doubt it. And if anything, I don't believe we've seen enough of new Yoru to find a way to slot him into any roster.
That is very true. I mean, obviously you've seen certain teams try it, and they haven't really found the success that they were looking for after the changes were made. And I think at this point, teams are just starting to come to, at least for now, accept that. He may honestly find a way back into the meta in some way, or maybe not necessarily into the meta, but continuing to provide value as an off-meta pick, right? And so that may honestly present good results for them. However, I do want to make a good point and say that I will say Titan Esports Club has done an excellent job in terms of improvement. And I think a lot of that comes in the form of success with the management, right? You have After as the head coach, who has done an incredible job of overall just making sure that these players in between their match times are putting in the work necessary to anti-strat, to work on the mistakes, the VOD review, all that stuff. And that work honestly is expressed in their results. And even if they don't necessarily win every match, it's pretty obvious that these players are improving from a, not even just an individual perspective, but just an overall team synergy perspective.
Absolutely. And as we should now start to see them coming up on the stage in but a moment, they should not need any particular introduction, either of these teams, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get one anyway. And I'm excited to see what the map pool in particular is going to have for these teams. We talked a lot about, obviously, the agents coming through. Yoru and Wele both kind of struggling a little bit. Neon becoming the, you know, the blue lightning queen necessarily of the current meta. And really, she gets whatever support she would like off the back of it. We've started to see some teams run that double initiator kind of setup, especially with Fracture being back in the map pool. A map that I cross my fingers and actually hope to see. As much as I hate playing it on ladder, because I am bad at this game, watching professional players make Fracture happen is always, in my opinion, a true work of art, and it is down purely to fundamentals. It is the map that you most have to get the fundamentals of Valorant, and you were bringing up the IGLs with Leo. That's going to be kind of their question to answer coming into this.
Absolutely. And even more than fundamentals, Fracture as a map specific thing is just going to be one of those maps that rely heavily on the defense maintaining control of the lanes, right? There are inherently more avenues for the attack side to come from. And so given that, you need to kind of, as a defense, push out in certain areas, get info very, very proactively. And if these teams aren't able to do that well enough, it's not only going to, obviously it's not only going to show in results, but it's going to show kind of how much preparation went into that map in the first place, because that is a fundamental part of the map.
Yeah, exactly. For just for anyone that maybe hasn't been keeping up with it necessarily, but the Game Changers EMEA, of course, is in full swing. And very recently, G2 Gozen and Giant X went against each other. They lived up to that idea of pushing out down one of the lanes to the fastest round as an outcome I have ever seen. A 7-second round.
Oh my god.
Between the barriers going down and the barriers coming right back up because the round had been finished. It was sharp, and that's the idea of it, right? We'll get to see if it comes through. I do have a sneaking suspicion that XLG might actually try and pick up Fracture just to kind of upset Titan Esports Club. And again, a team that's 5-0 in terms of their series, you're not really counter banning them for your maps. You are just more trying to get the maps that you best play.
Right. 100%. Obviously, both of these teams, especially given the circumstances that they're in, the fact that it's playoffs and the fact that they really don't have a lot of room for error, are going to play to their strengths in every aspect. That comes with their map pool, that comes with the preparation they've done. They are literally going to try to optimize everything for what they've been practicing outside of this stage right now. And personally, I can't wait to see how that plays out for both sides. Obviously, the team that has prepared more, the team that has come better, well-versed, better practiced in the game in general, is going to come out on top realistically. However, how we get there is the real fun. So,
right, for these teams, it's as much the destination as it is the journey. But for us, I think it will always be the journey over the destination. Now, that's not to say Masters London is not going to be a hell of an experience. And sneaking suspicion, okay, try and get your tickets, everyone, because there might be some faces there. There might be some faces there. Who knows? Who knows? But what we should know in but just a moment as the group huddles finish and everyone gives each other the words of encouragement, support, and love that they're going to need. The map pull should come out, and here we go. XLG actually to be the ones. I expected them to take it away, or I expected them to try and push it through, but they were the ones to go without fracture, and Titans taking us to the first map here in Breeze.
Interesting. Breeze, definitely a map that I think honestly is going to come down to, in large part, just mechanical skill. It's also going to come down, especially with the changes that were made within the past few acts, mid control. It is so much more important and honestly easier for the attack side to first gain and maintain mid control, and having it gives them a lot more freedom to explore different parts of the map. So I think that if these teams leverage that, and obviously Titan Esports Club, this is their map pick, so they should understand that fairly well. I think that if they maintain that control, they'll have a good time in this map. But obviously on the flip side, XLG going to have to do their best to kind of just stall that, make sure that, you know, they obviously they should understand that as well, and do their best to kind of just anti that.
They do just have to. I'm expecting XLG to play this very passive. I'm expecting XLG to play this 100% let Titan Esports Club dictate the pace of the game, which is usually such a risky thing to do, right? Yes, okay, on defense, you do kind of have to respect the attack leaning as the ones that lean the pace, but I do think XLG could be proven completely wrong here, but for Breeze especially, once you've kind of dealt with that mid control, if double doors is kept control of and you don't have to really worry about kind of going up mid to nest, at that point you are kind of done and dusted. And I've already had a little bit of a spoiler there for the agent select for a tiny bit. So at the very least, XLG are opting for the Phoenix, and we're getting a lot of spoilers. I'm very excited.
I'm hyped. I'm excited. I don't even need to see the graphic.
About what I seen for that agent select, to be honest. That's good. And here we go.
Yep, let's see. Okay, so we're seeing a neon, of course, but we're actually only seeing it from one side. This is very interesting to me because Breeze as a map is one of the only ones in the pool right now where I feel like you can genuinely get away with not having a neon in your comp and having it still be a meta comp, right? A Jet, we have seen that honestly very, very often from plenty of pro teams across all the leagues, simply just because of the inherent value that Jet brings on very long lines, very long up lines, very long rifle lines, and just that ability to kind of just get in, get out with that dash. So personally, I think that's a great pick. It's really interesting to me though how Dynamite is sitting on that Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely. So, just as we get onto that, like very quickly, the stats running through: win rate, attack, defense, and comp use rate. Comp use rate is both sitting at 0%. Now, for anyone that does need composition use rate, does factor in every single agent. It's not like a majority. So, if you change one agent, that's immediately a fresh comp. But neither of these teams have ran this composition as they currently stand. And then, yes, as you said, Phoenix, Dynamite on the Phoenix is now going to allow a lot of those walls to come up. It's now going to allow the fast lane and his Blaze wall to really cut off a lot of those angles as well. Meanwhile, Haodong is meeting with a wall of their own on that harbor. So expect to see basic castles get formed, both on the executes and on the post plant for the spike. And this is a thing, the genius behind the Jet pick is Breeze as a vertical map as it is sounds a bit surprising, but you can updraft over a lot of stuff on Breeze, and there's a lot of upper boxes, particularly on the A site. You can get on top of bricks, you can get on top of that cubby on the back side of the site to kind of surprise your opposition, and that those angles, the walls do significantly less. And if there's one person that's going to basically peek over a wall and do some serious damage before climbing off that ladder as fast as possible, it's gonna be Rarga, and XLG are going to be looking at him to do exactly that. But the setups are here, the timer is ticking down, and we are on to our first pistol of the playoffs.
Absolutely, and look at this push instantly from Elbow. We're seeing a fight.
Immediately we are. Lucas has got two. Traded out perfectly. Leo manages to get him back. And the sonar dart comes through.
Oh
He shoots one, he
my!
shoots the second. Okay, it's the pistol round, guys. Save some time for us. Let us get a little bit more involved. But okay, if we're going to be coming out swinging, which is exactly what Titan Esports Club have tried to do, XLG have not dodged all those fists. They have definitely taken an initial beating here, though Dynamite, one molly left, does see the healthy player in No Man. It does mean here, if this engagement is able to win, Happy Way on 50 and Leo on 15, that's the big kill. It's a lot easier done suddenly. And XLG, you can see the rotate. You can see that Leo is already trying to get through back onto the elbow side. He doesn't want to let this kind of 1v1 just play out of in terms of positioning. He's wanting to get the flank, and it means Dynamite has such a big site to clear, such an effort to climb. And for the pistol round, that was an eventful showcase, Nobi.
I mean, that is insane. Leo with excellent shots there, really able to take it from an equalized situation to literally a 3v1. And obviously, don't get me wrong, it was a valiant attempt at that round, but ultimately just not able to be done. Really couldn't isolate the fights well enough to be able to come out on top there. But overall, the idea there was kind of the same from both teams. They literally instantly wanted to just fight that elbow choke, and obviously, as you saw, it resulted in kind of just an equal exchange of kills there.
Bit of a bloodbath. Absolutely, and it's trying again, right? Titan now playing off of these ult orbs, and for anyone that has not seen the way you play Phoenix, run it back. 6 ult points, the cheapest ult in the game, and I am showing my ignorance here. I don't know if he shares that with anyone. I believe even Cypher's is 7, the neural theft, but we haven't seen Cypher in a bit, so not as relevant there. But basically farm the ult economy for your Phoenix. It means you'll get run it back once every 2 to 3 rounds, and if you're doing that, you're essentially getting a 6th man on the board. You're not only getting a 6th man, you're getting you're getting an extra Sova drone, but one that can shoot, one that can do damage, one that can cause a lot of hectic situations, and that's exactly the case here. As finally XLG have come to a decision on the site they want to go for.
Well, this is really dangerous though. This entry is 100% going to be expected, and this harbor wall can cause a lot of damage right now because of these close angles. So honestly, it's going to be real difficult to get past here.
Oh, and they seem to have just steamrolled through Rarga. That lurk up towards mid with the Marshall, absolutely beautiful stuff. Not going to have to really worry about that too much. I say that, Happy Way really the only person that can take a bullet from the Marshall right now. Everyone else will draw, or Lysor will survive, but just barely. But the crossfires in these angles here, you're not going to get a chance. Coco just requiring a kind of clutch shot to get a commiseration kill. Not going to happen for them. And a very, very aggressive opening round into a very patient one.
Yeah, I've got to really admire their patience there. They 100% could have just bullied their way through that harbor wall, but instead they played for the information. They got that Sova dart out, they got that recon dart out, scanned the players, understood where they were, and based on that got their kills. And honestly, if they had just pushed out of the wall dry, they would have had a much worse chance. But even just waiting for the wall to come down in the first place was such a good decision from them. So definitely great on them, but this run is definitely going to be more interesting as they find themselves in the bonus and they're just going right into B.
You've got the lower buy kind of now, so at this point you play at close angles and you play aggressive, and Rarga's done exactly that. Has been left alone, but he's already got his 1-for-1 here. The elbows being shared by Coco and by the initial side of, I believe it was No Man, but B's taken out, and here we are, the power of Phoenix. Dynamite already walking in. This is a free body. This helps Lucas get all the position and the control. So suddenly, what was such a commanding position for XLG off the back of that ultimate, it's exactly as powerful as it is. It's why a lot of these teams are starting to pick up that Phoenix, or at least lean towards them, especially with the idea of Neon nerfs coming through in the future. But that is there. This is now. And No Man has to get himself a gun upgraded and stuck between the jaws of TEC here. Does see one, does manage to get at least the angle, but does have the info or the belief that someone is there. The sixth sense and Spitfires proves him correct, but with a bullet to the brain.
Yeah, the idea there was absolutely correct. It was 100%. He had the read in the sense of where the players were, just wasn't necessarily able to capitalize well enough. But it honestly wasn't even that bad of a bonus round, so they can't be too upset at it. They obviously, Titan Esports Club did manage to, they got that run it back off, right? So that ult, at least at this point, is offline. And, obviously it's not going to take a whole lot of time to get it back, but at least it's not going to be able to be used in one of these gun rounds that are honestly way more important.
Indeed, you have to just kind of stack your odds here, but it's a difficult thing to stop the Phoenixes kind of running away and just getting those ult points for free. And we've already seen, especially with Haodong rocking the harbor, you've got that cove that's a lot more of a nightmare to kind of deal with if it's thrown in an awkward choke, especially like kind of a hut down at the bottom right with the ult orb. It does make a bit of difficulty coming through, and we've seen that difficulty really come through in the fact that Leo has to expend the oil drone very consistently in the same way, but he's expending that for a fake here, and I don't believe it's been fully sold. That is the case, and it's Coco, even with the eyes closed, to try and hold the ground.
Absolutely, and this entry has been very clean, but there are still players on the site. Coco is real dangerous here, now playing half wall and has got to do something.
Knife comes through from No Man, attempting to get a bit of information. Not going to find anything just now, so the dart comes through, exactly the same. Coco has got the info. Rarga, just the barrel peeking out of the orb, is going to cause some damage there. Lysor still going to make his name heard on this site, but a 3 versus, make it a 2 versus 2. Suddenly it's down to Leo. The IGL here does see a little bit of the barrel from Lucas, but not enough to pull the trigger. Just trying to get the line up. Does hit the smoke, does get the awkward angle onto Coco, knows it's going to be a tight one, considers the electric shock dart. Lucas is going to stick it till half, goes for the wide swing. The bullets are whiffing, and Lucas runs out of bullets, threatens a reload against his opposition, and as soon as Leo realizes that's the case, he capitalizes.
I mean, honestly, what a play. What great intuition to understand what stage the spike was at, to understand the fact that, I mean, there really wasn't much recourse. How many bullets that honestly Coco was like, had been using there, that both players have been using. Honestly, I believe that in some senses they were kind of trying to count each other's bullet capacity or magazine capacity, and at a certain point it just came down. Oh my god, what a shot from Rarga.
Oh yeah, no,
excellent.
They're not gonna care about shot capacity, especially in the low buy. The Outlaw's gonna do everything that it needs to.
I mean, that right there was really the pick that they needed, because now Spitfires is offline. Dynamite really one of the only other ones that obviously has that very forward utility, so to make their lives a little bit more difficult. And there we go as well. Trade not even able to come out there as Dynamite falls with all the other players on the site not really able to do much else. Lucas just literally caught out on his own, and now of course Haodong in the same situation.
I was gonna say, does actually stand his ground in the snake bite, maybe to get something cheeky, but he's gonna get checked. It's Rarga there, the updraft into the dash. That capacity is better than Neon in that kind of regard. Breeze is a big open map. To get all of these additional sight lines and to get all of this additional info is a very, very powerful factor. And XLG are the ones right now absolutely just leaning on that and abusing that fact, and Titan Esports Club are currently feeling suffocated by them, I would have to imagine, as Coco just kind of tries to wait and die to the spike, maybe get a pick and exit. It will not be the case, and Lysor picks him up for their 4th.
But yeah, I mean, look, I have to commend that attack round, but at the same time, really the thing that kind of interrupted the hold was just simply the timings on those 1v1s that we just were, as we're seeing in this replay right now, there were so many situations in which ultimately they could have played together, but in reality didn't, and that kind of just resulted in their downfall. So I do think that that's something that needs to be adjusted immediately, and it's probably part of the reason we're seeing a timeout come out so early. from Titan Esports Club. But at the end of the day, the question is whether they actually will be able to adjust that specific aspect of things in time.
Yeah, indeed. Especially, do all the love to them, but we have seen that their map control is not currently near as strong as XLG's, and XLG on the attack means that's a bad omen for Titan Esports Club. If you're getting a shot in the back, I believe, I want to say it was Happy Way that was managing to get like a kill or two onto Dynamite or onto Coco and Lucas, because Coco and Lucas were never holding mid, because or Coco and Howdong, sorry, Coco and Howdong, where they were never holding mid. They had their backs to mid, I think, twice out of these last 5 rounds, and just been shot in the back in the back of the head for it. And that is kind of an idea of, well, if you're just not putting your back towards mid and you don't have that control, you're going to find yourself struggling. You're going to find yourself just a man down immediately. And XLG, currently the team to prevent going completely flawless, and they don't really seem to be stopping.
Yeah, definitely true. And now we see, honestly, excellent use of the KO utility. And unfortunately, it doesn't really matter too much, as at the end of the day, the player advantage goes in favor of Titan Esports Club. But of course, now at this point, XLG going to just kind of re-explore the map, turn it into sort of a default. But look at how much map control they have. They virtually have none right now. And honestly, this Hunter's Fury can prove to be a real thorn in their sides right now, as it gets some great info as to where some of these players are on the map. And you can see they're leaning towards A. At this point, you really don't have much of a choice other than to just hit that site.
Oh, we're hitting this site hard. Look at all the util go. It's Lysor to fall, though. So a big upgrade and a big second kill has just been gained. XLG, no hope really on this site. I say that as Happy Way, no man. Both make at least an effort to do so, but 2 more kills. And Spitfires, the op rings out the first of its kind on the 6th round here. Titan Esports off the back of the timeout, clearly making something work.
And what a stark contrast than what we saw from every previous round. Honestly, especially the round prior, literally there were no 1v1s taken. Every single position of every player on that team was more or less designed so that they could trade each other as effectively as possible. You could see there, even on that mini map, if one player had fallen, someone like Dynamite would have been there to literally instantly get that trade-off. So excellently played, great contrast from what we just saw, and great adjustment off the back of that timeout.
Oh, and we're seeing Lysor come through from the shadows just to create a bit more of a headache for the side of Titan Esports, and Howdong's the one really truly meeting the headache, immediately getting cut down, just not been having his fortune and his luck right now here. Coco as well, now having to fight back with Co. The Happy Way Viper's Pit is online, and that's a big nerf towards Spitfires here. The operator does manage to pick up Rarga, but everyone else is so safe in towards this main angle here, so pushed back. Even Lysor just keeping an eye on the flank here as well. No Man is just pushing the flashes out, but this isn't to push in. This is to force Titan Esports to run out of utility. Dynamite uses the curveball, immediately gets cut down. And the movement, the frags from No Man. I was going to say it might have been Rarga.
Oh, no.
Both the Vipers reloading at each other. Count the bullets because you're both running out of numbers. And the stand tall from the side of XLG. 3 rounds. Very clean, very good, and a nice answer back.
Despite the little messy exchange towards the end of the round there from both Viper players, I really do think that a lot of that round came down to the fact that, honestly, number one, the Viper's Pit got so much value on that post plant, especially given the fact that there was an op in play. But also, the other part of it is, honestly, there wasn't just enough retake utility in general to actually fight their way into that pit. So I think that's the big part of it. They really didn't have enough left to do much in that situation. Now, obviously, they find themselves in, obviously down in the score, but down in weapon economy and all that. Obviously, they're on an eco here. So it's going to be a situation where they've got to try to come up with something cheeky to maybe get themselves an early advantage here. And I would definitely love to see potentially maybe a push down in one of these chokes, a flash from the Phoenix just to get an early kill, but looks like for now, you're just kind of playing patient.
This round will be treated as a semi timeout. Of course, you're not able to speak to the coaches, of course, but the players are going to get a little bit more info, a little bit more understanding here. The pacing going to be very, very important here. Leo doesn't get that corner fully cleared with the oil drone. Of course, we know no one's there, but a big factor to consider. It's this angle on the box from Coco. The swing's about to come through. That's a beautiful first shot here. They can get the second one. It might be enough. That's exactly what Coco does, more than what you could ask from them here. As Lucas's opinion, Lucas's position has been found. The overdrive, those Spitfires, gonna want to try and take this round. Gonna want to steal a Thrifty away. Reckoning comes through as well, but Rarga, he's stealing it right back. 13 seconds left, though. This spike is going to need to get lifted and planted. Dynamite in a 1 versus 2 here. Going to have to get the angle, but he's being held. The timing. It's Leo that jumps off of the spike and diffuses the Dynamite.
Absolutely diabolical there. That was scary, though, especially just because of the timing on the perspective that we saw. That was terrifying, to be quite honest. But either way, Coco did a great job in the beginning here, just getting these 2 picks, and that's honestly exactly what they needed. Obviously, Rarga just completely turned that on its head by getting all 3 of those kills. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's 100% kind of that round was just literally the Rarga show.
A little bit, and it's a good show. I do enjoy watching it, but I think Titan Esports Club, they're really wanting to try and get themselves onto that channel as well. They want to get themselves on the main, because we are now at the point with an equal half scoreline means that XLG, even one more round and they take away the advantage. It's a trade, forward trade to get on site, but XLG, they've really had no concerns getting onto this site. It's Titan Esports that have had a bit more of a concern with the retakes here, even with the run it back. Lucas, though, gets his first on the Lysor, manages to get the second. Look at how powerful this Sova drone technicality is here. But no man is allowed a lot of leeway. Spitfire's having to slide in with the operator, steals his opponent's gun. Happyway needs to find 3 here, but the oil drone finds him first. The wall hacks are scanning, and Lucas knows he's pretty safe just to stick it. He's pretty comfortable just to make this bomb go right back down and keep TEC in this to some regard.
100%, and that's a much needed round for them. And honestly, we mentioned that last round was the Rarga show, but it appears that they really just said, well, back to our regularly scheduled programming, because they definitely wanted to flip the script there, and obviously were able to put themselves in a situation in that round where they were able to take that site right back. They didn't even really play too far off. They didn't necessarily, play too far up. They didn't aggress too much and play in their face to try to stop them from getting in the site, but they did prevent them really from getting the spike down effectively. Obviously, it was able to happen, but kind of a lot of pushback there. So great on them to do that, to understand that they didn't necessarily need to play incredibly far up, and did a great job there. But going into this round, this one's definitely different. This entry is so difficult with this wall.
But the crossfire here. Haldong has played a beautiful bait. No man falls. Spitfires manages to land the shot as well, the operator. So already a much tougher deal, especially with Dynamite still just running up here. He doesn't manage to get the third one. Did Dynamite die twice in the kill feed there?
Huh?
I swear someone killed Dynamite and then he got a kill. Oh, the KO. Doi. I'm dumb.
Yeah,
I forgot how. I
yeah.
have not seen KO in so long. I was like, I completely forgot that you don't get the kill to KO immediately. That is my complete ignorance of that ultimate from how long it has been. But either way, Dynamite manages to just do a lot of good work here. A 3K for him, even after he sacrifices his life. It's just a bait. Lysor takes him down, but he's done more than enough, and already 3 kills to his name. The fist is being pumped. And we might see, timeout come through as the scoreline potentially evens.
100%. That's obviously some words being spoken here.
Oh, yes.
That is, because ultimately it comes down to the way this team is fundamentally playing. And obviously, I really do think both sides are in particularly not heated discussions, but in discussions that kind of are just like, hey, it's obvious what is going on here from like the mistakes that are being made on their own team, and as far as the reads coming out from the other team potentially. So I think if that's the case, both teams are going to be like, hey, this is what you got to do. Like, this is the answer. And I feel like obviously that's kind of where this timeout gains its value from both sides. It's, hey, like, it's less so asking the question, what do we need to do to fix this? And more so, hey, do this. This is your problem. And so, and literally, I feel like I feel like it's been a very cut and dry game in that sense. So let's go ahead and see how they approach these changes. Definitely going to be interesting to see. And obviously some chip damage coming out there, and you can see this kind of a strong side play. All these players on the defense kind of bunched up together towards mid doors. We could actually just see a walkout potentially here, and I wouldn't even be too mad at that, to be honest. Rarga might get caught out here.
Oh, it's a close angle, but the noise is being made here. Yeah, it's just that distraction. Spitfires just hearing Neon in and on her high gear is an absolutely stressful scenario. This is an even more stressful scenario though for the side of XLG. Yes, of course it was their low buy. Lysor has managed to steal an operator out of the hands though of Spitfires. It would be a miracle to do it, but this is a gun that can make a 1v3 happen. But while the spike is on the A site here, it's going to be everything Novi. Lysor first of all has to clear double doors, but this is a nice little crossfire here. Gets himself one on for the ace. If he can make this work, he's got the ult now charged. He saves the spike here. Look how Coco has to reposition because of this knowledge. 25 seconds left on the board. I think Lucas has managed to get the timing though. That cross into that very, very deep angle here. He's done exactly that. But Lysor, he's going for the ult onto the A site here just to cause a bit of a distraction. But the timing doesn't quite work out for him. Lucas doesn't go for the widest swing though. This quick scope is everything. It suddenly is. It's all to play for right now. Lysor, one shot potentially away from the ace. Just needs to get the reload. Does have the time to do that. No clue where Coco is. Goes for the paranoia. Doesn't manage to tag him through. This shot means everything. This timing means it all for TEC. Coco now trying to find out where Lysor could be, but he's now standing firm. He believes that Coco will swing into him. He believes he'll get the angle. It's a 50-50. He's now trying to stack the odds, weight the coin. But that spike is ticking. I think he's done it, Novi. I think he's done it! Lysor with the ace clutch to keep his team right in the driver's seat.
And we honestly thought that if there was a miracle that needed to happen, it would be then. And he made us believers. Absolutely incredible job isolating all the fights. I mean, I thought that fourth kill was certainly not going to go his way, but he had the read in every single situation, and look what it means to his team.
I'm literally nervous. I am stressed off the back of that. I can only imagine how XLG are feeling. A thrifty that no one should ever be able to convert, and that has exactly been done. Titan Esports Club, one ultimate to their name here, and a couple of lower buys. XLG, a statement made, and they're gonna try and capitalize off of it. One more final semicolon off the back of it. Lucas has something to say, manages to get the frag onto Rarga and get the spike down. And everything now comes off the back of this Hunter's Fury, just to see if the spike is going to get planted. First shot, nope. Second one, a bit wide. And Dynamite manages to get the pick up there. So Leo, now stuck on his own. He would have to do what his compatriot did. And don't tell me he's going to even try and go for it. And two back-to-back of this caliber would be insane. The high and low from TEC prevents it.
Wow, and what a recovery as far as the general map goes. I mean, yes, this is their map pick, but they found themselves down a decent amount of rounds fairly early on, and for them to be able to recover, obviously, a play like what we just saw was... you can't not believe after that. You can't not have momentum after that. However, I do feel that, honestly, even before them, before that play rather, Titan Esports Club did a great job at generally just recovering, maintaining their composure, and it shows in the scoreline right now. Yes, XLG are in the lead, but it's honestly, from what it looks like, it's anyone's game at this point.
What Titan Esports Club are looking at and need to now just get out of the back of their mind is it should be 6-6. It should be an equal scoreline. So the fact that XLG have managed to, on the attack side, get themselves that advantage could be pivotal here, because we've seen what Lysor could do with a scavenged operator whenever he's on the attack side. So while probably not going to be in his hands for a lot of the second half, wouldn't even be surprised if he just continues to adopt it purely off of that performance and nothing else.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think that the thing I'm really going to be interested in, I mentioned this before the game started, is realistically going to be the way that Titan Esports entries here, because especially kind of leveraging the comp that they currently have like right now, I feel like it's going to be a little bit interesting. I mean, obviously you have kind of different things, like you have this Phoenix, you have the Neon, but you're generally on this map going to be used to those dive duelists, like your Neons, your Jets, your Waylays. And not that obviously they do have a Neon, but you know, it's going to be interesting how they really utilize that flash.
Get to the pistol round. Questions needing to be answered by Titans here. A decent start on the defense, but that similar moment that XLG had just made, capitalizing off the back of both Lysor's and beautiful ace, and the fact that like Haodong and Lucas could occasionally get shot in the back of the head from mid, does mean Titan Esports Club clearly are not as confident on this map as their opposition, but XLG could make those similar mistakes. It's just as this pistol round to play out to right the beginning of the second half.
Very true, and you can see Titan Esports creeping up towards the A site. They had shown some presence towards other areas of the map, particularly mid a little bit ago, but really hasn't particularly fooled anyone. In fact, we are seeing rotations prompted here over towards the A site. They're getting ready for this hit. They're 100% ready for it, and it's been stalled virtually instantly, with the only one coming out being Spitfires. So this has been halted well enough.
The fastest pace in the game, gets himself the first, immediately traded back though, potentially a bit overzealous, and Rarga's certainly the one to make that true. The curveball comes out, Haodong and Dynamite follow, both get their ones, and as the Sheriff reigns supreme, Titan Esports Club take a commanding pistol.
I mean, they had, in reality, on paper, no business having that much success in that little choke, like near default. And a lot of it, obviously, well, I just talked about the usage of the flash. That was essentially perfect because, I mean, look at the way it was used. Yes, it was dodged, but both players literally came out at the same time, shot two completely different players, and got instant value off of it. So excellently played pistol round there from Titan Esports. And if that's the way they're going to play that pistol round, I'm excited for the rest of this game because it looks like we got a game on our hands.
Yeah, especially a big shout out to Dynamite, who's just hit 500 kills, by the way. Believe in the previous round, so very nicely done to get that numbers up, and he's only going to want to increase them here as the lower buy from XLG. They're playing this style that pretty similar to how Titan Esports, of course, they're not going to be as aggressively aiming towards the ult orb. They're just wanting this space control, getting it on for the Hunter's Fury though for Leo, going to be a big deal as well, but we're still playing this slow.
100%, and that sort of baiting that drone, trying to not really give any other information away. Excellently played there, and look at this creep up though. They're not giving any information themselves. Titan Esports trying to now make themselves known, and it's an absolute brawl here. XLG have done a good job of trading effectively here. So they don't find themselves on top. Now they do. Oh my goodness, Rarga.
It wasn't a collapse through his teammate, but it certainly looked close. 2 versus 2 is close indeed. Dynamite as close as he can be though to Rarga. The gun blocking the sightline here. Spike not even going to be recovered as the flank being checked. Viper on Viper violence, and I believe the last 2 remaining players staring at each other just long enough, arguing over the gun about who gets to pick it up. Spike's not going to be planted, and let's face it, probably not going to be the biggest thing at the end of the day, but having less economy will mean a difference in the rounds.
30 seconds.
Definitely the case here, and I mean, look, a valiant effort from Rarga. I mean, that was an insane shot in between the pyramids there. That was wild. However, unfortunately, not much else to be done from their own end. Sort of just a consolation, so to speak. So, score now all tied up. And this time, instead of a slow burn, Titan Esports find themselves making a lot of early noise towards that A area of the map. So they're now going to cut noise, try to deny as much info as possible, try to retake map control in different spaces. Realistically, the best area to do that in is going to be mid. Or even re-exploring B or elbow. But
Mid's very, very oddly quiet.
yeah, all quiet on the central front there. as literally there is no one watching much of anything except for Leo just literally sitting in nest over there. But now they have their info. They understand that there are 2 here at least. So they're really just trying to isolate where these players might be. But the spread is honestly quite even right now. So XLG just trying to hold steadfast.
This is now the moment, the harbor wall, and then look at all the walls that do come up. Not even featuring a Phoenix one just yet. Dynamite, a little bit by the team, but he used his just to bait out the B site push. But XLG, they held themselves firm. Beautiful recon tower allows Lysor to pick Halidong out of the sky. The attempted push from Spitfire to get any sort of control, it's not really going to be enough here. Dynamite gets the Guardian shots, does land it here, but really an impossible task would be asked of him. Even if he pops the ultimate, he will just get refragged by the last remaining player in Leo or in Noman, depending who stands. And it's Leo to stand firm, take him down, and cut out the dreams of a similar hope being completed by TEC that XLG have already witnessed.
And that was an excellent effort, certainly, by Titan Esports Club, almost just solely because of the fact that their entry was just so coordinated. They managed to get some early value. Lysor obviously just going nuclear there, able to just somehow get those kills and keep that composure. And well done on his part for that. But XLG does come out on top. Now we find ourselves in the first gun round of the game. Rarga looking to opt for the Blade Storm here, having only bought a classic.
Good ult to have, though. Definitely to get the damage that is going to get popped. Exactly. Now a lot less quiet on the central front, but the stack means the A site is predominantly empty here. Yes, of course, the angles can be held by No Man, such from double doors. We do hear the echoes of the ultimates come through as Dynamite now just getting all the information you could possibly want. It's just a bigger, badder Sova drone with a gun and with a Dynamite stuck to it, who's currently 18-9, and it's going to be explosive here. It's Titan Esports, though, basically with all the control because of XLG's commitment to mid.
Oh my goodness, and info gathered virtually instantly. Lysor having to do it, cannot get it done. So unfortunate, and that was a flawless round. But what I really, really loved from Titan Esports Club there was not only that they got the site control in the first place, but that they continued to push in areas where they knew XLG did not have control. Look how far up they are here towards Orange, understanding that taking that space is completely doable. And not only that, but optimal for them.
Optimal is the word. Optimal is the word and the name of the game right now. Dynamite 20-9 and been picking up those run it backs already. A third of the way towards getting another one, despite it just being used there This is the absolute powerhouse that Phoenix can be. Granted, a lot of it is off the back of the operator, of whoever's behind the agent, and Dynamite doing a certain firecracker job of that damage done in mid. As the Viper Orb goes up, things fall a little bit silent, but it could get ugly very quickly, Nobi.
Oh yeah, this is looking real scary right now because look how many people are right next to the choke, and they're not even necessarily going to push into mid doors, but what they are going to do is just contact up mid. And this is a play that we haven't seen from them before, and one that XLG hasn't seen from them before. So let's see how they approach this. Let's see how they adapt to it. They're just literally going to go right in through tunnel, and I don't know if these players are ready for it.
You said optimal. Play at your optimal ranges. You know it's a low buy for XLG. You know it's going to be more difficult for them to make things work. It's happy way to do it, though. 3 shots. These Sheriffs have been reigning supreme right now for both of these teams, but particularly for Titan Esports there, particularly for the attacking squad. It's now XLG that's needing to do a bit more damage with the lower buy weaponry here, but the timing is going to be absolutely perfect. One has been spotted. Leo, though, has gotten through, doesn't get his first shot, though. The recon dart just as a distraction here. He's trying his best, but if he walks one way, it's a snake bite, the other into the snake, and he does fall. And I mean, one attempt, obviously, Happy Way, just literally 1, 2, 3 shots, 3 kills, and that was incredible. I want to see that on the replay. 1 found. And honestly, able to understand exactly who is going to swing in what order like that is so much more difficult than you'd actually initially expect it to be. So huge credit to Happy Way there. However, we are going to see another timeout come out here. XLG's final timeout, as this game ends up becoming, honestly, one that they thought wasn't going to slip away from them as easily as it seems to be right now. It's the fact that this is Titan Esports' first shot at being the leader. 9 and 8 means XLG need to find something. They need to find something very, very quick indeed. Now, granted, that was their low buy, so kind of to be expected. They certainly held on very, very firm. Again, not making any rounds that cheap for Titan Esports Club, but yes, okay, you can make the rounds as expensive as possible. If you're not actually converting any of them, you're not going to win. Valorant is not about breaking the opposing team's economy. If it was purely that, you would get the rounds for that. But it is taking those. It's just breaking the economy helps.
100%. And obviously, you can get situations where seemingly the economy does not matter. We talked about the strength of shotguns. And obviously, that is going to play out in full force in the maps to come. Breeze is less of a map that, you know, where a shotgun is going to get value, but on a map like Split, which we will see if we go to the Decider, is definitely one of those maps where the shotgun truly reigns supreme. So let's see if that ends up happening. What a use of the 0 point, though. It does actually manage to scan 4 players, so that is integral info, and it virtually stops the speed of the hit. Flash coming out too. Oh my god.
No flash from Dynamite to try and sell the push-up double doors there. The push out a tube. It's a bloodbath indeed. 3 for 3. Couldn't really tell which way it was going to go, but either way, Lucas and Spitfires now do have the site control because of it. An operator, though, from Rarga here could be the factor. I say that. It's Leo on orange, standing strong and standing firm, but the timing here, Lucas gives away his position, though. Maybe a little bit overzealous on that shot, and Leo does punish. He managed to sneak like a snake in the grass, but he just wanted to get the kill confirmation first, and Leo, knowing the opposition's location, will not take that lightly.
And the difficulty there in that last interaction, that last fight, was simply the elevation difference. You can see that that last player literally went further down to really just disrupt the crosshair placement, but it ultimately didn't even matter. Leo actually expected that to happen, and it's those little micro adjustments, those little changes, just understanding that that player would do that. I mean, look, it speaks to how well versed these players are in terms of their fundamentals of understanding the game, and really other teams and understanding what, you know, what the other player is actually going to do in that situation. So now we find ourselves 9-9, XLG bouncing back off the back of that timeout. And the real question is, will they be able to establish some semblance of momentum here?
Shot this operator here. There's a lot of smokes. There's a lot of cut-offs to make it a lot less valuable than potentially otherwise, but Rarga might force that value. It's exactly what he does. Manages to dodge out, but Spitfire slides in, chases him down. No man though, off the back of it, will get his triple. Another 3k. I'm sure we'll see him out of his chair in but a moment. It's Lucas though in a 1 versus 3 with the, or 1 versus 4, apologies, with the spike in quite literally no man's land.
Quite literally, yes. But I mean, look, No Man did an incredible job, not only obviously getting the kills in the first place, but understanding that it was necessary, it was going to be necessary to trade out the player that was kind of putting so much pressure initially in the first place. Because, I mean, look, it was just impressive how much space they were able to maintain with the weaponry they had. Look at that dash. Like, it actually, like, being able to get one dash out solely for your teammate to be able to trade you is so important in that situation. And literally, that, honestly, in my opinion, that singular play influenced the round so much that now we're seeing Titan Esports Club's final timeout get used.
Yes, with the way this map was certainly starting, don't know about you, Nobi, maybe I'm just a bit of a cynic, but I wasn't expecting timeouts to be necessary for both of these teams, let alone both of them getting used. Titan Esports, of course, the first one they came through, more than understandable, 4-1, a little bit shaky, but we are now actually at a toe-for-toe game here on Titan Esports Club's map pick now. XLG, if they can convert this, they then move on to Lotus, which has been a very, very strong map for them. A very clean one at that. So, just weathering the storm here. And as the sun might set on Breeze in the next couple of rounds, XLG looking to do exactly that. And then make a quick one out of Lotus. It's Titan Esports, the last timeout they used. And all timeouts so far have been used effectively.
Absolutely. And if you were to ask me who was winning this game at this point, I would not be able to tell you who the answer to that question. It is genuinely anyone's game at this point, and it is ultimately going to come down to very specific micro decisions based on where players are positioned. Rarga has an incredible line here and gets instant value from it.
Manages to stop the big Sova drone and the little Sova drone. The flash as well from Dynamite is so clean. Doesn't care about the flash himself there as Rarga falls here 4-on-4. We've got Reckoning. We've got a lot on the way to the spike here as Happyway, the pit is online. Or apologies, sorry, it is going to be, of course, Coco's pit online, but he falls. The shock dart seeks him out, finds him in the darkness. And the shorty at that range is optimistic, Spitfires. Not going to be enough. That is more of an effective range. But with Happyway and No Man still standing, it's not going to be enough.
Absolutely. And really just came down to the way, the way the trades went. Especially because of the fact that we had all those players kind of just bunched up in one location, especially towards the end of the round, able to effectively trade. You can see their pathing here around the site, going around the pyramid to the front of the site, understanding where the rest of the players were, and you can see how much value that got. Ended up in XLG winning another round. And like I said, those little micro things, understanding where the team as a whole should path. That right there, big part of things. So huge part of them winning that round, and obviously now they're in a situation where they're at double digits. They've only got 2 rounds to go until they eventually claim that map 1 victory, but of course Titan Esports Club looking to stop them here.
I'm gonna pivot towards the B side over it. The harbor wall comes up, Viper follows it. It's Happyway kind of stuck in his own. No Man with a very quick rotate though in the oil drone is going to get a lot of information here. It's going to cause a pivot through towards Happyway on the site though. It is going to already do a decent chunk of damage. The Hunter's Fury to try and cause some level of distraction, but Rarga's going to stand very firm. Rarga's going to do all the damage. Backed up with Happyway, 2 kills each and match point for XLG, making it honestly look a little bit easy.
And I think honestly what really the big mistake there in that round was just a lack of effective information. They really just played that site hit based off of, hey, where are the common angles on the B site? And let's just hope for the best given that we have smokes up. And honestly, in general, sometimes that will work. Sometimes that will net you round wins and sometimes that will net you kills, but not always, and especially not against a team that is so well versed in those types of situations. So XLG find themselves match point or collected and plenty of A presence, but look at this cross from Spitfires. Got a cross and actually, I think kind of misread the situation, to be honest, because he just ends up going back.
A tough situation to read, and potentially a risky one as well, especially the fact it's do or die now for these next 3 rounds. Anything is possible. And Haldong, I'm really looking at him here. He's the one been struggling. XLG are so compact on their kill death spread, whereas it's a bit more of a spread for TEC. But the first shot from Rarga, the second shot does miss, forces the Blade Storm out. A lot of util to try and keep himself alive. Hunter's Fury, the Reckoning, and the Viper's Pit all still going to be relevant and used. Leo gets the information, the tag through it. No cover being used by Spitfires. Walks away with his life, but barely. Spike is now down, though. Needs to be recovered. Dynamite going to do exactly that. But the pit boss is still alive. The pit boss is still up and kicking. This flank from Lysor might just seal the deal here. Dynamite with the spike into a 1 versus 3 would need to do the impossible, as XLG have done.
He's got to give me something explosive here if he wants any hope of closing this one out, just like we saw Lysor do some incredible stuff. There was a hope, but that hope is now in vain as XLG come out on top on map 1. They claim Titan Esports Club's map pick of Breeze, and honestly, in a fashion that I did not expect in any capacity. That was so much closer of a map than I thought it would be, but at a certain point within the map, around when we got to like that round, close to that round 20 mark,
yep,
it just kind of flipped. The script was flipped, especially after that last timeout. I think that last timeout, whatever they had talked about, whatever structure they needed to correct, worked so well that they literally didn't lose after that. And obviously, hey, you know what works works. So good on them. Great adjustment. We see here, I mean, it was just so impressive those last few rounds. I gotta give them a ton of credit.
Yeah, indeed. As we look through the highlights here, we're gonna see, I must be critical, and I have to say what I see. And a couple of big mistakes from Titan Esports Club here, losing that mid a couple times here. That there is exactly what was the difference maker. Haldong has back towards mid and getting shot in it at least twice, maybe more, just meant that XLG had enough space, enough momentum to capitalize. And then whenever all else would fail, I'm sure the highlight is not enough for the length of time that it took, but when all else fails, when no man cannot get a 3K, Lysor will do one, not just one better, he'll do you 2 better.
You know what I'm gathering from this highlight reel? These players are damn good with a sheriff. That is what I gathered.
Demons.
I mean, we saw like at least 3 rounds there in, or more even within the course of the game, and obviously Lysor with this incredible op ace. I mean, you gotta give so much credit for that one. But overall, yeah, I mean, the use of the sheriff, and obviously beyond that, these guns, like these non-standard weapons, shall to speak, right? These, aside from the operator, aside from the vandal, aside from the phantom, these players got so much value off of guns that are objectively supposed to be a lower value. So, and you know, great job.
I think everyone. Who? Neon. Ready, guys? He smoked up. I go backside. Ready? Yeah, flashing high. 3, 2, 1, pop. You might be one backside. Bring that. One backside, guys. Follow backside. Jumping through. DD Neon. Are you playing? Hey, peek. Inside smoke. CT inside smoke. We're calling backside? No one close. He went up broken wall. I'm planting. You have one more smoker now.
老土，60 seconds。你 walk。I got picking。
Go.
Backside in。Backside。
105 Sova. Don't want that. Sova. Sova low.
进你右边，我进那边一个，我进那边一个。
Sova low, one shot there should be.
他要关烟了，没烟了，他要双架。没事。
100.
打100，有大，有大，有大。有大。
Nice!
Wonderful stuff. Hearing it in English as well. Of course, for anyone that doesn't know, No Man, of course, just more defaults towards the language. So hearing the comms come through, and a stolen MVP in my opinion, but one that was well deservedly so stolen. Leo standing strong and firm, 2.6 KDA with the coolest thing I have seen. Potentially this side of VCT, both including the group stages and now the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible. And overall, I think, obviously, in that map, Dynamite had 25 kills. So
yep.
That is insane, especially on the Phoenix. We kind of had our things to say as soon as we saw that in the agent select, but clearly he's confident on that agent and it shows. So I can't wait to see how that plays out going forward in these next maps here. But overall, I do think that it's interesting how specifically on XLG, the support players really shined. And I think a lot of that came down to their ability to hold the sites on defense. Yeah, they did an excellent job of doing that overall. And I think it just straight up showed in the fact that these players, we saw obviously Leo 19 and 12. Great job. I mean, especially on the Sova with 12 assists to boot. That is incredible. So great job on his part to manage to not only get value with utility, obviously using that Sova stuff, but just to still be able to get value with your gun. You know what? Credit where credit is due. Not in my rank games.
Oh, well, absolutely. It's why the cream of the crop, best of the best is here. We get to look at Dynamite's Hexagon. And yes, everything will just be stronger. Again, the performance from himself, keeping Titan Esports Club in this game as much as they were. But I do have to quickly say, it was a 20 kill difference between him and the lowest performer in Haodong, whereas it was a 4 kill difference between Leo and the lowest performer, which I believe ended up being No Man, because if he's not getting 3 or 4 Ks, he's not getting Ks at all. It really has to be said.
Yeah, definitely true. And look, obviously, there's something to be said. Haodong is obviously the IGL, but in a state of the game where you can't really, it's less of an excuse to say, oh, he's the IGL, you can't expect him to get kills. It's less of an expectation nowadays. You have so many IGLs who genuinely are not only expected to get kills, but really do that on a consistent basis. That's just kind of the state of the game right now. And so you have to expect generally more out of him in that sense. So unfortunate for them, but it's not over yet. They still got one more map to go. So, and yes, their map pick was taken off, but now we're going in. They are generally just going to want to reset here and make sure that they can prepare themselves as best as possible.
Indeed, and the best way to do that is going to be a short break. So we're going to do the exact same. Get yourselves well fed, hydrated, get yourselves a bit of a snack to go into this. And when we're back, we could see the conclusion of this series if XLG make it so. We'll be right back.
rhythm, bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets not to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do.
And we are back. We need no introduction. These teams need no introduction, but it is 1-0 right now for Gili Gaming, taking over their opposition map pick there. Titan Esports now moving over to Lotus with a lot of questions that need confident answers, Nobi.
I completely agree with you. There's a lot of questions that were asked on Breeze specifically that I think we got answers to. And one of those was, in particular, was Titan Esports Club's resilience, because they fell down fairly early in that map, and they did an excellent job of not only recovering, but just really continuing building off of the momentum, and they made it a really close map. So props to them for doing so. Obviously, it didn't go the way they expected, though. So was their map pick. It's a situation where they kind of have to now go forward, understanding that, hey, like the maps are that we're kind of going to be seeing going forward are maps that XLG are probably a little bit stronger on than Breeze. So you never know.
Uphill struggle right now, and we really highlighted a very fair point that we move on to Lotus, still a big map, so not as reliant on the kind of neon shotgun meta. That's not to say, though, that there is not plenty of angles to do that. That link from B to A, that door, that little square, death sentence with a judge. Tree on the A site, death sentence with a judge. And we didn't see the neon from Rarga this time, but I would be fairly confident in my call that we'll see it going into this map. And if I want to be proven wrong, if I want to spread misinformation on the internet, then make it so. But he makes the triple sentinel?
Interesting.
All right.
I don't know how to feel about this one. XLG, what are we cooking with this? Because we're seeing Cypher, Deadlock, Sage, no duelist on Lotus on the 3-site map. Interesting. And I think the reasoning behind this comp specifically is to really lean into the fact that Titan Esports Club are just going to look to obviously pick attack first. This is generally known as one of the most attack-sided maps in the game. And so they're specifically leaning into having success on their defense half, knowing that Titan Esports Club were going to pick attack.
This is the throwback to Ascent meta. If you remember that time where people would run the triple sentinel, the triple defense basically off the lines. If you got 2 or 3 rounds in the half on attack, you won, because you just had so much utility on the second half on that defense side it was near impossible to break through, even with compositions that were built to counter it a little bit more. Also, by the way, shout out Ascent, welcome back into the map pool. You have been missed by some, and probably not as missed by others. We're not going to be seeing it in this series, of course, only going to be seeing Split if we get that far. But, and very out of the way pick from Gili again, 0% composition pick rate. Both the teams doing that, but, I mean, it's looking a lot more kind of fundamental from the side of Titan Esports.
Right. And one point of contention that we've been seeing specifically within the community overall is just the strength of the Sentinels in general. They have been known to be very, very underwhelming as of late. And I feel like leading into a triple Sentinel comp on any map is just going to be interesting because of the fact that, hey, like, the Sentinels just really aren't that great right now. So how exactly are you going, or how much success is this going to have? So I can't wait to see that, though. Map 2, Lotus, it's on the cards. Let's see what we have here as we start out from with an interesting push up onto C. There's literally no one A right now. What is going on?
But that means there's no one anywhere else. That means that XLG have already found out where Titan Esports Club are going to be playing in full. They've managed to get so much of this map control put up. Coco, despite running the Vise, has rocked the Sheriff, so no utility to stop the opposition here. It's just stuck up on rubble. First shot is so clean from Leo. Things just now get a little bit quieter. And everyone from Titan Esports knows that they are stuck between multiple rocks and hard places. Dynamite needs to land. The first shot is good. The Sage Wall to cut off an angle here to try and estimate where the spike will be. But the paint shell's a different color. And there's no hope here as Haotong just rushes into the smoke. And it's pretty confident hold from Titan Esports Club.
Lysor, look at this from him. He's trying his best. He's got the ghost and is gonna manage to get in the smoke. Grabs that tap, and can he do it?
Oh, no, at this point, though, crossfires on this smoke, the hippity hoppity. Lucas is not gonna be there in time. Lucas is gonna get a stone from under him. Why is it Lysor? Why is it always Lysor? It's the pistol round, and he's done it again.
And the miracle worker from the last map returns. It's the second coming of Lysor, and he manages to once again save the team, put them on his back, and that was near perfectly played.
I said it was firmly held by Titan Esports off of this play from Haotong, but to give it away, it was well played until then, and then a blunder from Titan Esports, and I think that's the most polite way I can say it, Nobi.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a blunder to say the very least, but let's see if they can rectify that mistake soon.
Yeah, it's just been really, really clean from Rodriguez. He does know it's 140 to the body, right? He does know he doesn't need to do that level of shooting, but keeps himself warmed up, keeps himself rocked up anyway. And Haodong, who was really struggling on map number 1, already looking a decent bit cleaner. 2 and 2 is a lot better than I believe was 5 and 17 to 19 odd was. So if he can do a little bit better, maybe Titan Esports can find themselves some comfort.
Definitely. And at this point, XLG just kind of have to really do nothing but hold here. It's going to be actually very difficult to get much value out of the entry. Never mind, though, I guess, because I mean, that was incredible. Spitfires knows exactly how to just get into those close angles as Neon, and clearly leveraged that on the entry there, but doesn't really matter too much, doesn't seem to, at least at the moment, as Coco is going to be the last one standing here. Not long for this world.
Not for very long indeed. Leo giving him a little bit of a seat and then saying, you look comfortable right there. And good push from Titan Esports. Getting 3 kills is very, very solid. Had the spike been planted, you would say that is a very, very successful save round. The spike, though, being the difference maker as it can so frequently be, means the economy isn't going to be completely firm going into this buy round for them here. They'll have basically everything, but as you can see, Lucas there having to sacrifice the heavy shields, the shear being sacrificed by Coco, and everyone's just sprinting it down. A violent fight about, and Spitfire's the first to claim.
Oh, it's a brawl on this site, but some of these kills are just happening straight through these smokes, understanding that these players would have had to back up right over into the site, and they had the lines still. They got great value there, and now all of a sudden, and Esports Club find themselves in a great position to not only take the A site but hold it, but they haven't really gained, even though they got the kills, they haven't actually gained that much space. That's the issue here.
Potentially, I mean, you're looking at 2 guns with 1 tap headshot potential. Lysor with the Bandit. Yeah, it's a tough call, but the man does not seem to ever struggle to pick up the phone whenever he is required to do so, and happy way with the Guardian there. if a shot or two just does go his way. That's exactly what XLG are hoping for. But Titans, 2 kills to their name. They have fumbled this kind of a lead before. We've seen it a couple of times this series already, despite being very early stages into map number 2. And the B site will be the decision maker here, as the Cypher trap does mean Spitfires is stuck. Leo gets the kill, and Dynamite on this lurk here. Lysor position has been finding out the TP strats. The door going to be broken to rejoin his teammates, and silence falls.
Absolutely, and now all of a sudden, yes, the spike is down, but this retake attempt is going to be so difficult, especially with this kind of delay from Dynamite here. And really, it's just the last 2 players trying to come in from the same choke. Obviously, Lysor, the only one who has a decent amount of health, but still gets taken out. And Leo has to do it all with nothing but an outlaw. Finds 1, but it is simply just a consolation.
Nothing else really needed. Very nice control of the map from Titans Esports. Loved Dynamite and that continued lurk on towards the A site just before breaking the door into Link. Really good map control and really solid presence here. Attempted aggression from No Man there will immediately get cleared out, and while 1 lucky shot through the smoke, the rest of this was all to Titan Esports' credit.
Absolutely. I mean, they managed to understand exactly where to pivot. They were showing A presence. Then they honestly understood very well that they needed to go B in that situation, and they read it essentially perfectly. So good job on them to not give up too many of their weapons. You get a good entry, but this Cypher trip on C, that can prove to be a thorn in their side if Dynamite gets caught in it. Let's see if it ends up happening here. Entries there, but the pathing is completely unexpected from where they thought it would be, and actually gets taken out before managing to get any value off of that showstopper.
Lovely high and low. Lovely set up there from Lysor and I believe Leo, just to make sure that Leo can get out alive. Because if you try and aim the showstopper there, it's a lot harder to make a shot like that. The Sage Wall goes up for the attempted cheeky angle. Happy Way drops down. He doesn't need it. Who needs walls when you have the Guardian? The bullet penetration, absolutely beautiful stuff here. And the regress, the retake, you can hear the sound from the frag net, from the guns of XLG. And this is their forte. These retakes off of the Sentinel utility, the Sage slows, and the Magnet to really stop the movement from such aggressive players off the back of their entry is pretty beautiful here, Nobi.
It's sure, and to be quite honest, that was a really good entry from Dynamite. He completely avoided the Cypher utility on the site and pathed perfectly with that showstopper, but what he didn't expect was the positioning of Lysor in that situation, literally just sitting up on that box, completely nullifying the value that showstopper would have gotten. So very, very good play to as far as the entry goes, but excellent counterplay from Lysor's perspective, and kind of just shows how aware he is in these situations.
They are the best team in the region, at least listed currently, for a reason. Just that knowledge and that understanding comes through, and it's very difficult to break this whenever you're Titan Esports Club. Again, now you've got two agents all looking towards this A site. Very easy to set up, 3 actually, including Leo on towards that stairs angle. But you've got magnets, you've got Sage slow orbs, you've got walls to break down as well. You have to give so much information away. That's the first one done, but Spitfires cooks back with 2. Manages to take down both of those players. The relay bolt a little bit shaky, does stun his own teammate, but as long as he can keep cooking, as long as he can fry up like that, he gets himself 3, and it might be enough for TEC here. 1 player left in Leo. The Lysor potential needs to be found in him.
This is going to be a real difficult retake. I mean, yes, there's definitely information to be had here. The Haunt comes out, and 1 kill found, and another 1 spotted out just due to the util being shot, but it does not matter. Coco on the case and landing the shot there over into heaven. Excellently played.
Really, really smooth. Titan Esports off the back of these executes that are going to be so important here. And you've got to be counting your lucky stars, because as the rounds tick up for Titan Esports, the possibility of this map does just improve massively, because you are breaking through the defense of a triple Sentinel composition here. A timeout potentially on the cards, not going to come through right now, but I'd see that being the case, especially if we see a 3-3 scoreline.
Oh yeah. An excellent space being taken early from XLG, but they really leave it ultimately because they hear the A presence. But look at this, is honestly the strength of having Cypher and a Sage and a Deadlock.
Ugh.
You just can literally sit here and get infinite information on the site. But that, I mean, you have abilities like the Omen TP that get so much more value. Look at this.
Oh,
the Annihilation gets popped too.
For the guns as well. Okay, Happyweight's not even needing the full gun. He's happy just with it. A Thrifty for a Thrifty here. As the ult economy looking very solid for XLG. And to be honest, an unsung possibility for I'd say top 5 ultimates in the game is Annihilation. Decent coverage, decent kill capabilities, and a fantastic distraction, even if that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know what? Looks like Happyweight's a happy guy this round. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like to me. Look at him, he's having a great time.
I'm sure there's massive smiles on the faces here, and okay, there is still that timeout. Technically, I was right, but it's Titan Esports the ones to push it out because of the ever-expanding gap that could begin off the back of XLG's performance there. They're going to need to find a way to stem the bleeding, and I do think it is a highlight of just make sure the retakes aren't as easy for XLG. The retakes right now, they've been given the space and the priority to be able to do that, and Titan Esports have struggled under the back of it.
I completely agree with you. Honestly, Titan Esports haven't even done that bad of a job considering the circumstances of actually like maintaining space and continuing along with that, given the fact that there are literally 3 Sentinels and you have all this util to deal with. But really the name of the game here is going to be to destroy as much utility and deny as much information for the Sentinels as they possibly can. I'm given that as an anti-strat to that, I'm a really big fan of the push-up onto C in that last round in particular, because it kind of just denies that for them, right? Hey, we're not going to let you break our util because we're just going to fight out, you know? So I'm a big fan of that, but at the same time, they can't really do that too much because inherently Sentinel class is just not as apt at fighting areas in general. So util definitely, yeah, it's going to break the trip, but there's still plenty more Sentinel utility to get through here.
There's also just Leo and Happyway, and both of these players really have stepped up to the full tier. Lysor is always the man of the hour right now, but even still, look at what's happened here. 4 players onto the C site, sorry, like it's nothing. They retake here. XLG have done it time and time again, and their first pick onto Lucas shows it.
This util's so good. Excellent use of the paranoia. TP onto the site. But that Steel Garden is going to prove to be a nuisance, a thorn in their side. But so does the Resurrection.
As the res comes through as well, that means Leo's gun is going to be right back in action. Rarka as well here, and just No Man continuing the spiraling door, an open and shut case for XLG right there, just able to strangle out the opposition with all of the utility and the ultimates. The Resurrection, a final nail in the coffin, and it's an expensive ultimate for a reason, but you can see how many dividends it can pay.
And that's a scary round, just given how many ultimates were used in general. We saw Steel Garden get used, saw the Res get used. I mean, there's just generally a lot given to actually make that round a success for either team, and obviously XLG in a situation where, you know, yes, they had to use that res, but in reality, personally, I think that Steel Garden is just a better ultimate. So, you know, like, definitely high value ults coming off the board here. But as far as the ult economy goes, I mean, honestly, Titan Esports isn't in that bad of a situation. They still have a Showstopper. They still have Nightfall. Have plenty to work with.
Absolutely could try and force out a Thrifty. We've seen a few over the course of the series, so do not be too surprised if Knight does in fact fall from Titan Esports Club. But again, they've been getting on the site fine. It's never been touching the site. It's never been getting the spike planted. It's dealing with the magnets, dealing with the slow orbs and the Sage Wall and all of the utility that still comes to follow. We're seeing the barrier mesh doesn't even get put down immediately right now from Noman. It's always a bit more delayed. It's always a bit more patient, and literally on cue, he uses it here. The Bucky is going to echo out the guns that we talked about. The meta that is so prevalent right now might be a factor. The first thing is the showstopper from Dynamite. Finds one, opens the door on the split. Knight does in fact fall. And Coco with a second kill here. They look confident to try and steal this Thrifty away. Rargo with a double, getting chased down.
I mean, this has turned into a much more interesting round than it should have been. Spike now down, and it's somehow a player advantage situation for Titan Esports, and they're setting themselves up beautifully for success here.
Really, really nice here. There is the Sage Wall to cut off that mid, so it is going to be down to this high and low.
Wait, what?
Down to this Leo. Spitfires, he knows exactly. Leo's going to know where Spitfires is as the wall does break. The tap on the spike, he's trying to play incredibly wide. The jump peak's not good. He doesn't see the spike, and he doesn't know that Leo has already made the cross. And it is the one he will inevitably be nailed to as Leo put on their 6th for XLG.
What intuition to understand that that player was literally going to have to fully jump peek to see whether he was on the spike or not, and leverage that to take an excellent timing off of the back of a reposition. I don't know how in the world he managed to get both of those kills on that high-low there, but I mean, credit where credit is due. That was insane from Leo, and who was 13-5 right now. So, I mean, he's just been on a roll that, honestly, the past 2 maps.
Nickname him WS Lysor, because that's what he's just channeled. And now we're stuck in the POV of the man, the myth, the potential legend. The Cypher Cam does cause a distraction, and the cage is backing up. Lysor, 1 kill and out. Not punished at all, and Titan Esports already down the Steel Garden.
I mean, what a kill there. What an early pick for him to get and literally just get out for free. That's incredible. And now there's so much util being used, so much information being gained as to where these players are. They know that they're all bunched up towards there. So now at this point, this is the contain job right here. You can see No Man's position here in their spawn, understanding that they literally can't go anywhere. And at this point, that gives XLG the freedom to remain here, to commit every single player to this position. But now Titan Esports looking to re-explore the map.
Oh, that's gonna be one. They don't.
No.
Why would you not clear that corner? An absolute savior for the fact that No Man does miss the first shot there. That should have been 2 for him pretty easily. The potential fake rotate though has been sought out from the shadows just to try and make sure the A site's not going to be the execute point. We're back where we all started, Nobi. The spike goes down. Lucas tries to take a fight that he maybe shouldn't have. He should have trusted his teammates to do it. And because of it, suddenly the engagements do not favor Titan Esports Club, and another round prevented.
And this is the advantage right here, the clear advantage that XLG have in this map. They understand really, really well when to fully anchor, when to fully rotate, and they understand their timings. Honestly, yes, No Man maybe should have gotten that second kill, but either way, regardless, his actual job during that entire round was fulfilled by literally just holding the space. And that in itself brought inherent value to the team, because it allowed the entirety of XLG to stay on C without needing to worry about placing a player like elsewhere on the map. They were fully contained. So they got the information and they did their thing.
Absolutely. Containment is the name of the game. And Titan Esports Club, second time out in the first half. But you've got to kind of consider here, they've got 2 rounds on the board. That doesn't sound like much, but against a composition as stacked as XLG, specifically toward the defense, I genuinely believe 8-4 as an end scoreline for Titan Esports would be great. 9-3, I believe they would even be more than happy with here. So really, one more round for the half. If they can do more, if they can prove themselves, and if they can prove me wrong and themselves the absolute champions of this map, they can do more.
Absolutely. I mean, the real question is, to be perfectly honest with you, XLG has been playing immaculate Valorant over the course of this half, and it is especially bad. I mean, you would expect them to be in the lead here given what their composition is right now, and obviously you would expect them to have a little bit more of a difficult time on attack. However, this is certainly an advantage that is kind of starting to get away from Titan Esports, hence the timeout. So let's see how they approach this. Obviously now they have access to C. Not really much Sentinel utility to stop them here. But great info.
Maybe not need utility. Maybe just need guns in the high and low here. No Man doesn't need the support. More than happy on his own. Fantastic presence of mind to stick on towards the A site. Believe that lurk has been dealt with. And that's exactly the case now. That engagement also allows Rarga to pick up the ult orb and the res online. So XLG, going into these last couple of rounds here, will essentially have a 6th man. The Sage will, just to make those pre-fire angles a little bit more difficult. And XLG are running away with this. Again, it's not the end of days yet, but it's certainly getting darker.
They just looked so much more drilled in general with their protocols on the map. They generally have a solution for every single situation. That specific stage wall was something that was practiced. That's something that they likely understood that was going to be a good play and utilized it, and it worked out perfectly for them. So it speaks to how much preparation they've done and also how much patience they're having. Look at the way they're just literally holding. They, in every circumstance, almost every single kill that round was due to a player on Titan Esports peeking into them.
Which, well, as the attackers, you do have to do that. Whenever you're in the retake scenario, or whenever you're dealing with the retake scenario, you don't have to be as proactive as that. I believe that is Titan Esports. They're trying to prevent these retakes from being as kind of executable and as clean as XLG have so drilled and practiced, like you said, but they're still struggling to find any gap in the defense. And when you're running this many Sentinels, that is kind of by design. The Sonic sensor set up for the outside of main, so as soon as that slide comes through, the Magnet and Slow Orbs have been baited out, but even still, that's a lot of utility base. The Annihilation sent out, but that cage is too far. Freedom for the members of Titan Esports Club, and so far, no one fallen.
Very true, and they may have a semblance of a correct read here as they look to go ahead and hit B. But Lysor on the case, looking for it, can't get it, but everyone just melting them down. They will tumble and fall. Oh my.
Everyone else can do it. Everyone else can do it. When no man can, everyone else can. Absolute stunning work there. Just a bloodbath done. And I like the Razor Vine to try and stop off that kind of come through of B, that link from Waterfall, but it's also a double-ended sword, right? Spitfires didn't slide into it by mistake, but easily could have if not caught by the Cypher trip. And while it's not too much team damage, it is still damage. Last round of the half now, the 12th one. So much utility from Titan Esports here, but if they die too early, we might never see any of it. Very committal.
True, and Showstopper committed, but they can't get over that wall. There's no satchels able to be used whatsoever, and once again, the Showstopper provides absolutely no value whatsoever. So they're literally caught in the first part of the site. They can't even fully get out yet. By the time they're out, everyone's already rotated. This is going to be rough.
Steel Garden, but the shorties are out. Spitfires, though, manages to pull out the overdrive here. Dynamite on the ropes, but only literally, not figuratively, in any shape, manner, or form. Gets himself a quick one here, and it was a bit shaky. Titan Esports, not initially the site control I believe they wanted, but they get it done nonetheless.
I mean, that was honestly quite impressive from Titan Esports, given the fact that they were contained so well. And by the time that they were actually able to get out on the site, everyone on XLG was already rotated. So the fact that they won that round as convincingly as they did is extremely impressive. And I honestly think a lot of it just came down to mechanical skill there, but and specific timings like we just saw in Heaven there. But I mean, credit where credit's due.
Indeed. We've now got the half switch here. We have to say, no timeouts left for Titan Esports. Still both left for XLG. Do Titan Esports have what it takes? Will 3 rounds be enough against a triple Sentinel stack? Something I did not believe I would say today. And I'm more than happy to be proven wrong about it. But do they have the fortitude to really show off and bring this back potentially into split?
It's going to take a lot of resilience. And look, we have seen it before. We mentioned this before the game started. It is sort of, in a way, a David and Goliath story. So if there was any time to bring it back from the brink, it would be now. But time and chances are starting to run thinner and thinner as honestly, the more rounds that pass by. But this is really their golden opportunity, just given the fact that, given the comp, they really have an advantage here. So, you know, they have to take advantage of the fact that really these players on XLG are not going to be able to effectively take space the way that they normally would if they had a duelist.
Yeah, precisely. And what you're going to probably likely see here for the pistol round, of course, either the most important round of the game or the least, depending on who you ask and depending on how the rest of the scorelines look, but a pretty pivotal one right here, especially because XLG, with the Sentinel builds, you don't typically buy too much else other than Sheriffs. I do say that. We're seeing the barrier wall come up. We're seeing the magnet and the barrier mesh come up from No Man as well. So we are going for a utility-heavy Sentinel sack rather than just the go for the Sheriffs and pure mechanics. We'll see how it works out for them.
Very true. We do have a push-up A here, though, but there's literally just one single player that is kind of just taking space on B, expending util and info as well. And they pass by over into A, try to take space. Coco actually ends up falling, so now they have complete free reign of A.
Such a beautiful pinch onto Tree and an angle that always, or not always, but sometimes really gets under or disrespected for how impactful it is. Tree, had Coco been allowed to survive there and Lysor not been sent to deal with him, completely different story. Speaking of going to deal with, Rarga attempting to do exactly that with Dynamite positioned really aggressively. Titan Esports Club, no concern with that at all, as the X-ray from the Cypher Cam does go through. Titan Esports are holding firm. It's already been halved. The last 2 on Tree. Yes, okay, the frags are good. Still a 2 versus 1, and Spitfires is going to end it. Titan Esports with their first and the pistol to potentially start building the snowball.
Yeah, that came down to the wire, but that was exactly what they needed. Pistol round in the bag. And now they've just got to continue building on that momentum. Realistically, obviously, they're going to want to win this NT-Eco here, but going forward, they can get that bonus. They are definitely in business. And the curse may be in effect.
Are you superstitious? And despite the fact it's been 5-6 years closing in on since Valorant came out in beta, at least, I believe 3 years since it came out for the Chinese region. It's still a curse for a reason. It's still a superstition for a reason. And Titan Esports, if anything, they're going to want to show off exactly that right now with the buy-up coming through here. And they're just waiting outside the smoke to meet Leo. And do that they will.
Absolutely. And Spitfire's very early kill. It's exactly what they wanted here. But now this gets dangerous if they bunch up, but it does not matter. Spitfires, what in the world is that? Get your eco ace. You've got the goods. Clearly, he just mows them down. A crime scene over in Link. Diabolical.
Not a single bullet either, I think, even hit him, right? We see, okay, this is a bit fortunate, but this is just the spray control. Okay, apologies. 1 bullet hit Spitfires. Yeah, that was so fast. We can see it twice. That was so nice from Spitfires. As you said, it is the Eco Ace, but it's the Neon getting those 5 kills. Overdrive already online because of that means that Titan Esports Club have a much firmer standing against this buy from XLG.
And look at this push over in Mound as question is really ultimately going to be whether they'll be able to effectively get in the site in the first place. Prowler coming out, and the wall is going to get baited, but look at this push also from Spitfires over into B. Going to potentially try to catch someone, but not even gonna happen. Actually, Spitfires was watching a completely different angle, and he should have. Slow comes out, and Coco getting sprayed down on the site. And now his teammate's gonna have to try to help as best as possible. And still falls.
It's really stuck in an awkward corner there. The Sage Wall, just to give you that additional eyesight. Lucas getting really caught by the barrier mesh and the magnet. Traded out though, so not a heartbreak at the end of the day, but it's a pretty damn tall order now. 2 versus 4 on the retake here from Titan Esports. It's Happy Way, or it's Dynamite, and it's Howdong. Howdong, the one that I look towards. His performance in Breeze, subpar, to be honest, is the kindest word I could use for it. Need to prove himself a little bit more here. Dynamite, on the other hand, though, was the star of the show back on Breeze. Spitfires has been doing a decent chunk of work for him, but the overdrive that I so mentioned is already down and out of commission. The magnet does come through. Stands firm, holds his ground. The amount of shots that Howdong is not currently receiving into his body is quite surprising. All of them just whisked by him, a couple of pixels, but they will not be enough.
Yep, unfortunately for XL, or for Titan Esports Club, really not able to get much value there. I mean, they made a good effort out of it. They made a great go of it. I honestly, for a split second, I just saw 10,000 bullets fly by one singular player, and nothing happened whatsoever. Howdong turning into Neo from the Matrix for a split second, able to literally avoid every single bullet. And I mean, unfortunately, like I tend to say, simply just a consolation prize. Is not really much else is able to happen there, though. But definitely a lot of presence over towards this C site. 4 players on either team towards that part of the map, and we see the door open. 2 players pivot, so the spread is now going to be different. And as fast as that C presence was there, now it's not. And ultimately, I think Titan Esports know that. They potentially going to look to hit A here. Try to maybe take their timing on this entry. And that slow's coming out too.
Nice. Slow as well. It does really mean that is one extra angle you don't have to worry about. Barrier mesh is going to cut off 2 additional ones, but the gap in the smoke is really nice. It does allow Lucas 1. Howdong still there with his life, but the C's puts him to 1 HP. Not allowed to shadow step at all into anywhere but the afterlife by his opposition Omen. It's Dynamite still the last one standing, but Coco this time instead of Howdong. Another 2 versus 4. And this is really just showing XLG, even on this triple Senti setup, they know where the utility needs to lie. They know how to play off of it. Literally, as I say, the sound sensor on one side, the magnet on the other. No man on the deadlock has it locked down.
And to be perfectly honest, I think Titan Esports Club's issue here is just giving XLG too much respect. Genuinely, they are essentially allowing them into the site. They're putting up some fight, obviously, but it's really not enough. It is just way too much respect, especially given the fact that these players in XLG have no way to draw crosshairs at all. They literally just have to rely on very close smokes, which Lysor has been doing an excellent job of throwing, but they have to rely on these close smokes in order to actually gain access to the site. And that's honestly can be exploited fairly easily if they just kind of adjust a little bit in that respect.
Absolutely. It's not as if you've got the flashes really to turn Lysor in the paranoia. It would just be himself here. Oh, the steps though to actually convince Titan Esports Club to pivot away. Would have been an aggressive push. Coco and Dynamite, but the paranoia is clean. The util's not going to be enough here. Even the Arc Rose now been dealt with, and Coco has to basically run through a slow to try and get onto the site. That's just a positioning that you're never going to survive here. And the Sage Wall allows an additional angle up on towards that site. A personal favorite of mine. For anyone that doesn't know, I am a Sage main, despite the fact I do believe in 99% of circumstances she cannot be run and that other Sentinels are better, but we are seeing how the impact that she is having, particularly for this composition that XLG have so cleanly practiced.
Hey, you know what, man? If you want to play Sage, go play Sage. No one can tell you anything otherwise. I mean, clearly it is working out quite well right now for Rarga. She's 13-9, but Haldong with some excellent sheriff shots there, and expect no less of him, but it's going to be certainly a tall order to get back into the site. That neon wall does a good job, though, of cutting off and isolating angles, but can anything else happen? Nope. Not quite.
No, it cannot. The fast lane is a fast lane to the final round potential here now. Match point for XLG. There's no timeouts, remember. This was the thing. Titan Esports really needed to make XLG uncomfortable or just string together 3 rounds to get a theft of a timeout, to allow themselves a timeout off the back of XLG calling it. But the fact that that's not been the case, the fact that the most they got was 2, has meant that it's just been down to these players to understand the playstyle of XLG, and as much love to them as they deserve, clearly a little bit more understanding required.
Absolutely. And I ultimately also think that really Titan Esports Club haven't done a good job of stopping XLG from exploring the map. XLG is doing a really good job of hitting the correct site for the most part. Obviously, in this situation, they hit the strong side, so that results in definitely them being stopped in their tracks to an extent here. This is not really the greatest situation for them to be in as Coco finds more value. I don't even think B is going to be that well of a first of a decision here, but oh, this is so rough. Dynamite just on his stuff.
So plain. He's done exactly what you would need from him here. Coco with a 3k as well, locking down the A site in the way that No Man had made it look in that retake previously. It's not over just yet. They only need 6 more, and well, the last time they needed it was 7. So in theory, that is an easier task now. It's 6 in a row rather than 7 rounds in a row. You've already done the hardest part if you look at it in a vacuum. If you look at it in real life, still a ways to go.
Yep, and here we go. Timeout now coming out from XLG. Their first timeout of the game at 12-6 at match point and series point. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, I don't really think they have too much to worry about. However, I do understand at the same time wanting to just close it out. Maybe in this situation, they're just looking to call this timeout to look for some sort of set play, just to say, hey, let's come up with something super gimmicky that'll work for 1 round, just so we can get ourselves over the line. And honestly, I don't disagree with it. I actually think that's, in some regards, an optimal play.
I don't hate it, but there is a big risk to this. There is a decent risk that the set play fails, that Titan Esports Club survive it, and then that is when the true understanding, that is whenever this really, really begins. It's now or never, really. If Titan Esports can convert this round, I would say there's a good chance we're looking at them at least making double digits, potentially getting to overtime. It all potentially comes down to this. A lot of ultimates, either online or nearly online. Titan Esports 3 away from a combined Nightfall, Steel Garden, and Showstopper. Meanwhile, No Man, the only person missing theirs.
Oh, this is scary right here because there are 3 people in close chokes on this C line, and this is exactly what they needed to do. They need to stop this entire team, but unfortunately, Dynamite is just chilling there. The bait play is perfect, though.
Absolutely clean, but the stun is also fantastic. The relay ball and Lucas's positioning is good enough, and the set play has failed. XLG's attempt at just cementing their win at 13-6, not going to go their way, and Titan Esports Club now potentially feeling rejuvenated, now with a bit more confidence behind them, especially with the bait, as you pointed out. Absolutely beautiful stuff 5 rounds away. Over 7.
I mean, I love that idea there, though, from Titan Esports Club. Understanding that something weird was going to happen. And realistically, it really just came down to an excellent bait. But look at Lysor's positioning. They didn't clear the angles right. And now it's all down to 1.
Down to none. A really, really aggressive push. And the one that was surprising, to be honest, from Titan Esports there. Really, really wanting to go for something. And XLG are happy to meet them at the pass. Happy to take them down. Flawless in Series 1 thus far from XLG. A map not even dropped in this series, so they still have only lost 3 maps of their entire run, which is an insane stat and one that they look oh so proud of.
100%. And they're in a situation now where they have already proven that they were among the best team in the entire region as far as record goes in the group stage. And they are continuing to prove why they deserve to be at the top of their region as things just kind of continue on in the playoff. Just not business as usual, so to speak, for them. So they managed to take that 2-0 victory in honestly quite dominant fashion, particularly on this Lotus map, which was so interesting because of the comp. That was honestly, it was a treat to watch, mostly just because of I was interested in the way they were going to navigate the entire map with 3 Sentinels, but they made it work, and they made it work well.
This is the thing of that type of composition is it works well when it's been practiced. It looks kind of insane, but again, Sage Slow Orb is a fantastic piece of kit. It's really, really solid at just preventing someone from swinging, especially when in this neon kind of meta where you're relying on the fast swings and those surprising angles to kind of overwhelm your opposition. To put the Sage Slow or to put the Magnet down, you know, we've seen it from the Razorvine, of course, because Vise gets typically more picked up than a lot of those other agents that's just listed, but Sage can do it, Deadlock can do it too, and XLG, well, they do it 3.
Yeah, they have just overall proven themselves to be a team that honestly prides itself on synergy. And I think that a lot of the way that they were playing was, number one, very adaptable, which I mentioned was going to be a win condition going into this match. It was excellent.
You guys are still undefeated in stage 1, and you've got an ace today as well, and a clutch. What was the situation like there? And he says, after I got that first kill, I kind of had an idea of where the other 4 players were. And they're asking about his use of the op. And he says that he was always an upper. And what did your teammates say? And he says that his teammates really didn't believe they could pull off. And then they talk about the version changes. And Raga going back to Jet and the triple Sentinel on Lotus. And he says that actually like this version didn't affect us too much, because he says that he and Happyway can provide the team with a lot of just different agent depth and value there. So they were talking about how in regular season it kept being like 2-1 victories, but then today it was just very clean 2-0. And he says that we just kept fixing our mistakes. Every team's just very strong. So XLG won stage 1 last year in Beijing as well. Yeah, and he says that we'll just take it, like we'll just take it solidly. And thank you everyone.
无畏寻回，该动真格了。是的，我们再次把掌声送给 XLG，谢谢。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
A big thank you, BDOS, for the interview. No one in that arena believed. I love Lysor, and the fact that his team have even admitted that no one trusted that clutch to come through speaks volumes to just how impressive it was, and a dominant performance. 363 days since they last touched Beijing, and XLG continue to make it their home.
Absolutely, and that was that one play. Oh my god, like you're right in the sense that it's one of those things that you can't really expect to win, but when it happens, that makes it all the more satisfying. So that was, I mean, that was a treat to watch, to say the least. I'll say that much. But I want to kind of make a point that we heard during their interview that I was kind of talking about a little bit beforehand when it came to continuous learning and adaptation. Because he's right in the sense that all these teams are very strong. Like, they are at the top level for a reason. They are all tier 1 teams. And so the difference in reality is going to be adapting to how these tier 1 teams play at the end of the day. Understanding that and understanding your own team's play style very well, having intimate knowledge of that, is what is going to give your team success. That is what's given XLG success, and ultimately that's what's given him success, because he understands that, you know, you really can't underestimate any of these teams too much. We kind of saw that in the beginning, or kind of like the middle area of Breeze. This play was insane. We kind of saw that in the beginning of Breeze, where Lightning Sports Club were doing an excellent job of just kind of building momentum and continuing to claw their way back, and that can happen to anyone.
Almost a blink and they'll fix it sort of thing. Look at this attack from them, dealing with an aggressive defense. How better than to hear them do it themselves?
I'm gonna wall B.
Break it trap, the start to break it trap.
小心，雷娜，
看后壁，看后壁，对左边，对左边，开 B 后面。
我架着别看。
No one C，开 B 哦。可以。
I'm all in B。
可以。50 seconds, still no one there.
Go stack A or B.
Go stack A. Go. They only can B. Oh, B. Do. Okay.
I have stun. He's stunned.
Outside. I got it. 120 enemy. Super low.
I'm ulted.
I got ulti also.
I'm gonna go see it. 这边 can you hear me?
叫 Bucky.
Can you hear me?
你先这个。
Two running guys.
Adding now. Ceiling one.
Running one. I got the wall link. Okay. Ready for you. Can I pick? Yeah, I'm ready. Say no.
Hey, wall.
Go away.
都得。给你。还没睡。守位着了。有大招。他会 ping。Nice!
And I love that play right there as that ended. I had mentioned it in like literally right after the round ended, but that one comm, he's probably peaking, right? Like,
yeah,
like literally like cinema, absolute cinema right there. Just incredible job. And having that intuition from those players is what separates them, what truly separates them from the rest of the pack.
Understanding. Just, again, the game sense will be on a wholly different level, and we'll get to look at the MVP. We'll get to see our boy Leo really the one to lay it in to the side of Titan Esports Club. This moment alone cemented him as the best performer. But what XLG have is consistency. It looks like a big spread there, but I'm fairly certain when we get to look at the actual stats and the scoreboard, we will see that it's pretty close again, right? You know, 8 kills between Noman and Leo, the highest performer, whereas you're looking at 11 between Spitfires and Howdong. It's not the 20 that it was in Breeze, but XLG have 5 players that can consistently all decide to show up, and Titan Esports Club, at least today, did have some of the deader weight, unfortunately to say.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, just especially because and honestly, particularly Haldong having unfortunately not the best series. Again, you know, had to call, but at the same time, at this stage of the game's life cycle, it's sort of a situation where you gotta be able to do both, especially at the highest level. So fortunately, he didn't have the best series. I'm sure he's somewhat disappointed in himself given that, and hopefully he can just continue to bounce back and, you know, kind of iterate on his own gameplay in addition to the team's overall. But I do think that there was a very stark difference overall in the mid rounding and, you know, how proactive that XLG were on their rotations. And I think that's actually a very important thing, because that actually is what gave them more map control at the end of the day.
It just was. And we got to hear it in the comms themselves, right? The rotates, the heals, you know, they're playing buckies, they're playing understanding everything about the opposition. You're not just knowing that your opposition is there. You know they are there with a gun, with this much HP left, with this much utility left. And XLG in particular just always seem to know exactly what they're having to deal with, what the opposition still has, and what the opposition has expended. Now, a big credit to Spitfires here. I mean, this is a nice hexagon for him, all things considered, and it was a solid performance from him. As we look at the map bans again, won that last time, not making it to that split, unfortunately, and what looked to be a very close breeze until XLG just started to find their footing. It does make it a clean 2-0, as Lysor, the man himself, did say.
Very true, and they made it clean. And honestly, those players in XLG are going to continue to be as confident as they have been throughout the entire stage. They're going to continuously go into their next few matches with a very obvious idea of what works, an idea of what doesn't. Obviously, like, given the fact that they won, but it's not to say that they can't learn and continue to iterate on things. So that is extremely impressive on their part. I hope to kind of see them continue to iterate. Same thing with Titan Esports Club. Hope they continue to iterate themselves. But that's pretty much it for us. I mean, that was definitely an entertaining match to watch. First match of playoffs was certainly a good one. We do have plenty of action coming up soon. It is JDG versus TYL coming up next. So don't go anywhere for that match. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer. We can set the world on fire, fire.
and welcoming you back to Project Horizon VCT China's English coverage. Myself, Matt Dante, but joining me a different face this time. We have had some change up, so Multitudes, very, very welcome. And if you've seen Series 1, I hope you know that you're in for a blast.
I am indeed. I mean, wait, give me a second.
Oh.
Yeah? 2023 called, and I think they want their triple sentinel back. I think that was the most ridiculous Lotus that I've seen in a hot minute, and I'm all for it. I mean, XLG continue to show why they are truly champions from the Omega group into playoffs here. Top 8 in stage 1 VCT and we're just getting fired up right now.
Things are only just getting started. It's day 1 of the playoffs, so the fact that we've had such a dominant performance and such a good showing for Series 1 only means good steps for the rest of these. JDG and TYL now up next for the chop and block. Again, anyone that needs a reminder of the standings, top 3 make it to Masters London, all to play for here and now.
Indeed, and it's also points that really count as well, that move towards champions Shanghai, and that's a biggie, you know, for especially the CN teams to play at home turf. You really see the crowds cheering on their name, interacting with players, and it's just gonna be tenfold, 10x, 100x for champions Shanghai. So undoubtedly, all these teams want a chance to be there for the champions end of this year, to witness history go down, and every round, every map, every series here counts towards those points. And so yeah, there's certainly on the line the Masters London, but big long term as well, champs is the one to be at.
Isn't it just the one? And there's plenty of places to be for these teams. And for anyone that needs a quick reminder as well, we are upper bracket quarterfinals. So in terms of that, we're going to be seeing the teams that obviously do lose this out of either JDG or TYL, as well as, unfortunately, the loser of XLG versus Titan Esports Club being Titan Esports Club. So no one is down or out yet. But just as you highlighted, it is so important, Multitudes. Those points and those map differentials are going to make a difference. If you can make it 2-0, far cleaner than a 2-1.
Indeed. And these two teams, I mean, they are going to be trying to vie for points, right? I mean, JD as well as TYL, they've come out from Group Alpha themselves, and that was deemed at that point the group of death. Back in the group stages not too long ago, there were some high-flying team names, and there wasn't necessarily the clearest of like a winner, right? The power levels in Alpha were a lot tighter as opposed to Omega, where XLG continued to, you know, uphold their flawless record thus far. But on the flip side, Alpha, I mean, these two teams have met before, JD being the one that came up on top, fortunately, in the 2-0 kind of escapade just before we went out of groups. And so this loss in TYL's mind, this is going to be fresh.
Oh, they want to fight back, and they want to counter swing very, very hard off the back of it as well. JDG just looking very clean with it whenever the original fight did happen between the two. The original bout, I guess maybe I should say instead. But TYL in particular, just to lean on them very, very quickly, a bit of an inconsistent team, I believe, at times, right? Very much depending on splash too. I mean, of course, the joke has to be made to make the splash, or to at least make some massive impact for the side of TYL. Sword9 usually off the back of him, and those two players in particularly, if they're having a fantastic game, most of their competition would struggle. I genuinely believe TYL on their toppest form are able to take on XLG and at least put up a good fight, a very solid one. But again, the reason we talk about XLG so much is their consistency, which a lot of these other teams do have, just not to the same caliber.
I completely agree with that sentiment, right? TYL, flashy at times. They've found some pace to kind of calm themselves just a little bit more and play out the round a little bit more patiently, but yeah, it really comes down to a couple of hero plays, to say the least. I'd say that additionally, their comeback potential is really quite strong, right? And as well as their post-plant mechanics, those are really to look out for. So if JD, and I'm sure JD already knows this ahead of us, right? On the flip side, we've got a team that has a huge roster changes, picking up a lot of big names in the offseason, and especially like the coach in particular, right? From Bilibili Gaming coming over here. I've heard that, you know, Coach Bali, Coach Bale, my apologies. Coach Bale on the JD side, they were offered something like 8 different calls from 8 different teams, chose JDG specifically. And here we've got the roster that Coach Bale will be kind of herding towards hopefully a victorious start. Got the YU, Coconut Stew, and J Kuro, the last being the IGL for the team.
Yeah, very solid looking roster, and one that doesn't need too much of the introduction here. And meanwhile, on the other side then, we've got Scales, Splash, Sword9, ERV, and slowly that is your Tyloo roster. And then, of course, the coaches in Hypnotizing and Abilio. Hypnotizing especially looked at as one of the strongest coaches of the entire kind of China region. Definitely has the capacity to really build up his team and give them a lot of confidence and a lot of extra plays that some teams have never seen. Hypnotizing has not got plays named after him just yet, but there are times, at least 1 or 2 executes or agent compositions that have been attributed to his explicit understanding of the game and the conclusions that he draws from that.
I like that as well, right? And to top it off, along with the coaches kind of mentorship, we've got Sword9, right? Yeah, IGL, but also remembering that they brought on Sword9 as the initial coach and then became a player for Tyloo last year, something like mid last year. And so that's big news for them, right? To be able to have someone of that caliber sit in the stack of 5 and to be able to have those mid-round callings, that I think it'll be actually a big head-to-head in terms of the mid-round callings between Sword9 and J Kuro on the JD side that'll really determine how things play out for these teams.
Absolutely, and we get to see there just very quickly for player flexibility, right? For Stu on the side of JDG, there are a lot of agents, so like Brim, Omen, Raze, and Neon. So definitely a flexible player that can get a lot of value off a lot of different agents. Yes, okay, the roles do overlap, but Brim is played very different from Omen. You can't do the same shenanigans that you do with Omen the same way you can't do the same shenanigans that you can do with Raze on Neon and vice versa. So just overall having that flexibility. Meanwhile, for Tyloo, ERV, it is just more down to those stats and the fact he is a consistent top half performer on the server.
Yeah, don't sleep on ERV, right? Continued member to really support the rest of the Tyloo roster. I mean, I think the cast percentage for ERV is amongst one of the highest here in the stage so far. So that's definitely something to look out for. But I feel like with Tyloo, has had a lot of great potential. I want to spend a little time talking about JDG as well. Stu, YU, Coconut, J Kuro, and Je. A lot of hard-hitting names here, and I'm especially interested in like YU as well, right? One of the newer players for the JD team. It brings that international experience in for the team as well. So coming in from Wolves to be able to support the rest. In terms of like just the mental game, that's part of the game as well, right? Not just the physical prowess and the technicalities here on stage, but to be faced up with a crowd on stage like you see here on screen. The CN folks put up a show, and you have to remain calm, cool, and collected here.
I believe we heard how loud this audience can get, in particular from that performance from Lysor. That 1 versus 5 clutch with the operator. Nothing short of insanity. And you can hear how much the crowd have always gotten fired up. Again, we are back in Beijing because VCT likes to do itself a little bit more of a roadshow for the China region. They do love to really show off a lot of different areas of the country. And I mean, it is gorgeous to see. The setups are all very, very interesting. And as we get to put it, as the players are now starting to walk out, they get their raise up. They get the full salute already coming through as well. JDG just need to repeat the performance they did against Tyloo. In theory, it wasn't broke, don't fix it. It's Tyloo that have to show what they have learned and what they have changed.
Indeed, and JD are gonna really try to maybe make some minor tweaks, but you're right. If it ain't broke, why fix it, right? And that last matchup, right? About 17 days ago against TYL, it was Stu who really led the charge there as the duelist, really clutching up for the team. Even when that first match, I think, went into double or triple overtime, 17 to 15 on bind. It was Stu who really was able to convert those rounds, get those entry frags, and then the rest was absolute history. So a lot of it will be setting up Stu for those entry plays and trying to figure out how you can then convert that hopefully man advantage into some sort of mid-round call against TYL.
Yeah, the 4v5. In particular, those mid rounds, but more heavily, I would even say the 4v5. If JDG don't necessarily get the first frag, that doesn't spell doom for them. It doesn't at all guarantee the placement there, especially against a team that is already essentially a series down, mentally speaking, from the last time you've played. That's going to have some level of impact. So shake off the nerves, show us what you've got, and give us a good series.
I'm saying, not gonna lie, like, I'm bopping right now. Like, this,
I was seeing the head going.
Fire.
I started going along with it's tunes over in the VCT China.
They really know how to put on a show right now, and I love that, all these players, the road show, giving all these fans a close-up opportunity to be in person, feel the aura from basically the top 8 of the best here in the CN region. As we see now, TYL joining alongside, being the underdogs here in this matchup. They're the ones who are gonna have to step up and figure out what went wrong in Bind and Haven the last time they sat across from their aggressors. What needs to change from a micro perspective, right? Do we need Splash and Scales to really flex on maybe something a little different? ERV to support the rest of the team from that perspective, but of course, thinking about Sword9 as well. All 5 need to come together as a cohesive unit and show them what they've got, because TYL so far has had a rocky kind of past year or so, and they really need a breakout to prove themselves that they're still in contention for one of the best in the region.
Indeed. So, well, if there's one thing you get to change, you can change the map pool, and we did see it previously. It didn't come through. It was banned, but Bind is out. One of those maps that you highlighted, Bind has been replaced and Ascent is back on the menu. Not going to be on this menu though. Still been kicked out by TYL. But we move over to the first 3 site map, Haven, Fracture, and Pearl. An interesting and I'm sure entertaining 3 map lineup.
Haven, Fracture, and Pearl. JDG choosing Haven, that, I mean, makes sense, right? They were very solid on their Haven against the side of TYL, and more often than not, running the double controllers on that is signature of them. They don't technically generally like to push in too quickly. They like to sit back and let your enemies make their first mistake, and you capitalize on it. So that's basically, in a nutshell, 80% of how JD likes to run it. TYL have to know this was happening, right? Have to know that they were going to choose Haven as part of the kind of map picks and bans, and more often than not, also running the double controller, but always a little angsty with it. So hopefully they're gonna be able to learn from their mistakes here.
Certainly so, and the fact that we've seen kind of Breeze and Lotus get taken out first, no real surprise that Breeze kind of goes out. TYL have been struggling on it. I don't think it would be close enough to say it's been a permaban for them yet, just because of the fact it has sometimes slipped through the cracks, but for the most part, a map that they would try their best not to play on. And then Lotus or Haven, I just find are fundamentally interchangeable. And then we move on to Fracture after this, which talked about a lot previously on the previous series, even if it didn't show up. Those angles and attacking, it's a map of fundamentals.
It truly is, right? And it'll test TYL. That's their map pick. They've actually only played it once here in stage 1 so far, and while they did win it, a lot left to be desired there. So that'll be the linchpin for them to hopefully push it into map number 3. But Dante, that's where I'm a little worried, right? Map number 3 is Pearl by Decider, by map elimination. And so far, TYL's like map picks on win rate on Pearl is not great at his best. Like that, it's basically 0%. I'll call an egg. It's 0%. They're running a Phoenix on it as well. And if it comes down to that, I'll do a deeper breakdown. But for now, we have the Haven lineups here. And they continue to... Okay, JDG moving away from the double controller, rocking and putting YU on the Waylay plus Jill on the Neon. Double entry to start things off.
That's a big aspect here. YU rocking the Waylay. We talked about it again at previous series. I would say plays a little bit more like a KO now. You cannot just dash in with the refract, get the saturate on and then leave. You cannot do that anymore. It takes longer to equip. It takes longer to fire. So I'll be really interested to see how that Waylay playstyle has been adapted. And then kind of as you said towards TYL, looking a little bit more kind of common. The Phoenix that we've started to see, I believe ERV picking that up. So I guess I guess old versus new, right? In a way, kind of a bit more flexibility. TYL going for adapting the new meta, and JDG still holding firm on the old meta. They're not holding too old. We're not looking back at Yoru, but still trying to keep Waylay in and kicking is enough to make me interested.
Oh, Yoru. I mean, with that nerf that came out not too long ago, Yoru has been but wiped from the server. Yep, press F for pay respects for our in-house dimensional duelist, but that is long gone, right? All these teams have adapted to effectively having a Neon and then a secondary duelist to really draw crosshairs away, be it aerial, like you had Raze satcheling in, or your Jet dashing in from above. But Waylay does something similar as well. You're right to say the refract has been nerfed just a little bit, so you can't do like ridiculous combo wombos like the refract plus an orbital strike just to fry your sitting ducks. But I'm in favor for that, and this is a little bit more well balanced. So you have to be a bit more proactive and controlled in the way you path your Waylay, and hopefully we'll see JDG work that as barriers drop. No sound being made in this grass green space, so a fast 4-stack now for the defensive, seeing if it's an A site.
I like the jump peeking just from JQ there to try and get it, but a push up from Sur. Splash really just trying to cause a bit of a distraction here. But JDG, they're not biting. It's just Coconut on the A site to potentially meet the opposition here, but a patient pistol round beginning.
Yeah, TYL, like really changing the way they're approaching their fight against JDG, right? Not opting for any sort of bum rush right off the rip. Waiting for JDG to make themselves known just a little bit, keep them questioning. I mean, it's still early round, but in terms of information gathering, yeah, you got Cyphers on both sides playing peekaboo around that C, and a Sova, at least on the JDG side, to deploy in the late kind of rounds. But for now, C-side will be slowly approached, then the flash will commence here, opening things up.
Prowler's dealt with, Jake Judo being the one to hold it, but he's been scanned, and the frenzy from ERV does find its mark there. A solid gun, but a risky one. Really relies on getting into sight. And JDG and Jay, certainly the first one to do it for JDG. Excellent use of the classic right click. But no one else here yet. It's the back site as the smokes fall. The spike still hasn't been planted. And suddenly off the back of it, yes, these kills are solid from TYL, but Scales has to get his way back onto the spike with 4 seconds left and somehow stick it in a 2v1.
I mean, fast and furious, right? We had the fast lane to really cut things up and isolate the logs for the re-entry. And once you get that Neon perched up there, it was just so hard to remain close to the spike plant area for the rest of TYL to really make an impact on that C side. So great adaptations. ERV put up a bit of a, was really tested, being that solo dolo hold on that C, but not to be not going their way, unfortunately, at least for this first round. So pistol going to JDG, and we're starting off with guns on their side now.
But this time, TYL wanting to potentially play this a decent bit fast. Splash not giving his barrel away though. A very important use of the pacing, but gives his body instead. Shay manages to take down his Neon counterpart as the curveball comes through. Stu teleports on top of the box. Sword9 watched him do it. Give the information to TYL and he still cuts down 2.
I mean, that was impressive from JD, but I'm honestly expecting a little bit more from TYL. I know I'm maybe a little harsh on them on round number 2, but a lot of basically dry peaks from the Neon, from both duelists actually. Without any supporting character, a button rush may have been more effective because, yeah, you may not want to have the chance to win this round, but you really want to be able to whittle out the weapons. And weapons, JDG side is all they've got so far. 5 brought over to round number 3.
Yeah, indeed, and we're seeing the buy up here. It's a pretty solid economy, all things considered. Jay still on the Phantom, of course. Everyone else on that bit of a lower buy. And while the rounds slow down, we were talking about this earlier in Series 1. The Neon Bucky kind of shotgun meta. It's not present right now here. It's not as present here, though, right? Like, again, I've highlighted that maybe this region does take a little bit longer than the other regions, or it's always kind of playing catch up, and the way Splash and Jay are currently playing the Neons, it seems that's the case.
Yeah, it's a very specific style, and the rest of your team really needs to support that. So for now, it's just posted up in his one and done. The dance from Splash won't get them out alive and escapes the narrow evasiveness. Still gets another from Slowly, but Sword9 cuts that down finally.
A labored response, but a response nonetheless here. Scales trying to go on this mid lurk. Both rosters opting for the Cypher. Not a big surprise, so lockdowns and Killjoy Util and such not going to be as big of a factor here. Stu might not get the timing. He does not. It's Scales to find him.
I actually think that Scales was dinked first, but with a Spectre, so not enough damage to really drop the body. Now with seconds left, it's Coconut just mowing them down. Spike caught in the midst of nowhere, and Scales, yeah, has a Vandal, but 4 seconds left, 3 bodies to drop, and it's just JD knowing that they can just huddle and wait things out.
This is a big round for JDG to take TYL's buy round off of them, and as you said, 3 players survived. A big question for Scales there. Yes, map control is solid. Yes, the lurk from your Sentinel can get value, but on the other hand, he can easily just listen to his team get cut down on the A main, as we see it happen here.
Yeah, it was a 1v3 situation, and somehow just still manages to get 2 just because of maybe some body blocking or a bit of a miscommunication. But regardless, it will be the bonus going to the JDG side, which is painful to say the least. Now, pushing out, YU finds the body of Slowly with an Outlaw. That means Smoke's out of the way, right? Yeah, you have ways to cut open the site, but no Paranoia, no Dark Cover. That's a lot to have to deal with if you're TYL.
Yeah, they suddenly going from the proper smokes to the fast lane and the blaze wall. I mean, they're good. They do cut off that info, but they're not the kind of fundamental, right? They're not what is going to make things work, and because of that, we're seeing a pivot on towards the B site. Running into B site is the only site that really can utilize the fast lane and utilize the Phoenix wall to the advantage. Just cut off the links, which is exactly what we're going to see. It's the relay bolt instead of the fast lane. And Jake Churro is now being pushed down. Though Splash with the curveball from ERV. It has pushed out, gained a lot of space actually. Even the pivot towards Garage here, which I really love to see. TYL capitalizing off of this map control thus far.
I think that's smart, right? You're 1 man down, you have to make up in terms of map control. So they've got the Garage and they've got the Even Stevens head count now. J. Kuro makes it more interesting though.
ERV's one dancer right back. The Bandit's good. 2, it's making it green. It's JDG. And it's all green on the kill feed by the end. The Molly as a last ditch effort. But the Spike, not enough time had been killed. And TYL, I feel like I say this more than about this team more than any other roster in this region. A flash of brilliance, but it just didn't stick.
Yeah, it's hard, right? The right call was made in that mid round. You were down 1 player, you don't have smokes, you gotta be able to make that aggressive play and take over C-Link plus Garage and make it a bit more expensive for the retakes to come in. But protocols can only go you so far. Execution is the name of the game, and TYL could not convert, although it really looked like it was in their favor after that the 4v4 tie-up in head count. So hey, for now, Timeout called for TYL, right? The coach needs to spend some time with them and figure out how they can cover from this.
It's pretty tough thus far, but the nice thing about it is, and the coaches will at least get to see half of what we get to see, right, Multi? But you get to at least point out, and you get to at least say that two issues that were pretty fundamental was, again, the Neon being left on their own without any backup, right, from TYL. Like, letting that fight go the way it did, and then letting Jay kind of survive that is issue number one. And then second of all, I mean, again, it's losing the smokes on a kind of low buy, so that is just unfortunate, and why you getting a nice little pick onto that. But starting to see glimpses of bigger issues that will need tightened up, will need sellotaped. Bandages probably not going to be ready yet. The med kit not necessary as we get into the 5th round.
Yeah, I like the idea of the early timeout as well, especially because if coach are seeing some things that the team are struggling with, I think an early intervention is warranted. And granted, a 3-side attacker sided, this should be your first half, but for now, it's gonna be the C side. We'll see if YU is able to shut anything down. The response from the side of Splash doesn't quite hit the mark.
No, that was a lot to be asked for here, and the Hunter's Fury doesn't get the frags, but gets a decent chunk of damage there. Splash and Sword cut down to half, and that should have been a kill on the YU. Multi, I completely agree. That shot, yeah, takes out the Phoenix ult. Yeah, okay. That's decent. ERV, you don't have to worry about that, but could have gotten a lot more. The Phoenix ult's really what should be able to get you onto a site, and with 50 seconds left, we're only just pivoting towards A long, and a team flash as well. Oh, the gaps in the playstyle.
Yeah, it's a good change so far. This is the first time we're seeing TYL really re-explore the map to make sure that, you know, JDG don't abuse some of the peripheral space like they did before. And the re-hit onto C is wise, but JDG are ahead of them. Right, 3 players on the C side.
Oh, and the one person they knew was on the C side is still there. Smokes be damned. He will get his operator shot down. Jay flicking on towards, looking at the smoke. Not really sure why, considering he's got 2 of his team coming through off the spawn, but either way, the paranoia is clean. He gives his life up, potentially for free, but at the end of the day, 5 rounds on the board regardless means JDG are more than comfortable with the current playstyle. I think we'll get to see it. We won't see it in the full replay package here, but YU should not have been allowed to stay there.
They should not indeed. I mean, the fact that the Dark Cloud came after the first person from the TYL side peeked from Garage during the re-hit was a little... left a lot to be desired. Let's just put it that way, right? Not the outcome you want coming out from the timeout, and I'm sure coach doesn't quite like that. I like the smoke coming from this, kind of masks a lot of the previous map control that JDG got for free just outside of A, but this scale up from TYL is okay, showing a different layer to them right now.
Having to kind of show off that later just because of it. Oh, look at that coconut. Why ERV maybe worried that someone would swing off the back of the drone, but he doesn't even destroy it. He lets Splash get found out as well behind bricks. I gotta say, this is a team playing nervous now.
Right? I think a lot of history is talking through them at the moment. Perhaps not from a against JDG specific. Well, it is JDG specifically because they've lost against them. So already the operator has claimed a life, and now we'll find another. It's whittling down these members.
Stu just does it with a shorty too. See, the paranoia is good at a distance, but it's not going to do much at shorty distance. And that's all the distance necessary. It's 6-0. And YU is just allowed to walk wherever he desires, get a pick, and leave.
And the reposition is smart. You know, you throw the refract, you delay, you wait for the lurk coming into Garage. And that was a little different from the way they played on C, right? They actually stuck their guns on C, given that there was they were maybe playing for an A retake. But Okay, granted, right, Dante? That was TYL's save round.
Yep.
Now they should have some firepower, right? They've got one away from the overdrive. They've got the Nightfall online. Let's see if they can bring the heat.
Key word in that sentence, Multi, is should have the firepower. And it's up to them now to prove that is exactly the case. Wait until the orb tap is heard. Try and get the Cypher Cam then, and then the X-Ray. Meanwhile, it is Garage being totally taken. ERV manages to bait out a lot of utility and importantly survive it. Initial curveball just to try and gain a little bit of space into Garage. It's already been given up though in Scales. The person that was the position controller for TYL here is going to try something Nightfall off the back of it, and the execute could be clean.
Could be indeed. They'll have to do some kill trips, nice and slow. The cage masks it all, but spam through the smoke finds this kill feed, lights up green. Splash tries to do their best, but it's a little too late at that tail end.
Oh, and Scales is now just stuck on the B site, and I believe it looks like Coconut's not as concerned about it, but YU definitely believes he is here. The timing is absolutely perfect. We'll see if the light speed is going to get called regardless, because that stand from Coconut not going his way is very clean. The neural theft has been put through, but that now means he knows this is a 1 versus 1 here, but the spike still needs to be retrieved. Jay still needs to get cleared out, and it needs to be planted. He's playing this too slow, unfortunately for him. Even if he gets the spike, sure, as soon as he goes for the tap, he knows that Jay is there. He watched it happen. The convergent path gets put down, and yes, Scales is able to get the kill, but that's all that's going to happen. You're just going to keep the operator alive.
Yeah, the fact that it was Scales who really had to clutch and plant was not even plan A or B or C. It was plan G or H at that tail end. It felt
genuinely
like, well, firstly, there was no reclearing of A. JD Esports basically posted an operator down A main and left them on their lonesome, which meant so much map control uncontested without any information, without any noise hit, means you can put all 4 players on the remaining sites, and that meant that TYL was walking into a stack regardless of where they were heading towards if they didn't try to re-clear that A. So right early on, I mean, this is the right call. Call your second timeout. Damn what happens in the second half. For now, we need to really steer clear and make sure we pick one up. At least one here.
It's a far cry away, and I'm not going to say it out loud because then it curses and then it creates a lot of things, and caster curses are possible, but it's a possibility, right, Multi? It definitely, at this point now, on the back of the second timeout, TYL accept it too. I want to very quickly highlight as well the use of the convergent paths from YU. In a 2 versus 1 with that time frame, you're looking at that and going, is that not a bit of a waste? But again, you've got the round off the back of it, so off just that statement alone usually means it's not a waste. But I love the idea of, we know he could maybe come off the spike and then get the first shot. If he's convergent pathed, if it's Scales stuck in that stun as well, yes, by the time he gets that first shot, he won't have the time to get the spike down, and that's exactly what happened.
That's pretty smart so far, and Yui once again finds Splash. Duelist head-to-head, and the operator rings true. You think that maybe you want to, try and re-clear this with the Prowler. They do their best here to reclaim Cellar, but once again, stuck in a very tight corner of this map is the TYL folks, and their bodies are starting to drop on the ground.
And that swing from YU, I believe, is purely off of the previous information that Coconut got with his oil drone whenever ERV failed to shoot it and Splash was cleared out of bricks. That gave YU, and Coconut, I believe, would have been able to give that comm and you swing out of it. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, okay, you've managed to get yourselves onto the C site, onto Garage control as well, but is it going to be enough?
That's the real question here. J Kuro wanting to play retake here, right? Wanting to maybe back up. They know they have numbers advantage. They'd rather wait for everything. And TYL, they're kind of second-guessing themselves so far. Scales manages to at least get one for their troubles. Zuz right there with them. So now TYL must know that their penny has dropped, and the plot surely must be C.
I mean, that's the gun as well down in door. The one hero rifle that was bought is going to be difficult. I say it's going to be difficult to retrieve. Garage completely, completely forgotten about by TYL. Grand scheme of things, it might not matter too much. Spike being tapped, it's not being stuck. But it's not planted for this rotate from Sword9. YU, another 3k, another demonstration of how strong he is with this operator. And that means the Convergent Paths is already at least halfway online.
Oh. I think you might have hit the nail there. I think you might have hit the nail there. I think it's definitely the nervousness, right? Like they definitely know that this map was a bit of a weak point. Perhaps they're overcooking, they're overthinking their actions. A bit of body blocks, as you saw outside a window, as well as ERV really tried to get one and get out. That's manifesting in terms of their carelessness across this server.
Oh my god, okay, that's not careless. That's YU on something right now. That's another really quick operator shot right to the dome of opposition. Splash has not been able to find these angles. Always seems to be the one to meet YU. And yes, okay, the refrag potential could be there, but this is going against the jet dash with even more towards it, right? The jet dash makes it so difficult for the refrag, and refrag does it even more.
The run it back, contested, but it's all but of a ploy, splits this map in half. They get in and they get out. Hopefully want to play full retake. Stu at least gets a bit of information with that from the shadows.
I'm surprised Sword9 peeked him. I'm surprised Sword9 swung him, because in theory you just wait for that to come through and then you swing whenever the Omen's teleported. But yeah, forcing it out actually just gives JDG that bit more ease of kind of holding this site. That's a beautiful curveball, multiple flash, but no one else is with ERV. Everyone else is stuck on the back mid here. Now it's down to Stu in window. The Prowler getting thrown. Coconut with the body block and the timer. It's getting a bit loud, but it will not be enough to see it anything else other than 9 rounds for JDG.
That was actually one of the closer rounds for TYL as well, right? Using the run it back to really feign a presence somewhere else. Well, they let the Omen really peek their way through mid, get the plant down. They were set up for some crossfires, but you're right. The flash was beautiful. We had that player go in and find a couple, but there was no one else with them. And once that dark cover subsided, it was just a frag out fest for the JDG folks. TYL scrambling to find answers.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I don't hate that. We don't want any answers. We don't want mid-round. We don't want anything. And JDG, to be fair, TYL have managed to bait them quite heavily with that from the shadows. The spike will get planted, but retakes have not necessarily been something JDG have struggled.
No, they haven't indeed. Now they've only got a single line item. Garage hasn't really been worked as well. Stu's up at top looking for picks. This is gonna be hard.
Oh, the molly from Jay, really good. The Guardian as well. Kiro able to answer back. ERV finally online when it matters. And it's a much too late round, potentially, for the side of TYL. But you can even see kind of the smiles. They're not immediately down in the dumps yet. The atmosphere and the attitude is still positive and composure remains.
Indeed. I mean, you have to remain composed from this perspective, right? Like, they set up a bit of a kill box. They watch the entries and watch each other. I like the molly kill as well from the Phoenix. That was... we don't often see that nowadays from ERV, but at least slowly also got their first on the board. So that's a couple of firsts, and hopefully we'll be able to continue. Oh, bit of a utility back-to-back. ERV, a taste of real medicine.
Oh, the relay ball, okay. Out of the fast lane, but again, this is the big issue. TYL's all the way up in there, Splash specifically. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are looking at each other, kind of going, do we disengage? And we've seen that earlier towards Garage Multi. You were the one that pointed it out. They got the space and then just panicked or self-doubted or just didn't believe in the idea initially. And now we're back towards this C push, this mid lurk. But that information alone, JQdo has spotted out his opposition, and it means that YU go and get him. Will release the hounds, and they smell blood.
Yeah, YU was Scales was in a precarious position to really wreak havoc, but YU just had the intuition. Now it looks like TYL want to get a bit more space, which is fair, but JDG coming in from this mid space, this flank onto slowly is going to be big.
Oh, he's fast with it. That's a big one though. In and out of the smoke. Oh, 4-2. But that means Sword9 is needing 3. It is a factor of precisely that, and the spike is beeping pretty damn loud here. Dark cover goes down, this corner is cleared, but it's now a possibility of killing time or killing Sword9. Coconut a 3k on the board to do that and put JDG to double digits. We are playing a speed run of Haven right now.
It is indeed. If you thought that previous round with XLG was fast and furious, JDG are making a name for themselves in terms of how fast things are moving. I mean, you're right to say that Splash, right, had pushed up all the way from Cellar, but the moment Splash died, you look at the minimap, where was the rest of TYL members, right? We had even the likes of slowly push up and try and get space, but Sword9 was nowhere with them either. So a lot of individual kind of positioning and a lot of individual plays from TYL, and unfortunately their mechanics aren't scaling with that right now.
No, they're definitely struggling to meet it. In theory, they've got a lot of ultimates online, but that's just because they've not been getting value. The first shot missed from YU. Stu tries to swing off the back of it, and we hear the ults come through, a decent chunk of them as well. Nightfalls are coming through. Everything but the kitchen sink, the X-ray, the run it back. ERV manages to get a kill onto Coconut, and look what happens when TYL follow up the space granted to them by their duelists.
That's big, right? And Smoke's covering all these angles as well. They have a full stack. Just need to avoid this saturation that's come through this A side. Yui and JKuro find the ones, but Sword9 hold down the fort. And the second for TYL here on the attacking side.
Very, very solid work from them. Touch too late maybe, but I did say at the very least it would be something. That is the case now. We go into the halftime here, and I guess TYL just have to do what JDG did in attack, right? It's so easy when you say it like that. It's
yeah,
so
just
easy,
do
right?
Like
just
what
do
they
that.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, just. But you're right to say that. Hey, it took them a while to warm up, and they got their second. Camera pan to the faces. Bit of a relief on their kind of faces were shown right at that tail end. At least able to get 2. But you're right, is it too late in the day here in Haven, right? Past score set 13-8. They were able to put up a bit of a stronger fight then. 10-2 scoreline is a lot to have to climb up against on their defensive half, especially with the way JDG are going to be trying to play their attacking half, right? They're colloquially known as the ones who slow it down a bit more and really rough it out. And TYL tried to take a leaf out of their book pretty early on during those pistol rounds, but then things kind of fell apart fairly quickly for TYL, and they couldn't really bring themselves back into resemblance until the tail end.
Yeah, he's hitting the nail on the head there, Multi. A big aspect as well going into this second pistol round. JDG, of course, managed to take the first one very cleanly. It's a 33% win rate for TYL. Now lower, because it was 33% at the start of the game. So, the lowest in the entire China region, by the way. So, having to break the stats, show the world that stats don't mean everything, and that you maybe sometimes just shouldn't tell them the statistics or the possibility and likelihood of how a round's about to go, because as the halftime finishes up, TYL, it's not do or die, but even going into your map pick against a JDG this warmed up is going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. Momentum is half the battle won in Valorant, especially for best of 3s and above, so that's a big deal as well. Fast and Furious won from the attacking side to get all this map space. Look at where Zhe is!
Wait, genius! We use the light speed to get onto the B site, refract to push Tyloo, to pull Tyloo towards the B site, allows Jay then to follow it up. And yes, okay, slowly picks him up, but it's good for 3. JDG on one of the smartest executes on this map I have ever seen. And that's how you play Waylay now.
The human silver dart to clear it. You send the speedster running, piercing through your defenses, and now it's a lot to have to deal with. Scales, first one to drop out of 2, slowly left backed into a corner. Omen v Omen looking for a bit of a way out, but it's J Kuro IGL to put us to 11.
Oh, that was so cool. Honestly, that was cool. That was excellent. And in case anyone missed it, it was YU holding the spike. So the bomb, the spike tap happens, and that's why so many people from Tyloo pivoted towards the B site, because it was really good sell. It really sounded like it was a B commit, but it wasn't. It was all just to get JDG onto the A site, which they did flawlessly.
You're right. Cool is the most appropriate term. I've never seen anything like that. And Tyloo trying to fight back now. They've not bought much splash. Okay, finding nice ones with the bandit, but just now back on the aggro.
Oh, and it's the shotguns. It's not from the neon like we expect. But the judges have come out to play, and they are going to make their statements heard. Good stuff from Splash to try and at least make something happen here for Tyloo. No map control really for JDG as well. Does mean that this Phantom and the Bulldog does have to clear a decent chunk of space. If Sword 9 in this position alone can potentially get a swing onto Jake Jiro in time. The paranoia goes down. The shot does not find its mark. Jake Jiro now knows where the second one is. Slowly can't find it either. A 2 versus 1 retake with no guns really to salvage, unless Scales wants to try and pivot back towards the attacker side spawn, but that would kill a lot of time.
That would indeed, right? Stinger is hard to play with, especially with the way J Kuro and Je are, basically at these long-range angles away from Cellar, and that would minimize the efficacy of the Stinger, and Je will just clean up shop at that tail end. We are at match point. I didn't mind what Tyloo brought, right? A bit of fire, a bit of aggro, utilizing their double duelist to take early A main control. But it's just a shame right now because their defensive half is on such a short leash that's not going to be much to play with.
No, it is not. Even Splash's double kill with a bandit there. It's really been a tough time for ERV and Splash, because credit to them, the entries are there, and maybe I'm missing it, maybe it is fully on me and my weak eyesight, who knows, but it doesn't seem like JDG necessarily were doing enough to split Tyloo up as a team. This seems to be of their own design. And JDG already on the B site. It's not a fake this time. It's just a straight run it down. And losing Splash again on the opener with this low buy. Multi, place your bets.
I'm not a betting man. I wouldn't want, especially with the judge in play. And now Sword 9 has to do it all. Guardian in hand. They're on the hunt here. And they don't even need to be, because they're just playing for this retake. Speeds Enzo with the headshot on the bucket, on the judge, mind me. And that's JDG cleaning shop, nice and easy, no sweat on stage.
It took the tail end of the third map, but there's a neon with a shotgun. I promise it's a thing. I promise I've not just been gaslighting you for the last 5 games of these series that we've been playing thus far. 3 games, sorry, apologies, not 5. But yeah, I don't think you can really say much more about JDG there, to be honest. The D in JDG stands for dominant.
I like that, indeed. I mean, they've kind of showcased that why Haven continues to be their playground. They've basically taken what they were successful in the last matchup against Tyloo and put it on repeat. No changes to the composition, no changes to their playstyle, slow and steady. Although we did some we did see one of the coolest attacking side B side exec, well B fake A side exec with a Neon plus Waylay combination that I think goes to show that Waylay is not just out yet in terms of meta breaking compositions and ankle breaking kind of maneuvers. That was one to behold.
I mean, we're looking at these highlights right now, and it may as well be the MVP highlights already, because look at what this man is doing. And look at how many headshots there were, by the way. Like, he does know he can aim for the body. He does know it's not a Marshall. Like, he does know that you can just do that normally. Splash had a nice little showing of their own there, but again, everyone from JDG was just really showing up. The aggression from the side of them was so good, and we'll get to hear the comps.
你要不放了吧？
放了。
车库也没有吗？车库
可能有。你會 kill 個 first？
能把可清了嗎？我看看被代表。感覺 A 的。我圈掛住了，3、2、1。A 的，對，快！這樣可以回來 A 嗎？對。還有 jump pick 先，還有什麼 here？可以，我先給 A 吧。這樣還能進去嗎？沒看到。可能摸進來了。該回溯吧？沒有。我看左邊。
一還是沒有。
OK， 我站右邊了，沒閃過。我睇邊個 A 啦
？C 給上手吧。C 咯，
沒人。
C 咯 cypher。
這個 cypher，想出庫講。
Speed。
我給包點，這個。OK，包點。等於 B 摸。我 B 個。我開個bomb，我高了。
cypher
3、2、1。
cypher 一掉。
給換了。包點。我去包點吧。打。
等住在。
人呢？
不行，一接你。我們在。我西龍，我別你。希望。我。上面下波。Nice，Let's go，兄弟 ，Let's go。
You see them really talk things through, right? That was the initial pistol round here that felt like an entirety ago. But JDG, you know, I know a little bit Mandarin, so I know what they were talking throughout. And they were behaving like an absolute, like, hive mind, right? With Je leading the helm here with some insane shots. You see them on the MVP as well, just providing so much just frag value for the rest of JDG. But it's not to say that the rest of them weren't kind of keeping up with Je themselves, right? I felt like you called it, every single player on this 5-stack was here to play.
Oh, absolutely. I'm genuinely shocked. I mean, of course, like, didn't pay attention to the stats right at the end, because I do always kind of like to see who MVP is based on vibes. Like, who have I seen that has just genuinely done them? And Je, do not get us wrong, look at that. Like, a phenomenal performance from him. But why use 6 less kills? But you cannot say that every single one of those kills were not incredibly round opening.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was really great from all these players. They turned up when they needed to. A lot of set strats, but also great understanding of their opponents, right? And unfortunately, who left a lot to be desired. I know this is the second time I've said that, but it truly is heartbreaking for me for TYL to have to step on stage here a second time on the same map against JD Esports, and unfortunately couldn't light a candle against them, right? We a lot of these single-digit kill frags from these players. Yeah, ERV, you know, we saw them really try and open up the map a few times, but there were a bit of coordination issues from the side of TYL. So much so that, you know, the utility wasn't really panning out. The map control wasn't quite there either, and that just meant that JD was able to read TYL really easily despite it being such a large map.
Yeah, you've just covered all the points really. We look at that 11 versus 4 first kills. So TYL actually even managing to take 2 over and still not able to convert. It was a tough time, and there he was. He wasn't the full MVP, but having a look at the Pentagon there, I think that the first kills at the bottom right, I was gonna say, and at 93% kill participation is a stat and a half.
Yeah, aura farming is Yui, right? Honestly, you see his face during the kill cams, and he's absolutely beaming with each position, with each line that he's taken, and not just able to frag out, but also, like, again, feeding information, being in the right space at the right time. The teammates setting them up on the defensive half as a operator on those long sidelines on A to be able to just say, hey, no, I've got it here, folks. I'm him. I've got it. Y'all take care of B and C. And they did precisely that. So there's a lot of team trust that's happening. A well-oiled machine for them.
Yeah, he is him and you all at once is exactly what he is. Yeah,
I missed the opportunity. That's me. That's good.
I do apologize. Well, while we take a really short break, I don't believe it's as much for ourselves, but the players, and particularly TYL, they're going to have to really rally themselves back going into their map pick on Fracture. We'll be right back just after this to see if they can.
If you catch my drift. Next to me, come on.
And we are back after a dominant performance from JDG on Haven versus TYL. 13-2. We were thinking that maybe TYL would have worked on their Haven. If anything, JDG just refined and perfected it more.
Yeah, this will be something that other teams will also be looking out for and saying maybe that's something that's an insta-ban possibility against JD because they look refined, right? They brought out strats that we've never seen. I'm still reeling over that B exec with the Waylay and the Neon. It was actually chef's kiss like you're showing right now. It's so novel, especially on a map that you think has been put through the ringer, right? We've seen Haven, one of the earliest, in fact, the first triple site map in the Valorant map pool, and has gone through waves and waves of tournaments, but this was a showing, and I think it goes to show that even after the nerf from Waylay, they're still here to stay, and people can still be very creative with the way we open up map positions with her.
Speaking of opening up map positions, we now move on to not the biggest map, but the most I guess, dynamic map to call it. We move on to Fracture. It is TYL's map pick, so we are expecting them to have this worked and comfortable. But with the performance that JDG had just given us, we will see if they can weather that storm multi as we look at the agent select.
Okay, TYL has played Fracture once in the past, and they're looking to step away from the double duelist and at least move ERV onto the sky, which has honestly had a nice buff with the regenerating flashes, so that's very fair. This is a new look double initiator for at least the TYL side, whereas JDG opting for the aggression that can come up from both a Neon as well as a raise. That's fair as well. I like both teams' kind of compositions. They actually play off each other a lot. I'm actually personally in favor for the double initiator, right? You have to understand that Fracture is one of, I'd say, the most unique maps ever in a tactical shooter, with the defensive side having to fight out in 180-degree directions, and they can actually take a lot of initiative to push one of 4 different forks around this map. So having double initiator allows you to do that very efficiently, understand a bit more map control. The question is, will TYL be able to execute what the composition demands for?
Indeed. I was talking about this in Series 1, Tiny Sports versus XLG. Of course, we didn't get to see Fracture on that, but to anyone that missed that, if you've been following the VCT Game Changers EMEA, we had one of the fastest rounds I've ever seen at 7 seconds. A 7-second speedrun, all down to the back of the defensive side. I believe it was Giant X doing it against G2. Might be mistaken on that and getting the names wrong, but either way, run it down B main and execute the attacker before they ever get their set play set up is very clean, and we've seen it a couple times on other maps, but Fracture is kind of the king of that play style.
Yes, very much. There's a lot of initiative that the defense will be able to bring into the early half here, and that'll be on TYL, right? It starts here with the pistol, which you've dropped the stat, not looking great, especially with the first 2 on Haven, giving way to JDG, so they'll have to make some sort of play. I see, unfortunately, 3 of them still in spawn. That taking very, very defensive positions, actually, not venturing too far out, but finally setting their sights onto A we go, which is thankfully the right call here.
It's definitely down to Sword 9 on that Teo drone. The drone just gained so much information. Beautiful guiding light. Why stuck in the corner? ERV out of the door as well. That's already much better than what we had seen from TYL before. The guiding lights is getting value. I say that. Splash and ERV getting a bit overzealous. Not turning away from the flash. JKuro just standing his ground. 4 eliminated on the side of JDG. The spike planted, and Skills wondering where the rest of his team just went.
Look at the bodies from TYL. It's 4 in a row, side by side. A symmetry that Scales will have to try to fight against, especially because JKuro now IGL hot and heavy with it. Ace on the line. You can hear the crowd vying for this.
Oh, the jumping up inside and down in the cage. Dude, Jay has to be the one. He has to kind of take it into his own hands and say, fine, I'll do it myself. As much as it's good to get your player an ace, you kind of need the round more.
Yes, and I think I was about to read your words during your play-by-play because, yeah, it was a good guiding light to start things off. Splash and ERV had a good one, but this one, the timing was not there, and the IGL just squatted, take their shots, was so steady with it. These hero plays from TYL not really panning out. Unfortunately, we get one and dones and no follow-ups.
Watching that replay is even crazier. JKuro, the first kill on the guiding light, sure, but he adapted his crosshair. Speaking of adaptation, dodges the Boomba, but Splash, if you're doing that, you cannot afford to give yourself away for free. We're already seeing a potential reset of how Haven looked, where Splash and well, ERV has changed over to the sky now, but that potential aggression not being met.
Yeah. JKuro managed to evade off ERV's flash, but the double peek from Slowly will find a bandit kill here. Onto this A site we go.
Oh, and it's a cut down YU, wanting a shot at the ace as well. We need a couple more. Jay would have been the one to steal it away from him. Would have literally been a repeat of round 1 just with different names, but the fact you've got YU get the 4K. Yeah, look at this. JDG, they know they've got the time. They know they've got everything. Get YU the ult, get YU the ace. He can't do it, but he's still going to get the showstopper anyway.
Yeah, that's online with some good planning to get the spike down. I mean, once again, these are back-to-back 4Ks from the side of JDG. Granted, the second one was an anti-eco, but still, it's these power plays that come up from these individuals from JDG just turning up and fragging out like Fracture was their map pick, right? We have seen them a couple of times on Fracture, and they've done fairly well, but still exhibit some weaknesses. Yeah, and the anguish. I feel you, brother.
There was pain in that voice. There was genuinely. It felt like YU was the one that got shot, and not Reyes. Genuinely, that's the level of groan that is. But here we go. Skills trying to turn the guy like showstopper. Here we go, because it's already there. Skills is here and there. Surely he does not survive the rocket launcher. No way has he played this rope that he has. Oh my god! Skills is genius! How has he done that? How has he done that? Surely TYL, the hero play, the hero himself is enough. It absolutely will be. JDG stuck in the neural cage. Oh, the defuse is gonna come through, and that's gonna be it.
I can't. I did not know you can hide that. I'm learning so much today, Dante. This is Masterclass Valorant 101 that JDG are showing off here. Wowzers. I mean, that was phenomenal response so far. I feel like the flashes from Coconut have been a little lackluster so far, especially because they keep flying over their targets and can't quite find their mark. And again, my apologies, but that was TYL specifically.
Yeah, that was TYL, the showstopper. The showstoppers have not been stopping shows. The showstoppers have, if anything, been prolonging shows because of the entertainment that we've been receiving from the Whiffed rockets. But either way, kind of a round that JDG would expect to lose. Oh my days, okay, it's a round that JDG would expect to lose, and off a double kill there and a good stun. Even better mechanics from Jay. You can hear the crowd react to that. This round may as well be and gone.
Fast and furious one. A change in pace from JDG, right? To basically just bum rush, knowing that they still are able to hold on to their weapon upgrades here for round number 3, or round number 4. And now with the last two of TYL just caught across the map, it's going to be a safe situation. But the IGL from JDG want to change that.
Oh, the Cypher Cam. Oh my days, the Cypher Cam. Everyone is outbraining each other right now. This is just purely use of utility and positioning to just bait a response. Skills so convinced that the Cypher Cam means J Kuro is not present, and yet, like a shadow on the wall, he's everywhere.
Yeah, or at least you think maybe closer towards screens, but nay, it is so pushed up forth, and now Sword9 is a bit enveloped, gets one for the trouble, denies the flawless. Fair enough, but not much else they can do.
And it's not as fast as the Game Changers round I mentioned, but let's see how quickly this goes. How quickly 2 people get cut down. This is the most common aggressive or defensive aggressive push that you will see, and it just wasn't enough. The spray just goes in JDG's favor.
All right, TYL at least getting their first on the board fairly early. Oh, that's a little comfort in that, and their aggression onto this A just should feed a lot of information, right? In fact, their positioning right now lends towards a retake scenario. They'd rather clear the south side of this entire map, and look, Fracture is now a standard kind of map design with attackers on one side and defenders on another. Into cellar we go. So we will find J Kuro.
Meanwhile, YU satcheling in, movement indeed. Spike gonna get tapped now. The information gathered. No ultimates have came online yet, other than YU essentially stealing it for it. He might be online himself. What a second shot! And this means Jay. Jay is the distraction. He is the pincushion, while everyone else from JDG just rinses the rest of TYL off. And JDG looking so clean because of it. The spike hadn't even been planted. They were so confident in their engagement to play the numbers fight. And you highlighted it, Multi. I think it was in round 1. Look at the big stack of X's.
That is a cursed zone if you're TYL, right? There were a couple of guiding light flashes that happened, and Je, in the midst of it all, still managed to spray down one. That is Lady Luck by their side, but also just a little bit of coordination, a little bit of preparation, and a little bit of momentum that JDG are just rolling with it so far.
Off the back of what was such a dominant Haven, you can see why this team are playing so good. And credit to Jay there. I mean, why you getting the shots? You reacted very reasonably so to that A main fight, because it was absolutely ridiculous to see it go down that way. But you have to give credit to JDG again. They knew they hadn't cleared that bottom half. They had a feeling TYL would be there, and that's why they went in on this aggression. And Jay, such a wide swing means that even you spend the time killing him, look at where everyone else is set up.
Yeah. And it's a bit of a shame because TYL actually was very proactive. They cleared so much of that south side of the map, but once again, JDG just a step ahead, wanting to re-clear, or at least get one before the plant went down. Back onto A we go. The fast YU just making this early spacing on this A site.
Just such a good util spam onto the top of belt, right, to make sure that Sand is safe. TYL, the setup from Skills is good. This is a lower buy, so the damage being done here is a big deal, but it's not, it seems to be the only damage that will be done. Spike being tapped a lot. The initial, I think, trick there, you've seen it in Jay's, was to go for that ult orb before realizing Overdrive's already online. So you're not going to get the value, really, from the ult orb anyway, so Spike will go down to follow it.
Stu in a good position as well for that lurking retake, letting these players pass for that nice pincer maneuver, baiting it out with some trigger discipline, but maybe not even needed because Je and Stu, yep, they'll find their one apiece, and that leaves slowly all by their lonesome. YU will clear that out nice and easy, 3k to their name, just building another showstopper before the round ends.
I'm real big credit to YU using his ultimates this way. The Convergent Paths was used in a 2v1 back in Haven. Whenever the timer, I believe it was literally Scales, stuck on the C site, right? And then we see the Showstopper get popped there. JDG know this is a save. They know they're going against a weaker buy, but YU looks at the round differential and goes, well, we've got another 6 rounds. I can definitely stop the show again.
Yeah, that's precisely how you cycle it up. There's a fair number of orbs actually here on the side, and so if you're able to really push some corner at north, south, east, west, pick your avenue on this fracture site, you can definitely cycle up those orbs fairly quickly. So now timeout being called for the TYL side. It's no 6-0, but it's close. It's close, Dante.
It does feel close enough, especially with the way the rounds have been going, right? Like TYL, a very convincing round win that they did have, but JDG even off the back. And to highlight quickly, a very good point you made about the ult economy for this map specifically. 4 ult orbs, as you said, that basically north, east, west, and south angle. This is where Phoenix usually is actually picked up so commonly because of the fact he only needs 6 orbs. So if you do a full cycle of the map and get a kill, either dying or planting then gets you run it back. So you're operating off of a 6th player every 2 to 3 rounds on this map, as if you run a Phoenix. So the fact that both teams have opted not to go for that is something to consider.
It is indeed, right? They're instead relying on the flashes from ERV and Coconut to make the space and then Splash or Je to slide right in and find an opening here, but it's gonna be screens where things erupt. Coconut finds one and straight out immediately from Scales, and unfortunately ERV flashes themselves. Looks for a bit more, 8 HP, has to back off.
Nice fight in Arcade at least. It's a 1-for-1. And I think JDG would have much preferred Coconut if you're trading the Duelist for the Initiator, especially the Seekers going offline in a mid-round scenario for JDG. That's going to be a bit tougher for them. As you can see them take the ride, the zip line all the way, the slowest possible manner they can. And it is Stu making sure that this is up to code, up to standard. And I think I think the timing was just missed.
This is big from Scales though, right? Just proactively clearing out Arcade all the way to the north side, and this means that JDG are still going to be moving into a pretty stacked side here.
Orbital strike as well to make. Oh, orbital strike to stop Dish. And Jay already fantastically done, but Stu, anything you can do, I can do as well. Gets himself it. The frags are going one way, then the other. The spike stranded is going to have to get saved slowly. Reloads. The position is no YU on a single point of HP, but it is still a 2v1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, the spam through was enough to chip them down, and then you just wait out your opponent for the white swing. Initiative there, indeed, for TYL, and actually a burn of quite a number of ultimates as well. You saw, you know, Orbit Strike plus Armageddon, no, Overdrive. Armageddon, I think, not quite utilized just yet, but JDG still so sharp with it, right? Understanding all the tendencies that might be in YU, just flexing, aura farming right now for us.
YU, take my kills, take the map presence, and just don't hurt me, please. Just don't hurt. And to be fair, he's taking map control and presence regardless of what we or TYL are saying. An absolute masterclass on the Rays right now.
Cam, early on from JDG, they've left their IGL on that south side, pushed forward through Arcade. And now in we go. It's gonna be a fast and fierce one. Seekers to lead the charge, and the sliding from Ze gets caught off by Scales.
Oh! What? Oh, okay. Also Jinx, because we said the same thing. But oh, indeed, 3 Sheriff kills, and suddenly TYL in a winnable spot here. I think the Trailblazer doesn't get the information, but the gun barrel certainly will. Don't stun yourself, Splash. You can't just get the kill yourself. But either way, ERV and co are there to back him up, and it will be around a second round on the board. It's faster than Haven, but that's a low bar to clear.
It is a low bar to clear, indeed. And it's also a fair bit of luck as well. Just, okay, never mind. From his POV, it's sheer skill. And that's aim labs through and through. I take it all back. I apologize.
Toxic is what we call that. Calling it a bit luck, but it's enough regardless to force JDG their first timeout of the series thus far.
Yeah, that's honestly a big win if you're TYL, right? Again, yes, mechanics are important, strats are important, but half of it is truly a mental marathon. And in the best of 3, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to dig deep. You need to put your losses, your L's in the past to the past. Write them off. What's gone is gone. And really set your sights on your map pick. And this is your time to really pick it up. So JDG calling for a timeout. TYL still get the chance to talk to their coach, try and figure out what they can do a little bit more. They've had a few good ideas, right? Being proactive on the defensive side to make it work. But so far, the 2 rounds that they've won are 1, their bonus, and 2, a hero plays, I want to say. Hero plays from certain individuals from TYL's side with Sheriff. So they haven't really been able to take their buy runs on a consistent manner and figure out what to do with Fracture.
We've been seeing such a showcase of the Sheriffs, and to be fair, it's been a hell of a showcase. It's been a very enjoyable one. Honestly, honest and truly has, but even still, yeah, you hit the nail on the head, right, TYL? It's all good getting a couple of Sheriff kills, and even the hero play to kind of convert that round, but if you're not doing that consistently, or if when your full buy comes into effect, you suddenly start to struggle, it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Lots of ultimates as well, right? Armageddon online could be used, waiting for some sort of maybe bait with the Seekers or the Guiding Light. I'm looking at ERV just around the corner. JDG having the absolute 6th sense not to walk into this trap play right now.
Oh, they literally don't want that smoke. They see that and they go, no, I don't want it. And to be fair,
bad juju.
With the utility being committed, it's understandable.
Yeah, they know the Armageddon's online, right? They saw the drone come out as well. But maybe, you know, people have moved off. They're going for a bit of a re-hit. I'm also looking at J.Crew in the north side, trying to figure out if they can slowly make their way without activating that initial trip.
No, it needs to get shot, and because of the fact now the Seekers have came through, might as well shoot the Cypher trip. Armageddon's come, but it's pretty damn late, I must say. Yeah, Armageddon has arrived, but not in the way TYL wanted. It's JDG, the ones to end the world, to end this round at the very least. 17 seconds left. Splash stuck between a Cypher cage and a G place. Falls the operator, no value at all. Skills attempts to turn the flash. Will not be allowed to do so, and Jay hunts him down.
Again, coming up from the timeout, TYL have these ideas, right? We saw remnants of what looked like a set strat right outside of A that somehow JDG were so wary of. They were able to read them pretty openly. You called it as well. The Armageddon was online. You saw the Teho deploy their drones, and that scared them off just enough to say, look, we'll make some noise in B, get some rotates, and then maneuver your way through sand and crack this thing wide open.
Hearing the Seekers pop as a cue to actually aggress rather than just wait out the Seekers, also a play style that JDG, you said about the aggression earlier, Multi, and you can't really fault them for it because that's usually a sign to slow things down or to wait out the Seekers. JDG said, that's our buzzer, that's our starting pistol, and we will go.
I like that. That's so a novel, right? Catches you a little bit off guard if you're TYL, if you're ERV. And now, a bit of a mixed buy as well. Scales will have to back off and tries to maybe get a bit more information. But once again, slowly, deadly with the Sheriff. Can only find one. Stew and Coconut will be able to crack B open.
If there's like a kind of less serious Sheriff only circuit, I'm not watching any other region. I would never watch any other region. I used to firmly believe that the Middle East had like Sheriff demons, but right, oh my god, that's the waste of the overdrive from Splash. Oh, I thought the round would just be over and it would be at least a little bit without incident, but the attempt from Splash to salvage something, and instead he just gets caught in the wreckage.
That's super unfortunate, as well as a timing issue that popped out at that tail end. Just thinking, okay, maybe it's cleared enough for me to make an entrance, but then the swing comes out from JDG and you get robbed of another impactful ultimate. The overdrive out of the way. Kills not in their favor either. Bottom of that scoreboard, so we'll have to do a lot to climb up as we come into the last couple of rounds here of the first half.
The same play, it's the same setup from TYL, but different execution. The orbital strike as well from Stew, believing that the setup in the corner would be there. He's absolutely correct. Coconut as well, just getting the frag, and Skills, he's just not paying attention. He just believes that level of aggression means no one could possibly be in the B site, and the neural theft from J.Kuro just to find out where Slowly is and get the rest of his team on the site for free. Say that Coconut's a bit hesitant. The spike not coming through. A double swing. Wants the setup, but Slowly is fast.
I mean, we can see why they're hesitant, right? Don't underestimate some of the clutch potentials that TYL can have. Now Slowly whittling around this corner, just waiting, baiting out the IGL to make the first move. No cameras in place either, so J.Crew doesn't really have much to play around with. It's just a dance around the orbital strike, and Slowly finds a 1v3 to put TYL back in.
Oh, holy. Not something that should have happened, to be honest. Coconut just chilling in the B main a little bit longer. This initial execute so fast and so violent. Yeah, look at this POV, or this fly-through, I should say, to fully understand the complete kitchen sink being thrown down, but the neural theft committed by J.Kuro, and Slowly, despite the wall hacks from his opposition, as you said, a 1 versus 3 converted.
Here you gotta feel very ecstatic. You see them erupt in cheers for Slowly, who's honestly doing fairly well here. 12-5, leading their scoreboard. Now we'll have to do more as Scales gets tempted a lot, but why you will find them in the dome, unfortunately, and suddenly Slowly gets pushed out as well.
Oh, Very rare regrowth value. Healing, it does exist in Valorant. You just don't get to see it that often, but doesn't mean that the members of JDG are gonna be picked back up. They're gonna be sorted for this 9 and 3. Very few ultimates to worry about. All just came down to mechanics and execution. And JDG have been showing that has never been a problem this series.
Never has been indeed. Set strats are their name of the game, and they continue to really rock. Even the pre-take, right? The plot's not even down yet. They've lost 2 members, but they'd rather make their way back in. And so now JDG up 9-3 here at the half. Again, it's no 10-2, but it kind of looks close.
It does look close, and I will say it may as well arguably be the 10-2 statistically speaking because of TYL's win rate on the performance on the pistol. Again, at least if they could win this statistically, you know, if they walk away, then you go, okay, cool. You're up 4-9 and you can maybe move that forward, but their performance in the pistol round has left a lot to be desired.
A lot to be desired indeed. We've just heard news. Production just let us know that the Chinese casters mentioned what TYL needs right now is a Nat's speech. That, honestly, I completely agree. That we need to put some like hate. I know that's a strong word, but really put some passion, put some fire in these people's bloods. They have a lot of great ideas on Fracture. This is their map pick, right? And we saw them really play around with the avenues that Fracture has to bring on defense. And so this is the kind of the last point that the last potential half here of this best of 3, and they need to bring the fire.
It's good to mention because Nats is well known. Even whenever he's supporting his team, he is being very energetic, and that's the thing. You need that energy, you need that belief and that trust. So it's a very valid and fair point, and hopefully one that TYL can listen to. Hypnotizing and Billy O just off the back of it, not able to bring this to a style that TYL would even like, but who knows? Second half begins. Pistol rounds are the first step forward.
Yeah, JDG taking a leaf out, right? Being proactive with it. But this high-low, it looks like TYL are kind of ready for it. Question is, do the spin and win work? Nice flash, nice stun. They have to get out. And so far, JDG not overstepping the boundaries. Although Scales does get the drop on J-Kuro up in heaven.
We haven't seen too much value from the table from Sword9, all things considered. The salvo, the special delivery, not getting too much, any value really, to be honest. Armageddon, yeah, it was there, but we're already seeing a different side to Sword9. We're already seeing what that information and what that utility can do, what slowly can do. The current hero right now joining Scales, equalizing the kill feed. Stu just getting caught unawares there by the Tejo himself. Coconut watched his team fall basically without any sort of celebration or ceremony.
Okay, nice. Flawless, right? We talked so much about TYL not finding their mark on pistols, and then the one that they do get under the belt, they leave all 5 members alive. Great kind of new look from TYL, right? Just waiting it out, the high-lows, the baiting of a lot of utility from JDG, meaning that it was a little bit more expensive to get in and for the JDG size. Plus TYL, you know, they grouped up during their the retake, the post-plant scenario. They were able to get nice, beautiful trades. Slowly was in the right place at the right time. I like this. I like this look.
Certainly looking better already. It needs to look a lot better, but it definitely is the case. TYL is well known. Like, what kind of gives a little bit more insight to their pistol round is the fact that they do use the Bandit the most since the gun came out. 39 kills rocking with it, so they clearly believe that this gun has a mystery that is yet to be solved, and meanwhile it's just classics echoing out for the side of JDG.
Yeah, going for that hard save, knowing that they have a buffer to work with. J-Kuro finds it onto Scales, a bit of a retribution kill at that moment. And top frags for both these sides as well, so it actually prompts for a bit of re-clearing from Sword9, although does not spot Stu at all. On to A we go.
Good execute, very clean. off of the information gathered. It is a 5 versus 4 retake, but JD, a 4v5 retake if you're TYL, I guess I should say, a hold onto the site. And JDG, J-Kuro gets the kill, but it is under the one player that didn't have a gun, so nothing's been donated right now. And oh, I love this molly onto the door, really just slowing down the potential push from JDG here. Salvo as well to do the same, but now the utility's been drained. The guiding light comes through. Bandit, the one with the gun that we just mentioned, slowly is good for one. He makes the second, third. One of these shots, a literal thief. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Slowly is the fastest man for TYL.
The bandit rings true. Finding those headshots. I mean, that was not... that wasn't even the strongest weapon in your arsenal. Yeah, you got followed up with a few of your other members by your side, but when the bandit can do that, why pick up anything else?
Insane work. They basically made it a pistol round all over again. TYL, that doesn't go towards your pistol round stats, but it certainly goes towards the confidence to get you right back into this map. Guiding light, though, immediately getting caught on the box there. Creates a bit of an issue for TYL trying to get in here.
Yeah, at least this means that they're able to buy up, although they've lost one so early on with a nice off angle from Yui, right? Now, with so much map information, JDG clearing with a triple push down south, leaves a lot to be made out by TYL. They've inserted scales in the top set of dish at drop area, but once again, Coconut, wary about it, gets the information as well.
Yeah, he does indeed. Does hear the flash come through. And he does know someone's on dish because of it. Jay pushed up onto this A main quite heavily. Relay bolt has been burnt out. And the door being opened back onto Sands to really confuse TYL on where JDG are playing. But that's such a good frag.
That really is, right? Like, finding J-Crew in that midst, and now Steel as well being punished for the aggression. Honestly, JDG being pulled around like a fish on a hook. And TYL are really utilizing the map design fairly well, right? It was effectively an A-B ping-pong back and forth so far, but now final callings on the first letter of the alphabet.
Indeed. 13 seconds left. YU and Coconut don't have too much in the way of full information. I say that it's Coconut on the zipline coming to meet Splash at full speed.
What?
That's exactly what he does. The first kill already good in this retake, but Scales is going to want to answer back, stem the bleeding. And at Coconut, he looks down that hallway. He sees the only outcome is death, and he will happily run away with it. Gets caught on the Cypher cam. 180s. Punishes Sword 9, a bit of a optimistic swing with the Spectre. But again, if you're going to remove a Phantom off the economy from your opponents, absolutely worth it. And that's all Coconut is going to try and do, is keep this Phantom as the next engagement will come through now his position's been found.
Won't even be able to bring that over, so it's a clean slate. That's demanded from JD Arsenal-wise. TYL pick up the bonus, which is a big deal, right? You're starting to really close the gap. What was 9-3 is now 9-6, and suddenly things are a little tighter than it looks, right? Granted, you also have to remember, TYL were running on, I think, one person down fairly early on, but they were able to really play this to their advantage, really move between the two sites and feed different pieces of information, especially because, you know, Scales was spotted, and so they used that as a bit of a pivot to say, oh, guess what? We're actually going to A. Nay, we're going to B, back to A. It's back and forth, and that's precisely this map feature.
I mean, that's the thing. It's why defending this map is so tough. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place at all times, and you do have to, at the end of the day, really work out where the attack is coming from. So, yeah, TYL, credit to them. On the defense, struggling a bit, but aggression, control of this map is really where they are currently shining, and JDG are struggling to match the pace.
They are indeed, right? Nothing shown in spectacular from their defense side. A bit of a gamble stack with Sheriffs across the board to maybe make some sort of play. Trailblazer, I'm not sure they spot much, but they use that, right? TYL used that as the go-ahead to explode onto this A site. It's free real estate. They're going to be able to claim this with minimal utility.
I think the Trailblazer did just barely get the information. You would have to imagine it did, just how quickly TYL and then executed onto the A site, and they're going to execute JDG now onto this A site. Slowly does fall. The man of the hour for TYL here, especially on this attack side. The Sheriff shot's just ringing out. Splash trying to keep his life up and going. The salvo, exactly the value that you would ask for it. Coconut manages to get another through the wall though. The guiding light to clear out Dish. He gets the information. Sure, he knows that someone is there, but he has to deal with 2 others. And those are the positions he's not quite as sure of. He's trying to get die to the spike, but in fact, he might do a lot more than that. He might be able to keep the Phantom. He does not. Scales in Sands will stop that reality from happening.
I think Scales, unfortunately, also was in the blast radius, which is going to be expensive for TYL, all things considered. Yeah, sure, you're able to convert these rounds, and ultimately that is the most important, but secondarily, you need to have the arsenal to back it up, and granted, that was JD's kind of full Sheriff save round, so the fact that they were able to drain down a little bit more is still at least a minor win, I'd say, from that perspective. 2-round game we are at. I'd be a little worried if I was JDG, but so far, you know, so far so good, at least for themselves. Quick one, aggressing, forcing out the Seekers to be getting all this information. Sword9 finds one, but the reply from Yui is brilliant.
Showstopper and Orbital Strike survive. Not only does the Showstopper get value, the Orbital Strike is survived. That's massive. Coconut has done more than enough for his team here. The Sands position not fully clear and not being under control. Belt also being left alone. You can see in the minimap there the kind of pings on it and how the pathing is wanting to go for on the side of TYL here. Splash has managed to cross over to the side of the box there onto Sands, but we're back to a more patient, tentative playstyle.
Yeah, it's basically who will flinch first, right? Who will try to make themselves known first, and it looks like TYL will make themselves known. ERV is right there with them, slowly finds the head of Yui, and suddenly A is cracked right open. Seeker is now deployed to track these final player. The IGL has to jump peek and make their way back onto Sands.
Oh, he's not gonna get that far. Slowly he's gonna show up to guide him through, and suddenly 1 round separates these two. It's 9-3, man. 9-3 is the numbers to look at, but it's a lot less of a spread than it at least initially looks. ERV as well, that setup, that positioning, absolutely beautiful. A bit, I would say, a bit thoughtless from JDG, and they are now really starting to need to put that thought back in. I would like to see a timeout.
Yep, you've called it. You've manifested it. Second timeout now from the JD folks to regroup and figure out, okay, how is the comeback manifesting? What is TYL doing on their attacking side? And honestly, their attacking side is really well thought out. And also JDG are struggling to figure out how to read TYL on this particular map, the most unique map here in the map pool. Where do they need to push out? We've seen some aggressive plays come out from the defensive side to maybe contentiously take some space, but it really is, I think, the shot calling from TYL that's brilliant right now. They're using a lot of these small pieces of information that is either willingly or unwillingly fed to JD, and using that against them to figure out where they should go next.
Honestly, the IGLing from Sword9 right now has been disgustingly good. Look at the performance from Slowly as well, also the same. But to really highlight that IGLing, that mid phase, that mid round, you talked about it earlier, I think it was a round or two ago, Multi, where you said, you know, the 4v5, why you got the first frag, and then TYL still came back with it.
Yeah, I know I kind of bashed them Slowly in the Haven one. It took them forever to get even the first kill, but right now 20 to their name. Is it 20? Yeah, 20 to their name as well. A near almost a 2.0 KD. So really stepped up from what they've had in the past and will be tested. Get away with their life, which is important. Do we repeak? This is very, very ballsy.
Oh, they don't, but they try and bait. They want to force the belief that it's a rotate, that Slowly will not repeat, but with his team, in tow. That's exactly what he's going to do. And JQdo now trying to rejoin his team. Yeah, slowly with the 3k. The orbital strike should be pretty close to back online. And we are all evened up here on map 2.
We are indeed. Now is the real point, right? This is where things will start deviating. JDG came up from a timeout. This is going to be their buy round, moving into round 19. Can I math? 19, yes. So it's going to be likely a make and break situation from JD, right? Their economy is in shambles if they don't get something to show for it. Je actually invested in the operator as well. It'll be posted into A. And we'll see if the spread here is good for JD.
Should hopefully be so. Oh, the Cypher trip being found out. Potentially being dealt with at the moment. Indeed, that's the case. TYL, look at the patience. Look at the fact that 3 people are already in and out of Dish. JDG, look behind you. That's where the rest of TYL are. That's the actual important angle you need to hold. And Dish been left empty completely. TYL just walk onto the site for free, and now a retake required by JDG and YU, the first to want to get through Sands.
They don't have a lot of good ultimates either, so it's going to be just them holding down the fort. Splash gets traded out instantly right outside of Sands, but now the JDG moving into possibly a trap play with Sword 9. Not even needed, slowly. MVP right now, the raid boss themselves get shut down by Coconut though.
Oh, it's a close round. If he finds ERV here, yes, he's going to use the guiding light, but there's no time on the spike here. He basically has to be held. He has to watch death come for him. The sword falls more like a guillotine as it's TYL to break, the first to break double digits off the back of a 3 and 9.
Wonderfully done. The mental fortitude for this team to come true right now. And you're right, like some questionable choices from JD as well. They had dish control. They kind of left it and tried to maybe triple push outside of A, but the operator was not going in the direction. So they kind of gave A up despite it being the stack site. A little wonky there from the execution, and I think they might need time to regroup and figure out how they want to perform.
They gotta figure out how they want to perform now. Right now, to be honest, there's not much in the way of the pace. There's not much left of safety. The Buckies are online. The shotguns, both from Jay and from JQdo. But look at what's happened. TYL, you're sitting there. Yes, we've 70 seconds on the clock, though. We believe that one of you will get antsy. We believe that someone of JDG is going to swing us without their teammate, and we can capitalize off that.
Slow and methodical, right? TYL actually using utility to clear all these. A far cry from what they look like on that Haven. They're looking so good at this moment. Overdrive, not yet online. Major will get shut down, and now that's online to be used for the next round. And look, TYL not even angsty with it. Get one. They know they have the man advantage. They rather figure out what to do next.
This is really a testament to IGLing. This is very much a testament to IGLing. If TYL do win this, just the team comms to hear what that would do would be very, very interesting. And Splash, yes, okay, he's been cut off away from his team, but look at that. Yeah, the orbital strike was committed, and Scales is already up on build. He's already here for the rotate. Does get a bad timing, just trying to throw down the cage and is punished. Does actually donate a gun because of that, but 8 seconds left is going to allow the spike to get planted if needed, but slowly just dropping the orbital strike in the opposition Brimstone. It's not even going to be necessary.
A different man. Honestly, who is Slowly and what did you do from Haven on to Fracture? Slowly is fighting frags after frags, and Splash is right there with them. How on earth did we get that? No support, mind you, right? The orbital strike was thrown out from JD to try and split up the attacking side from TYL, but Splash just dashed in, finds 2. That wasn't even where the spike was going. There are layers to TYL's attack right now.
And there's 8 rounds back to back. You would think JDG at some point could stem the bleeding, but the timeouts have not saved them. It seems like nothing can save them, especially with Splash coming out like that. The Seekers have sought. We're not going to be able to answer back with our own, but TYL have done this mid-rounding so professionally. And with the way that Haven went, I think we're learning about the 2 insta-bans from both of these teams, Multi.
Yeah, that might be the case. Everyone's watching right now. Top 8 teams need to be able to get any sort of advantage over each other. So you best bet that every single coach will be scrutinizing this and watching the rise of TYL to put themselves here 2 above their defenders. Nice information once again that Scales is providing to the side of JDG. The question is, do we capitalize on it? TYL's opting for a yes.
I don't know. I have wall hacks. I know where all of these players are. I don't know, because Tyler can just... Sword9 can decide to do whatever he wants. I am as stressed as JDG probably are feeling it right now. And here we go with 30 seconds. Oh my gosh! Oh, Coco Notes! Oh, you can't be doing that! Oh no, that was... We said Tyler were playing with nerves all the way back in Haven. That is playing without a nervous system. No readaptation for the spray. And Tyloo have gained all control.
You actually hear the crowd kind of groan as well. It's hard to watch
sore.
actually. That was sore. That was sore. Especially because Coconut has been a tried and true initiator. We know how well they play, but maybe once again nerves are hitting on the other side of the fence. And it looks like right now, 12-9. Looking for the IGL to put them out of their misery. Okay, fights back.
I mean, you can fight back all you want, but Tyloo, I nearly said JDG out of habit, out of muscle memory. It's Tyloo on match point. And Tyloo could win this with 10 rounds straight on attack. Just from their executes alone.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Wait, JDG haven't won a single round this first half. Oh.
3-9 to 12-9. JDG have not held. This is incredible stuff from Tyloo.
We now understand why this is their map pick, right? Stats only tell a partial part of the story, but they're steamrolling right now.
But they are steamrolling. And JDG, when they attempt to steamroll, they have a steamroller with no roller, with no brakes, with no gas, with nothing. It's not a vehicle. It's just an idea, a thought, a theory. One that may not be enough, one that does not have a practical solution. It's Tyloo, guaranteed overtime, but why would you think about OT when you can just get the last round? You've won 9 in a row. Winning 1 more is the easy part.
Oh, he's baiting out the overdrive as well. Just looking for a head. We'll find Scales, but that's not where the rest of the team is. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough time for Scales to rotate before that overdrive pans out, but at least the plant's down. And Tyloo gonna have to fight back against this man advantage.
Oh, but they've got the spike and they have Armageddon. They've got Armageddon. Literally 1 more kill seals the deal. This is it. Now Splash just has to stand guard. He can get it all himself if he so wishes, but the more kills, the more information he finds, the more likely the Armageddon is the apocalypse. And Splash 1 zap away from the ace. 10 rounds back to back. All 5 for him. And we are not done this series yet, Multi.
We are not done. Tyloo, do not write them out. I talk about them having comeback potential, and we've seen it here manifested from a 3-9 down, invoking the curse, pushing back against JD, winning every single round on their attack side, finishing off with an ace to boot. This is Tyloo.
What the cinema? What the cinema did we just honestly watch? I cannot even begin to fathom how that was done. I say that's a complete lie. I know how that was done. Sword9 is how that was done.
It was indeed. Sword9 with some brilliant plays. Yeah, may not have the highest score, right? But that's besides the point. The ex-coach knows how to call this complicated side, knows how to draw the information and path at the right place at the right time. And on their attack side, they were they were mystic. They were all over and everywhere and anywhere and nowhere at the same time. That just meant JD spent so much time, effort, and utility to clear these corners. And oh my dear lord, why are you just staring me in their soul? I am terrified now.
I mean, I think YU has to be a little bit terrified as well. He stared us down. But credit to them, TYL did not blink. TYL did not back down at all. The first half of these highlights are gonna be a JDG showcase, but the second half, as soon as you see 9 go on the board for JDG, it's all gonna come crashing down for them. And it was more than 10 rounds, it was 11.
It was 11. It was 11 if you count the last round of the first half, right? And some of these players, honestly, TYL players turned up when they really need them. Slowly, absolutely fragged out. I kind of gave them a little bit of a hard time on Haven because it took them until like round 6. But here we go, comms for TYL.
我先去了。
来打开门，有种有种。有发现兄弟。我准备开呢。绑手的呢。下手分线。完了。3、2、go。A大霓虹，沙地霓虹，沙地霓虹打爆脸，他们会上去了，他们回去了。我下包 A 大包。一位留个炮，我们把他们放回防了，小心。啊。
爆能器已部署。
加一个，准备部署。顶着手这把。 他们要清 A 地用，我在你旁边站着。他们要清 A 地，你得去那边，我是狙。那我懂着了，架不了你李卫。别帮我，沙地人多。架着开呢，好，开呢。这第三份干，不用管爆点，兄弟，不用管爆点。有爆率，别急，基地跟 A 面，别大，别急，多爆率，别急 ，A 大包。 没炮了，你找这个打，40，没时间，9哥没时间，去打他。
我为什么要插这个破尸？
连子弹出去了，漂亮，我子弹打完了，漂亮。
You hear the urgency in their voices. So good. And I'd like to point out Splash is actually Indonesian, right? Hailing from the RRQ Academy, learned Mandarin. Everyone here is speaking Mandarin, and the fact that Splash is able to just integrate and get themselves a nice ace at the tail end. Masterclass.
No, masterclass is how this currently feels like. And I mean, JDG looks strong on their attack, but genuinely, TYL pulled them aside and went, let me show you how you do this properly. Like, take notes on the attack that we have. And can you blame them? Can you blame them for that? Look at that hex. I don't think I've just seen a hexagon be point-to-point matched. I've seen it close. There's usually 1 point away that kill death or kills per round, but slowly doubling the kill, more than doubling the KDA of the average player in the server.
I mean, really turned up when they really needed to. It's basically said, hey, let me step in right now, right? Whatever you saw before, that wasn't me. This is me. This is the real me, and you're watching, and we're gonna make ourselves really turn up when it matters. Slowly was an absolute beast, right? Using so much other people's utility to play off, which is, again, talking about some of the synergies that were lacking, I'll say it, lacking in Haven, now very, very apparent, very smooth. And slowly, the controller just easing into the role, finding those headshots time and time again is an arc, to say the least.
Oh my day. Well, it'll be more fitting whenever it comes to Barcelona and such, I suppose, but an Arc de Triomphe, genuinely speaking, absolutely beautiful here. And yeah, Coconut, I mean, a solid first performance, 10 assists, but ERV with the 15, if you're going sky to sky, and MVP to MVP slowly just walked away. I don't think I've fully seen a 9 into the little square brackets, which means that was the amount of rounds they finished the first half with. Don't think I've just seen 9, and then it's stick there.
It's just, oh, there. Wow. It's just put them on hold, and JDG honestly could not find a single opening. This is going to be a big honestly, just thinking about this from a broader perspective as well, right? In this double elimination playoffs, JDG are gonna have this on their back now, and when it comes down to future map picks and bans, this might be something that they have to either immediately ban out or risk having the other players choose this particular map against them, because they struggled hard on defense. They were being pulled left and right pretty early on. TYL brought layers to their attacking side by, I think, not just a one pump fake, but a triple pump fake, going from A to B like 4 times, I recall, on one of those rounds, and JD were just headless chickens in the wind, trying to figure out where the attackers were. So if there's anyone to study Fracture for, it's gonna be TYL for this series.
Absolutely, and Sword9 getting his team their steps in with all of those rotates, and he's getting them the most in with the fact we're going to Pearl. But that's something that will be happening right after this break. We'll be back for the third and final map of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head.
A statement that I don't believe anyone really predicted, especially 9 rounds into map number 2. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to map number 3, the end of the series. We're right into it. There's not going to be any sort of shenanigans. We've right into the agent select.
We are indeed. Now we're into Pearl, the tail end of it, the decider map, and both teams have opted for a double duelist, albeit a slightly different choice of agents, right? Ze and Splash both on the Neon, but Yui now on the Waylay that they're typically rocking nowadays. We've actually seen them play Pearl a while back, and they were rocking the Phoenix, which JD which TYL has been doing time and time again and are still opting for. ERV is moving off the initiator, did a fairly great job on that previous map, and now onto the Phoenix we go. Astras across the board, different choice of Sentinel. Okay, TYL, JD, I think we've got ourselves a match.
We've went from Haven was fairly different in terms of like the Waylay versus like the Waylay, Phoenix, Neon, and everything. We're basically seeing that a bit more of a return to form here, because as like it was very similar compositions on Fracture, right? I think the only change up really double initiator versus that double duelist. So seeing this is kind of the culmination of those first two maps, which is exactly what this is, Multi, and we will see. TYL broke the curse of their pistol win rate. Was exactly how they started Fracture second half. Let's see if they keep that momentum.
Let's see indeed. Let's see indeed, right? So far, this will be the third different type of Sentinel that TYL are bringing to Pearl. In the past, they've run the Killjoy as well as the Chamber, and now it'll be the Cypher making its splash here, or rather scales here, on the stage. Being the solo dolo on the A side, triple stack on that B, plus JD really opting for this mid space, and that's going to be the name of the game in my opinion. I feel like, you know, Pearl is actually a very flat map. The distance between attacker spawn and defender spawn is quite small, so the ones who can abuse that mid space, just like how Yui is pathing, is going to be able to split this entire map in half.
And he's even met the Trailblazer now. He's give the dog a little bit of a pet, so they know that's art and everything all clear. It was a stack from TYL, a miss, just a risky gamble stack that didn't work out for them, but Scales, it's still his spider web that JDG have walked into, and the first person to get tagged there. Spike will go down. I thought it had been tapped again, but stick comes through. So first frag for TYL, but a difficult retake right now.
Themselves flashes though, they have the man advantage, using some cutting the corners here. Nice relay bolt from Splash to open things up, and Coconut will find one on the retake here, leaving themselves much to be desired. Coconut and J Kuro bit caught out from the action, especially with these domes coming into play. It's just J Kuro who can't find anything more. So once again, TYL will be able to steal away the pistol.
They heard what I said. They heard the stats of being the lowest performing pistol round win rate team, and they went, we don't like that name. That's a terrible name. No one refer to us like that anymore. And I mean, to be honest, that's just Jay getting a bit overzealous. You know the Cypher's online. It's not as if the tripwires are a surprise at this stage, right? Just yeah, a bit overzealous and punished accordingly.
I like the initial idea from JD though, like abuse this mid space, really try to open things up, especially because you have so much mobility agents on your side. You might as well use that to your advantage. Nice deep smoke actually coming out from JD, from TYL to once again continue the harvesting of orbs for ERV, like you call it, the shortest kind of orb counter that is to run it down. Now on to A we go. Fast and Furious, and Jay will open things up.
But we're onto the A site. Oh my god, we're going to the A site. We're going to art after the A site, it seems. We're going to go looking at some paintings, and right now the canvas is TYL's face. The paint is JDG's bullets. 3 players survive off the back of it there. Just a very surprising execute. The corner not checked with intent. Scales able to be good for 1. Slowly, the man, the myth, the legend for TYL back in Fracture, and at the end of Haven, all things considered, in a 1v2.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't even realize that. Maybe did a gamble, right? Wanted to pivot to A just in case that JD was able to double back and therefore would be already on site, but unfortunately gambled incorrectly. So we'll have to make their way onto the B side. I think the Spectre from J Crew was picked up as well. They didn't manage to pick up any stronger weapons, which is going to be slowly kind of saving grace here, but we'll still be in this 1v2 situation.
I mean, it's a close angle, but slowly's just letting the spike timer tick down. He's opted to save the Guardian and potentially even, actually, maybe even bigger braid here. Saving the Guardian for the round 3, especially with the economy being a bit shaky going into a Thrifty. That's one aspect. But Slowly is on defense. He can get the ult orb a little bit easier, particularly on the A site. So just not giving JDG the opportunity of it can be a factor.
I mean, this is a surprise, right? I was also a little caught off guard with the pathing into Art from A. You think like, oh, A is open, get plant down, 300 credits each, done deal, Thrifty done. But no, you catch them on the back foot here with a bit of a slide action into Art, and that's precisely how JDG were able to turn this over for themselves.
We'll see. I think, to be honest now, what was Haven, very one-sided map. Fracture, very one-sided, and then went to the other side and proceeded to be very one-sided. Maybe our third and final is going to be a close back and forth here. Slowly with the Guardian, that has been saved. Showing exactly why it was worth doing that. And Splash coming in, the Bandits. It's still a pistol round, it feels like, Multi.
Yeah, they're unstoppable with these Bandits. Even taking them at fairly long range and now regrouping for a bit of play, right? They've stolen a Phantom away and they've sent this Phantom onto a bit of a Hail Mary into A just to cover their corners and actually feed information. This is Splash saying, look, I've heard absolutely nothing here. J Kuro, though, definitely heard something happen. Or hearing the Speedster dash their way in. And now the question is, what will the IGL make this call in this man deficit?
What is the call indeed? Splash a very aggressive angle on towards that box. Who knows if he'll get called out for it or not, but 30 seconds. These angles are going to need to start being cleared. And very quickly, JDG looking a little bit more like TYL on that B push, right? Okay, you've seen 2Xs very deep in. Meanwhile, the rest of JDG not pushed up, and Splash now stuck between the jaws of JDG, but he's killed enough time. I genuinely believe 10 seconds left. The spike is going to need to be stuck, and it's going to need to be stuck right now. It will go down just in time.
But they know they're on a time crunch. They've isolated these 1v1s. They know the final two players still makes it interesting. But once again, the Bandits come alive, and TYL are able to steal the bonus back.
The Highwaymen right now, honestly, turn over your courage, turn over your rounds, turn over your credits, empty your pockets, because your gun rounds mean nothing to us. 600 credits. Ignore all the other guns in your screen that aren't bandits for the sake of my point that I'm making. Oh my god, what a flick from Sword 9, by the way.
Yeah, that was nasty with it. Now, JD trying to pull a bit of a leaf out of TYL's book. 2 bandits in coconuts and Yui's kind of name to be able to maybe make a play here. Alright, not the start if you're JD itself. This mid space hasn't really been contested in the past. Now, Prowler being sent out flash. Nice swing from ER. V gets a double. The relay bow does not stop this Phoenix whatsoever. Hungry for more. On to the third, but couldn't find another. Damage done though. And J. Kuro left in a lonesome position.
For J. Kuro. Blink and you'll watch your team disappear. I was about to say maybe J. Kuro will do a magic trick of his own. He's only good for the initial 2. Slowly will shut down any shenanigans right there. Even still though, it's night and day, TYL's playstyle. Even the aggression on the defense, it looks so much cleaner, Molly.
It really does, right? And yeah, you might call it for some hero plays. You might call it that JD perhaps is still kind of figuring out how they want to play their attack side, because I was just thinking about round number 3 where, you know, they had Splash inserted so far deep, but it wasn't really dealt with until the last 15 seconds of the attacking half. And so it's a lot that JD, I think, are still trying to figure out. A new look from TYL though, very aggressive. 4 players pushed in and out of A, clearing this site. Scales now in basically a retake position. They'd rather let JD whittle away even the Seekers, right? And as well as the Cosmic Divine. Wow, expensive for the attacker.
Yeah, it's got real expensive real quickly. To be honest, an ERV just gets to walk in with his Phoenix drone. With his life, here we go. Come on, let's go. Prowler gonna back him up. He does exactly what he's meant to do off the back of that utility. The fast lanes cross and X being made onto the B site here. The refrag, Splash has done incredible with that. Slides in and takes 3, has to get refragged, and Jay nearly the one to make it all happen. Again, the guillotine from Sword 9. TYL, a different beast on this defense, and they are keeping the momentum from Fracture alive.
They are indeed. I mean, JD, they walked into this round with an idea of what to do, and I felt like they didn't readapt, unfortunately, right? Take this mid space, go through B-Link and split the map in half, but they didn't hear anything. Right? They actually didn't hear any sort of utility or presence, and they maybe could have saved some of their ultimates for post-plant information and countering. Unfortunately, they lost a couple of powerful ultimates and not even the round.
Definitely. I mean, it's not as scary. Okay, some of the ultimates are going to be coming online, so the cycling from them is good, but in terms of overall value, JDG not finding much at all. And Scales now, just his utility alone, enough to force JDG kind of back towards a different angle. And I don't think we've really seen JDG, other than the initial pistol round from YU going through double doors and dashing into that kind of link. Don't think we've seen JDG really look confident in committing to the first play that comes to their mind.
Yeah, indeed, right? And you know, it might be a momentum thing, seeing how they were kind of struck down on that map too, and so they're trying to get their bearings back in. The good news is that they've actually pulled TYL off this A site completely. The fast lane just used colloquially just to get themselves back on this A site, but it's gonna be this full retake from TYL now.
Such a good retake with such a good ultimate to back it up. JDG though, they don't need ults, they don't need anything, they've just got guns, they've got mechanics. They've cut down everyone here. ERV has done the damage indeed. At least, well, good for one, I say. Hardly if they do too much damage, and Scales off the back of it, now forced onto the save. I believe my prediction was correct. I said as well in Fracture that all TYL had to do was what JDG did, and they did that. So far, I'm saying that we're in for a closer map 3 multi. I might be 2 for 2.
You might be indeed. I'm never taking any of your bets because it looks like at least the way they're playing right now, it is coming in close. J-Kuro looking for it. Can't find Scales though, so it looks like at least this Phantom will be brought over to round number 7. And let me just think about this real quick. Yeah, I think, yes, the Nightfall was actually deployed by TYL during the retake, but the positioning from JD was actually humongous, right? The thing about the Nightfall is that it leads you to, it tracks the position of all those being hit by it, but if you're playing so far forward, so up close, right, it actually lends to a surprise factor that I think TYL weren't quite ready for.
It's also excellent cross-firing as well. Like, great Nightfall cuts you down to half HP, but you can't look 3 directions at once. And JDG, they knew how to counter that perfectly. Splash, that's a tough shot to land, but one that will be missed, and Jay does mean does get the information for his team. The operator is online, so suddenly getting onto the site and just getting that spike planted would mean that Splash is essentially a gun down, especially because Overdrive isn't online.
It's true. So it leaves JDG scattering for a different site. But look at the amount of utility actually being placed, right? We've got an Astral Star just at the choke point there. A couple of kill trips that Scales may or may not be in position for. They've used the fast lane to maybe draw some attention, but the pathing from Yui is aggressive right now.
He's got the zoomies. Got the zoomies. It's usually Neon that has it, but Welly can certainly have a bit of movement on her own. The molly comes through. Splash! That's an easier shot now. A potential heartbreak for him here, depending on what happens. He's running it down. He really wants to get this kill onto Stu. The alarm bot's going to get called back. A third missed shot. And Stu gets away with, it's not literally murder, but close enough.
Yeah, now information fed through the Cypher cam. It should be known that it's going to be this A hit. They've left the single player slowly on a bit of a lurk, but they rather just barrel in because seconds are counting down and they want to take this onward going. Coconut brings the fight to ERV, but oh, the flames! The post-mortem kill comes true.
I didn't even know there was an actual graphic for that because I just assumed no one would ever die to the Phoenix Flame wall, but there it is. It's the first time I've ever seen it, and okay, Jay, certainly not the first time we've seen the overdrive kill graphic come through, not at all. Done a decent chunk of time killing here for his team, even though he is the first, even though he does fall. And JQdo and YU from main, Stu still on the site if needed, but it will not be the case, and they're now clawing back themselves.
They are indeed. I felt like TYL was a little rushed in their retake protocols, right? Could have waited just a little bit more for those utilities to be set up just a little bit better. Get the work the crossfires just a little bit more. But also just with those electrical fingers, deadly with it. Roll clean shot. And then it's just aim labs. Look at that. The nice slow-mo from UE to find the mark. Timeout call.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised to see it. Everything looks very back and forth, and everyone looks very composed and tight-knit on the ideas and the executes they plan for. I mean, use them or lose them, right? But I'm a little bit shocked to see that TYL have pushed the button on this so early. But again, you leave this too long, JDG really start to build up that own snowball and the momentum, and suddenly you're right back to Haven.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so far TYL, they've taken a while to really find their groove, find their footing, right? Even that, yeah, back in that first half of that first map, it ended 10-2, which means that the build-up was nice and slow. Even on their map pick, they were down 3-9 and really came alive only in the last, 10 rounds or so, 11 rounds to be precise. And so Coach probably doesn't want to let that momentum go. They've let JD kind of chain, 3 rounds in a row right now. Now in the lead, 1 above themselves. Oh, no. JD is still 1 below Tai. My apologies, and they've only chained 2. So less dramatic, but still wants to keep the momentum. Maybe bring a little bit more action. And action we shall see. It's a triple push. They really want to make a difference here and try and figure out if their bandits are going to do the same thing as round number 3.
TYL have believed in the economy. Oh, the dash in from YU, initially getting caught in the Cypher trap, actually wrapping around his head, like walking through a spider's web, but not going to be enough there. JQdo realizing that shouldn't necessarily go for the spike plant immediately, drop it off to Stu to get the lockdown online, and TYL not with the best economy. So it is plenty of time for JDG to work with, and that's another aspect of TYL calling this timeout. They knew they were going in with the lower buy. It's okay to let your opposition 2 or 3 rounds in a row is not the end of the world here, and that looks to be exactly what JDG are about to put themselves onto, unless slowly. If there's one person to do it, it is him.
It is him. Picked up a Phantom in the midst of this chaos. But time's ticking, right? Only 45 seconds, and that was a whiles back. I mean, finds one, has to basically ace clutch at this tail end, and granted, JQdo's got a bunch of utility to make it ever so difficult, so doesn't look like Slowly's going to be able to make anything more apart from further kills. Nice 4K as a consolation unfortunate. Unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. I mean, that's a fantastically expensive round for JDG, basically forced by Slowly, but yeah, losing the Phantom as well is pretty tough. Slowly trying to really pick up his team at this point and just carry them on his back, but a touch too far right now. But the economy will remain close due to Slowly's Herculean effort.
Yeah, and that's hopefully gonna succeed in the long run. Tied back up now. JDG find themselves equal footing score-wise with TYL. So we're back in it to win it. I mean, the good news is that ERV's got that run it back and could make a play, assuming that he gets tested here through and through on this B side. JDG, you know, I like the default approaches that they've brought so far. They're not over-committing to any singular site. But when they do, they're starting to find a bit more momentum, right? They're not looking as lost anymore, which is, I think, the important part. So far, I think that's why they're able to climb back.
I 100% in agreement with you, JDG, because of that. Have the additional map control that you're just highlighting, that patience. It means the convergent paths online. I'm expecting a fake here, to be honest. I'm half expecting YU to maybe just burn the convergent paths, waiting for the rotate from Coconut as well. You've got two really solid ultimates. They're not going to get popped, actually. It is just going to be a full take of the B site, attempted force. Cosmic Divide bait it out, and that was what it was for. All of that effort just to make the run it back wasted, just to waste the Cosmic Divide, and potentially JDG a free site. But why you falls?
Why you falls indeed. The insert into art falls slowly, comes out from Astral Form in the right time. Times are running out. Splash finds all the kills that are necessary, and I don't think there's enough for Coconut to do it. 6 more seconds, 3 more bodies to find, nowhere near a site. And JDG, they get stopped in your tracks.
Oh, again, the theme of this map, it seems to be an expensive round for the winning team, but a round one nonetheless. And that's, you know,
true.
Look at what Splash is doing with it. It's incredible stuff. And then another time, yeah, this is the full tug of war between these two teams now.
I really think it's basically the IGLs trying to play five hit chess with each other right now, right? The baits of both ERVs, run it back, plus the Cosmic Divide was big brain, but then overstepping your boundary on the other side while slowly was lurking around, I think danger or secret as they call it on the A site, was their demise. And then I think they tried to hard pivot in those last few seconds, but enough time had bled down where they couldn't make a good enough plan within that short amount of time. So can't leave everything to those last few precious seconds. So now timeout called, fairly enough. You know, they had a set strat, they tried to draw things out, but coach wants to give them a few more words of wisdom.
Encouragement, wisdom, or if you do want to go back to the speech
comment?
earlier, to the Nats, if you want to go back to the Nats speech, maybe some less polite words. I heavily do doubt that. I'm being incredibly silly when I say that, but who knows? Maybe that's what JDG need to get themselves into this 10th one.
Indeed. Like, just whatever it takes. Either it could be tactics, it could be the mental, and that's the coach to figure out what their team really needs. Coming out from this timeout right now, JDG looking to really put more eggs into a single basket. That is the letter B. Scales opting for a bit of a retake, but at least starting off with the lock it down. Actually signals to TYL quite early on that this is going to be all in. They've got both duelists on the flank. This is going to leave a lot of map control given up for them.
Yeah, this is a massive thing. Yeah, TYL have got everything. TYL know the only position that JDG are in is on this B main angle. They've got themselves so much information on the map here. Yes, okay. They've also got themselves the opening kill on the YU, but JDG answer it back strong. The curveball is not enough. Has been answered back. Home run potentially by JDG here. If they can keep up this post-plant scenario, they've repositioned flawlessly. The dog just doing a bit of sh-movement, getting some information, a decent chunk of information, I should say. And as long as your Astra is alive, the gravitational well is there. The flash hits both, but no kills off the back of it. And slowly Hemco having to push up to try and clear out these rats. And it's 5-5 after the second halftime's been called.
I love the adjustments that JDG had, right? Yeah, sure, they didn't have the map control, but their exec was flawless. First phase of their retake, they played on site and made sure the crossfires were there. And then once the dust momentarily settled, you see all three of them hop back and just play this long angle, right? Playing off the guiding light, playing off contact with each other, and obviously having the grab wells as contingency. And so that's great adjustments from the attacking side.
Just really clean stuff. It's really effective usage of the ults. And speaking of, here we are. We've got the dash in, we've got the light speed, we've got the shotguns all coming through. Of course, the first kill for TYL is a bandit. Of course it is. But either way, JDG will get themselves onto the site and try and pull out back into this A main. But oh my days, TYL are already there. A beautiful relay ball and the curveball as well. The second to follow it up. YU getting double flashed ERV. plays off of it. 1 versus 1 with the gun secured. The swing from Coconut is wide, but ERV casts an even wider net. And he has to sit back down after the pop-off to make sure he defuses the spike.
The man has time, the way they aggress so quickly. I mean, with the Neon by their side, pulling off sightlines, and then the double flash, just not wanting to be careless with it. Right? Look at the slide out, making sure that we're ready for it. Oh, beautifully done. And steady pair of hands is ERV to get a 4K. Ecstatic. Super rewarding to stand on stage like that.
That's, by the way, 4K plus a defuse is 5 out of 6 for Phoenix's ult. So ERV, had he used his ult and then got a kill, he's already got it back. So that's the power of the run it back, truly. And now for the last round, JDG are in a lower eco and a worse position numbers-wise already. YU falls, and ERV quite literally heating up.
Yeah, has a run it back, like you said. And so numbers not in their advantage. Overdrive needs to be triggered online and try and figure out how to get themselves in to here as Scales holds them down in the corner in, and the Neuro Theft online. TYL just putting on a masterclass defense.
Indeed, the Neural Theft as well. JDG not going down without a fight. The wall hacks as well have now been survived, so a 1 versus 1, but JDG, Coconut, all of his information just given away with that single bullet.
Yeah, well, that Sentinel play just outside of Secret, cannot doubt. Even wasn't sure where they were looking towards that final end in that 1v2 situation. But once again, ERV just so hungry with it as well, right? Able to really try and make some big plays for themselves.
Oh, and it is bigger and bigger plays. It's not the 6-6 half that we maybe could have expected. TYL managed to eke it out pretty confidently and pretty comfortably, I must say, surviving quite a... maybe I'll reword it and not say confidently, but enough to weather the storm that JDG had been casting over them.
Yeah. Now, if you ask me, right, Dante, 6 rounds into the series, who would be here at the tail end of this series? I would not have guessed TYL being 2 rounds up. Granted, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. And if JDG, based on their track record of pistols, are able to convert, we might be tied back up. And TYL definitely does not want that. So this particular pistol round is going to be absolutely crucial for TYL to turn up. They've done so in the last couple of rounds. The bandits by their side have been devious and diabolical. And I expect to see more of that on the server soon.
Very, very soon, in fact. 5 seconds until the halftime is over. And hey, look, if TYL take this pistol round, they will then have the 50-50 overall for the series. And that's a lot nicer than the 33% that it initially was going into this series. It only got lower with the pistol rounds on Haven and the first pistol on Fracture. So the fact that it has been completely switched around is a testament to the team's mental and the stability caused by both the coaches and the IGLs.
Yeah, speaking of IGLs, I mean, Sword9 and J Kuro, while the team members here are battling it out in a tactical shooter, they are masterminds here across the site, trying to figure out how to best their opponents from a macro perspective. TYL opting to slow creep down mid. There is a Killjoy bot, or at least turret there, that will be dispensed pretty quickly, and Stew with the jump peek gets all this free information.
Oh, TYL. Oh, Jay. Oh, my G. Jay's actually just relay bolted himself. Oh, gets a little bit overconfident with the Neon movement. He pays the price entirely. Splash now attempting to survive. But back on towards this mid angle, and Art. Oh, the first shot's good. Second and the subsequent, not as much from Scales, but decent damage nonetheless. The spike will need to be retrieved by Slowly. So as much as that Trailblazer has came through, it's not necessarily anything to do with kills. It's a time killer. But who can get a kill? Scales is being held despite being in the opposition spawn.
Yeah, look at the way JDG are playing now. They have numbers advantage and they intend to keep it that way. They're like a wriggling mass of worms all moving together, being led by either a trailblazer or a guiding light, trying to figure out where they want to go because they'd rather not give up these 1v1s against Scales, and that former player Slowly has been on an absolute rampage, so best not to underestimate them.
Yeah, he really showed up and fractured. To be fair, not as much this map so far, but that is just because the rest of TYL have started to really show up, which is a fantastic statement for them, but it's now down to one. The Astra Stars come through, the Nebula dancing in and out. He's managed to completely schmoove the way around all of JDG. Where is he? Where can he be? It's Stu to peek through the clouds, get the spot down, and the pistol round the way of JDG.
Okay, a sigh of relief if you're JDG, which means that you're likely gonna be able to come back up and tie the scoreline, unless something like the first half happened and it goes awry, you know. The anti-ecos are still kind of up in arms, and honestly, both these teams have had their thrifty moments, to say the least, if they can pull off something different, if they can pull off something innovative. And so let's see what TYL are gunning for right now. They're all kind of grouped up here in this mid space, in this A space. The flash is beautiful. Ze around the corner with a judge.
You hear the crowd. Even the crowd are a little bit like, what's about to happen here? And the curveball. All of a sudden, ERV is being set up so perfectly with these flashes. These executes just weren't there on Haven. That is a testament to be honest, the fact that JDG really just refused to let them come through. But yeah, the executes on TYL looking much cleaner, playing off the curveball, much smoother, and Splash even just showing up for his squad when needed.
Yeah, I mean, even these cloud bursts are beautiful as well. The smokes, rather, from Astra. Now, this is where the weaponry really comes to shine. Coconut and J Kuro will just mow them down. Not much else in the tank for TYL. You've picked up a judge, put in the hands of Splash, but couldn't really crack open this side. So slowly having to just maneuver your way around. Can't even die to a spike explosion. Will probably give up their lives to someone here.
Oh, yeah.
Cut it short. We were about to say something, but
everyone was shocked. Me, you, and the crowd. Slowly should not have gotten away with that. It's not going to be relevant in the grand scheme of things. At least it shouldn't be. And had Slowly actually aimed a pixel or two up, I would have been wrong. A second kill would have been found, but not going to be the case, as the round differential there is non-existent.
Yeah, it's not tied back up. We're back to an even Stevens here for the scoreline, and honestly, it is JD playing it quite like methodical thereafter. The judge play up front was a little egregious, but once that was done, the rest was calm, cool, and collected. The downside is that they were actually heavily invested economy-wise, so they're not going to be able to buy up much for 15, apart from the 3 rifles that they brought over from the previous anti-eco. And meanwhile, TYL armed to the teeth. Almost everyone having full shields as well, but a couple, about 3 of them actually. So they go hunting, right? They need to get some opening pick to crack this open, figure out where the killjoy is set up, and hopefully whittle down the utility for the defenses.
It's all about surviving the utility, especially on the... especially if you're TYL right now, JDG, as you just said, lower on the buy. So whittling down utility just piece by piece, bit by bit. Most important aspect of the game right now is 40 seconds have already elapsed on this round number 15. It's just patient coming through. The guiding light, Scale stares at it, and that does give a bit of information. That was intentional though. You see in the cam and the character model as well, stepping out at the perfect time to say, yo, I fed them information, now let's head our way to A. Steel's got a sheriff to their name only, and so will be basically very tested here in this solo dolo. Sheriff could come out. I mean, we've seen what these pistols can do. We've seen what these pistols can do, and Stu certainly adds one more onto it. The curveball is thrown. Stu actually steals the kill away from Jay from the judge. And suddenly, a retake with such a low buy and such a low capability is coming through. And it's coming through incredibly successfully.
That should not have gone down. TYL had that on lock until the tail end. Stu, nasty with it, comes out from the smokes, fires a couple of shots, finds the headshot on the opposing Neon, and then the rest of the retake defenses crumble. That was not meant to be.
Not meant to be is the only other way, the only words that describe a situation like that. It was so said and done for TYL, and YU no longer taking time to stare at the camera. Not enough time, not enough hours in the day, not enough space at all, as everyone is locked in and focused.
You have to be, right? JDG just took back the lead against TYL here, despite being 3 down, or rather 2 down at the half. And Je armed to the teeth with Mr. J, the judge, who seems so efficient and punches through the door and finds scales as well.
The Kool-Aid man has just entered the building, and they will not waste any time on getting through their coconut though. Oh, takes a lot of damage, and the Bucky is a follow-up here. TYL though have got themselves onto the site with this lower buy. Splash is just willing to let himself get cooked. I know he is water, but still not immune to the flames from the Phoenix Mollies. 2 members of TYL survive. JDG still trying to get back onto this site though.
Yeah, the outlaw from Yui rings true, and now the refract just to be able to saturate, just to be able to hold down, and the tap and bait. A lot these TYL players are kind of separated, which means that a little dual action from the JDG sides is good enough, given to Stu to clean shop and lockdown available for the next round as well.
Very, very clean. And if you're JDG, that's exactly what you can afford to give up. 2 guns and the spike needing to be defused is a big enough deal. And we might have to see those last couple timeouts here in just a second, Multi. It's just a little bit too scary. And as long as this series has been, it is closing to an end round by round. And you're not going to have much time left.
You're not gonna have any time left, to be honest. We're nearing the tail end of this. What looked like a comeback era that TYL has entered in is slowly slipping away. What looked like a 2-round lead moving into the second half is now a 2-round deficit. And so TYL's coach looking to turn that around. Hypnotizing is trying to hypothesize something for their team, trying to figure out where they can get themselves back in to this Pearl map, which honestly they haven't done too badly on. It's just that the next one is going to be a buy round, and you need to deal with the smallness of this map. That's the main thing about Pearl.
It's these tighter angles. You talked about it right at the start of the map, about that kind of mid control, and then how do you explode from that to get to those extremities. And it's been real back and forth for both of these teams on their decision making. Again, TYL, the moment they went on to the attacking side, they burst through double doors, tried to take all that space aggressively. And JDG, you even seen the alarm bot actually get moved by Stu all the way over towards that vent. And Stu, it's back over there again. JDG understand how much space TYL are trying to create, and they're kind of letting them.
Yeah, operator online now for the side of UE. Posted nice and short. They've even put Je on the off angle for, I believe, initial contact to maybe bait some sort of entry. But look, once again, this mid space completely unannounced. Is these couple players just walking in. No alarm bots, no contact. We fire ourselves in with the run it back.
Here we go. ERV. Doing what ERV does best. Walks in, gets the site control, gets the information for his team. The saturate, the nerfed saturate, and G and YU both jumping in left and right, precisely to gut the player standing down there. Dealt with incredibly. That's slowly down for a post-plant scenario. That's a really tough character to lose, and the lockdown's only going to make it tougher.
I like this, right? Forcing Sword into an uncompromising position that now has to feed into Zhe with the overdrive online. Now retake ensues. Stu is hard on it. They know where the final two players are. Nice flash. You're just sticking it. There's no way that they're gonna be able to get on to the defuse. And so that'll be ERV trying their best. Finds more and more kills, but the defuse will be ensued.
Jay not quite able to be on for the ace. We've been having a lot of 4Ks and a couple aces here in multi. We have been treated to some hella multi-kill series, and this double up here, left and right, YU pays for his life for it. A nice shot from Splash. Damn, when you see from his POV, that was clean, but still, JDG now 5 rounds on the board. It's not quite Tylu's 11 back-to-back, or 5 rounds back-to-back, I should clarify. It's not quite Tylu's 11. But Tylu are suffocating.
They are indeed. So Tylu need to figure out what they can do to sink or swim. And hopefully for them it will be the former. Nice trade of utility so far. Just trying to bait things out across the board with a bit of a scattered buy. They've got the Nightfall plus the Cosmic Divide Overdrive. They've got a lot of utility. But it's also a bit of a forced buy, right? Which I think was the intention here. So the question is, are they able to whittle out more of the retake utility from JD? We'll see. They put scales into this back end.
Really hoping we see Splash go for the overdrive, drop the Vandal off maybe to Sword 9 or slowly. Or Scales actually for that matter. Scales probably not going to be the case. He's very far down up mid. And Jay, understanding the gaps that they have left, I really like that this is just how it's being set up. The Cosmic Divide, very deep. Or, I say very deep, it looks very deep if you're looking at Sewer. Pretty standard setup on towards the A site, but the Guiding Light finds nothing. Coconut, I don't believe even certain that there are people on the site joining him, but as soon as the spike goes down, it will confirm so.
A Nightfall online as well. They've got art control, which means that they really only need to focus towards the front side flowers as well as secrets, and that's precisely where this Nightfall is aimed.
Indeed, as soon as the util comes through, yes, look at that aerial view. We get to see the saturate, the waves, the light speed, and the refrag come through. Everything else is done. Night has fallen. All the information known. JDG know who and where they're dealing with. Nice one from Shay. The trades are good. ERV a second curveball as well over YU. So he doesn't actually get flashed up. And meanwhile, the spike is diffused without very much notice at all.
Second time from right under their noses is the spike diffused. It was a valiant attempt, honestly, from Tylu's side, right? They inserted scales deep into mid, which held that art corridor, but I felt maybe showed their hand a little too early. Yeah, right here, just spots that out, and possibly leaving it to a tail end could allow for a better pincer maneuver, because then it was not enough. Even the grab wall, unfortunately, wasn't positioned in the right place at the right time. JD were ready for that.
That's a bit less of an impressive JDG and just a big blunder from Tylu in that case then. That's really scary. ERV though, he might die twice. He doesn't. Splash actually saves his teammate's life there. So still a potential for a 6 versus 4 and an execute onto whichever site that Tylu so choose.
Yeah, you see the proactiveness from JDG, right? In the past, they've heard this mid-space erupt, especially on the B link. They proactively want to push out into B long and just make sure it's cleared. And once that information is fed, okay, now you actually get Coconut rotating over to A, which is precisely where the spike's going.
Here we go in the Killjoy turret. The most frustrating nightmares thing to deal with. The X-Ray comes through. Stu, though, X-Ray of his own answers back. ERV not going to be enough to control the site on his own. Splash with the info, Splash with the positioning. But now he's been found out as well. The refractors came through, but this distraction, I said it was good. YU has the presence of mind to 180, still isn't going to be fast enough to get it done. Tylu managed to walk away. The numbers advantage very much in their favors, but JQro, I believe, going to have the timing on the Cypher cam. Now suddenly a 2 versus 1, the crowd uproar as JQro has to decide how to go about this.
IGL has to do it all, right? Picking around the white swing, finds one! Heads almost line up for the collab, but once again, it is slowly to put the final nail in the coffin. Tylu managed to keep themselves a bit more afloat.
They are managing to repair this dinghy. Sellotape or patch by patch, whatever you want to call it. Either way, it's not sunk just yet. But it's getting... The waters are getting deeper. It's getting colder. It's getting shakier. Still a timeout for JDG left if they feel it is necessary. To be honest, a little bit surprised it's not being popped now, but if TYL get another and bring themselves 9-11, you would have to imagine that's the call.
Orb farming is crucial right now, like utilizing the precious resources just to maybe arm Ja a little bit closer towards that overdrive. Every single advantage does count, and oh, speaking of Brazil, almost gets spotted, almost gets their chin wiped clean from ERV. And now we'll have to contest this A site.
The hot hands as the C's as well. That is going to catch Stu, but he's not going to really take much damage elsewhere. Ooh. Spray through the smoke. It's a bit fortunate for him. TYL, you're going to really not be thanking their lucky stars here. The pre-fire through the wall. Splashes just went for the tap on the spike, but it's a disengage through or up towards that mid angle, and the utility from JDG is still coming through onto the A site here. TYL have now opted back onto the A site with everyone here now ready for them.
That's the tall order, right? Like, everyone's playing contact, no one's overstepping because you don't need to. You have the numbers advantage. You want to go in for information. The refract showcases where they are, and Zero will come in for the kill. Yui's right there with them as well. Leaves scales will drop and slowly has to do it all. But once again, you can't leave these heroics to individuals.
Oh, I think a miscommunication and a half from TYL. Such confident space taken on the site. And then the initial comm maybe to essentially rotate early, and you would actually beat TYL's rotate button, or beat JDG's rotate, but instead what actually happens is the disengage comes through, you walk right back onto the site, and JDG are going fantastic. Lovely to see you here. Do you come here often? You might only be able to show up one more time as JDG on match point.
They are indeed. They're so close to turning this over and finally putting this series behind us. What looked like a rocky, confident start turned into a rocky endeavor onto that second map that was Fracture. But they're finding a lot more successes here on Pearl. And they're hoping to convert this final round without dragging it on. They've got a fair number of ult as well for a retake, right? That could prove super useful if you just slam everything in the kitchen sink towards a ticking spike. And that might be the game plan here. You see a lot of people playing off-site.
JDG knowing that the economy for TYL is going to be a bit worse. It is, in fact, that little bit worse. Splash would have to rely on the overdrive and give the spike to someone, or give the Vandal to someone else if they were to have a hope and dream of using that specifically. The Killjoy turret's going to get found. Damage is done, and the initial utility is being fired out.
I was just waiting. JDG know they have the protocols. They're ready for the retake here. Initial splash just to get secret control and make sure no one creeps around and gets rid of this this lockdown.
5 seconds left for it to take down Splash, though, playing incredibly aggressive on towards Flyers. Cosmic Divide as well. Do or die for TYL and JDG. They're just wanting to try and get this stuck. The gravitational well has been forced out, and the kill feed mostly lines up green. Splash just edging out through the Cosmic Divide, though. Manages to actually make space for him. Spike being tapped yet again. We're sending it out. Coconut, he's just going to try and stick it, but it's the swing from Main. The swing from Slowly is the one to keep TYL in it.
Honestly, that is TYL trying to figure out how to keep themselves alive. So much utility was not used, actually. A lot of their scale up was nice and dry, and they peaked together as a team, which meant that they could use a lot of their utility for post-plant situations. They knew that there was going to be a Cosmic Divide, and they were ready with a couple players positioned at Art. And the rest was them collapsing out at the correct time, and of course a disgusting kind of sliding first shot accuracy that came out from the Neon that we won't want to talk about because I PTSD.
Okay, I was going to say very quickly, but YU's already dead. Good shot from the Outlaw there. What's also a big factor is that was JDG's Cosmic Divide, so Slowly still has his online for whenever they want to play a retake on their own terms. And especially with YU already killed, it's TYL's terms that JDG are wanting to void.
Yeah, with Yui out of the way, this feels like it should be Tylu's map, right? Nice and clear. They catch Coconut. Alright, with their pants down as well, which means, you know, yep, exactly what you imagine. JDG now hard rotating onto the A, understanding that they have no players there. Tylu could have figured that out, although they do not have that figured out. And they're okay. They can still kind of take their time and really default the map, because with numbers advantage, the map is truly their oyster.
Very, very cautious. An oyster indeed. And inside it could be, fittingly enough, the Pearl that you brought up. And now Stu, the one person still here on towards this site, doesn't quite get the crosshair placement skills, not swinging long. And J Kuro cannot find a hope or a dream in the world. Tyloo, short of Jay, doing everything in the world here. Gonna find themselves on for double digits. Scales on top of the screen. They're gonna see his elbow. Nice clean shot. A little bit easier. 1 versus 5. Ace clutch for Jay with the Guardian. You say it out loud, it sounds impossible, and ERV proves it is.
Yeah. I honestly, okay, double digits now for Tyloo. If I was JD, I'd start getting a little anxious, right? You pulled ahead in terms of your lead on the second half, but then you're starting to make some fundamental mistakes, right? Leaving carelessness in your positioning, leaving yourself vulnerable to flashes, which honestly, you gotta play anti-flash. Okay, timeout now called, right? The last timeout possible for any of these teams, the last possible moment in this best of 3. And JDG want to put this over and done with within regulation. And Tyloo just needs to play 2 more perfect rounds to push overtime.
They do. Look at, again, it really needs to be the journey of how we got here is ridiculous. 13-2 Haven, a 3-9 half that Tyloo then 11, or sorry, a 2-9 half basically. Then 11 round win streak for Tyloo to bring it 13-9. We have now got Pearl a 5-7 half for the side of, or 7-5 half for the side of Tyloo, and JDG now on match point and the last brink of it all.
I felt like JDG, at least on Pearl, doing the initial like few rounds here for their defensive half, were quite proactive with some of the pushes. And they tried to do it the last couple of rounds. A lot of individual missteps led them to all these 1vx's, which means man disadvantage, and that's not good. They're going to try that just a little bit again. Quick flash to clear this area. Here's no one, so back into mid we go, as that's where Tyloo is venturing.
It's a big venture, one that could pay out. Art has been very, very solid for them. But really no one committed towards this A main right now. Yes, of course, a delayed push from Slowly and Scales will mean they get on there eventually. And the Cosmic Divide, the one that Slowly can now play to his side rather than J Kuro. But Stu is so aggressive with this. This should work out for him, but no one from Tyloo's met him yet.
It can't last that long. It has to come down. You hear the plant go down, the spam through. It has to escape the Cosmic Divide rather wait for the rest of it. Nerves finally get to him.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Stu, because that's such a good position to be in. And Tyloo just never gave him the opportunity to capitalize off of it. And you can see from Tyloo, though, because of the fact they've committed this way, they have to keep an eye on these extremities. They don't know where a lot of these JDG players are. And JDG know where they are. They've made it a quick 3, a quick 4th. Stu's smoke is but a suggestion. He bursts through the nebula. YU stands up. And JDG breathe probably the heaviest sigh of relief that you will hear in some time.
Indeed, right? That timeout comes into fruition. And whatever coach whispered to them, those sweet nothings, please save it and send it to me in case I ever need a pick-me-up. Because JDG came out from a bit of a dry spell, but they were able to come back strong. Yeah, luck was a bit on their side. Stu wasn't found, but also Stu didn't capitalize on their sneaky kind of position. But then the retake was flawless, right? With the utility coming in the right spots. and the slides coming in at the right time. A sigh of relief, you called it, as you see faces and smiles erupting here on the site. Although we do have to bid consolation prizes to TYL, right? Really pat on the back, golf claps to everyone because they absolutely put in the work to come and put us within touching distance actually of overtime in map 3.
Absolutely, and again, we don't have to. We can say our commiserations and our consolations, but we don't have to say farewell. It just means that JDG have a lot less games to play and can rest a little bit easier. TYL will no longer be in the upper bracket. Gonna have to fight through on that mid style. We might be able to get a look at the full bracket over the course at the end of the series once we've done the highlights, interviews, and all. But just genuine phenomenal work from JDG. A heartbreak from TYL, but it didn't look like it was even close to possible to get this far, so it is still a congratulation.
It really is, right? And I we've said it during the broadcast itself, and I'll say it again. It really is a mental fortitude to come up from that sort of deficit so early on and say, no, we're still here to game. We know who we are. We're playing on, and that's precisely how a lot of these players turned up, right? Sword9 IGLing their absolute ass off. We've got Slowly plus Splash turning up exactly when we need to, getting MVPs and 4K and aces actually on that fracture as well. So that's beautifully done for TYL. You have to hold your head up high to be able to bring it all the way to this end.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll get to hear from BDOS, throw it to the interview.
JDG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是来自 JDG 的 YU 选手 ，YU 也是恭喜你们在首钢冰球馆拿到了自己在北京季后赛的。
How's the atmosphere today?
感觉现场的观赛氛围怎么样？
我觉得很好吧，就当。
And he says that it feels great when we're making plays. It was really loud.
非常的热情，今天呼喊也是非常的给力，感谢大家的支持。那聊一下今天的比赛吧，因为赛前预测可能大部分的观众都预测。
So everyone had predicted that the series would be a 2-1.
两队可能实力是比较接近的。当然，今天图一对你们来说一定是可能是比较美。
So you guys won map 1 really decisively. What was the key to that?
能够做到的关键原因会是什么？
我觉得就是把我们所有在训练上。
And he just said the key was us showing what we practice in scrims, doing that very well.
顺利，对。
是的，今天包括看到你们的状态、你们的火力，一上来就是来势汹汹，看得出来你们是有备而来的。那说到版本的变动，看到在换轮削弱之后，其实
So they're wondering what the way nerfs.
天路都有了一些阵容上的调整，所以想知道是什么。
And what made you guys still pick Whaley on map 1 and 3?
换轮这样的一个英雄。
其实我觉得主要可能还是我微类比较。
And he says that I guess I'm still kind of relatively confident compared to the other duelists on Whaley.
然后让牛泽好发挥一点，所以对我们是以这个为中心。
对你个人对于换冷的熟练度是比较高的，当然也想深入聊一下，因为在赛前有一些观众他们就会比较担心，觉得在换冷削弱之后可能会影响到你的一些发挥，因为我们知道换冷你是一位非常善于去利用技能为团队打开优势。
Yeah, so a lot of our audience were concerned about this Whaley. What are your thoughts on it?
现在虽然没有办法配合的这么完美了，但还是有其他很大。
And he says that even though the Whaley has received quite a lot of nerfs, there's still quite a lot of advantage to it, like the util, the saturates.
版本会是一个首要的考虑因素，但是对于你个人来说，对于团队来说，适配度也是非常重要的权衡的理由。今天确实看到你在对局当中有很多高光的发挥，那中途有一阵好像你的队友。
So we heard your teammates kind of praising you in the mid rounds.
不要再夸我了，当时发生了什么？帮我们还原一下。
我记得我是大狙了2个吧，然后好像是第5也杀了2个，然后他们只。
And he says that in that round he got 2 at an off, and then one of his teammates also got 2, but then they were only praising him, and then praising his teammate and not him, and then he was just getting a little bit of temper. And he says that thank you to the coach and everyone behind the scenes for all the support. Everyone's worked very hard.
对，感谢所有人的努力，包括从杭州到北京，看到你们一路以来的蜕变和成长，也是更加期待你们之后的发挥。
And that's it for the interview.
当然，此时此刻属于
And it's time for their selfie and the prize draw.
让我们一起来拍一张照。来，3、
I think it's really cute that we've started to add the selfie in. As you know what, it's nice to see, because you can look back at this in probably 3 to 5 years, and you'll get to look back on all of the selfies and the photos and just see how the players have come, both in terms of just how they look and if anyone has changed it up. So yeah, really, really nicely done.
Nicely done indeed. And honestly, Yui being such a humble king, right? You tell him, Waylay haters. Like, I like that the man doubled down and said, no, like, this is an agent that still has to fulfill their own potential and still has a lot to give. And we really kind of saw a lot of potential, a lot of greatness from him on the Waylay, especially with the strat that we kind of keep glazing about on the Haven. I think because of that, I'm also convinced. I'm definitely converted, and the Waylay is still not out yet. And that's humongous for Yui as well, bringing on the highlights here. I mean, so far, JD Esports are still able to really put together well-strapped plans despite them being pressured time and time again out of nowhere.
Oh, pressure is the name of the game, and TYL definitely did put on that pressure there. I mean, the curveball and the setup plays, both from ERV and then the follow-up from the Neon as well. Absolutely stunning stuff. Yeah, from Splash here. Look at this. You should not be allowed to get both of those. A filthy readjust on the aim as well. Everyone really kind of showing up, I have to say. A lot of excellent work, and the effort from both of these teams did show.
Truly, right? It's. I think when your back's against the wall, that's how you truly perform. And we can really see both these teams being tested, both physically and mentally, going almost the entire distance here in a best of 3, and the emotions running high as well. You know, people standing and that's part of the game. You can as well tell during the interview that Yui kind of mentioned then, kind of joking around and him throwing a bit of a quote-unquote fake tantrum, but the vibes are so important, right? So important to maintain a bit of the right mentality to make sure you're locked in for every single round, every single moment.
Absolutely the case. And as the players do hug out, we'll get to hear the comps.
没看到，能飞展烟吗？闪一线，闪一线，闪眼里，闪眼里。来，3、2、1，高闪，高闪，兄弟。别缓，我第二去。去打 B， 都闪，好闪吗？没。跟我说就来。5秒。好，等闪来一波。我飞机，等闪。电击。来，你要道具吗？我看到。被震了。我们被震了。转 A， 直接转 A， 走。3个。我们从这里走嘛。走吧。等一下，左边是。没有。走，他们看了我，三百全半线，有烟吗？上头，我拔下，人 C 柜，听一下，蓝线，感觉不掉了，我进了，没有，我跳了，我下包啊，我去切到，发现一通，这里一个，大坑，看到没有？好像没有，这里，我把一大清了，我打眼了，八号，没看到，我左边8点烟，哦，还有，我rush。2个，我被锁了，能进去 POP 吗？我跟你一起打，3、2、1，我叫你左边，被上了，大家都在等。3、2、1，别这样了，别过，别，大坑去，两个大坑，去，来这打 ，Can you press stop？ 来3、2、1，不是，哎。
Beautifully done. Honestly, I mean, what I always enjoy is when they count down together, like 3, 2, 1. It's a group activity and it's visceral, right? When you have all your teams together, swing together in game, and you know your teammates got your back. That is the power of esports here. JDG, Ze, leading the charge here. With look at this, like just complete domination on this A map site is this heat map here.
Yeah, the heat. That was where the heat was brought. Very basically such. It was indeed. We get to watch through Jay just doing so much by the end there. The overdrive damage, the complete nightmare that he was to deal with, and the support, right? That Waylay coming through from YU, it just wasn't Jay on his own. It was a team effort. It was just him, the one to always be essentially the one driving the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, look, like I felt like half these clips are at least Je plus Yui together as the dynamic duo, and that's precisely how you open things up, right? It's the Waylay diving in to draw out crosshairs and maybe feed some information you may or may not refract, but then it's Je coming in with the nice kill right there, 25 to 18, 327 ACS to boot. And it's honestly a step away from some of the other players, but I cannot underestimate or understate the value that the rest of the teams brought to the gameplay here.
Absolutely the case. I mean, even the assists as well. JQ on the 9. The Astra there, you know, the post-plant scenarios were just so good for JDG. Yes, okay, they made a mistake once or twice on the post-plant with the Gravwell for taking that one time, but actually here, a rarity. Less first kills than your opponent despite winning. So the 4v5s from JDG were just better by the end.
Yeah, just more important, right? And that again goes to show that, hey, if you're able to keep your cool, that mid-round calling that comes out from J-Kuro is equally as important. You don't lose any members and you finish off the trait nice and easy. Splash, on the other hand, did one heck of a fantastic round as well, coming in, finishing on the ace with the previous round, coming in here with numbers to boot, really tried their best to push the rest of the team forward. You know, we saw them really aggressively take space together with the rest of the team, relay bolts to clear these corners, the saving grace for a lot of the rounds, but unfortunately, you know, just wasn't enough to put us towards overtime.
No, just barely as well. Like, it's not
Barely.
as if it was, it's not as if it was, you know, a showdown. I mean, again, TYL were the ones actually getting the first opening kills. Either just the refrags from JDG were on point, or as you said, that mid-round, right? And we get to have a look. We did make it to Pearl. Geez, whenever it was 2 and 10 on Fracture, we didn't think it would get this far, did we? But it certainly did. And JDG really did survive the long haul. And credit to TYL for forcing them to play all 3 maps and for making them earn this win.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that these teams have really been through the ringer and back, and you can still probably squeeze out a few more from them, although they certainly want a bit of a break. A lot to review from today's footage. A lot. So at least on the TYL side, how do I like wind my team up faster, right? The slow start was hard to watch, hard to cast, if I'm being honest, you know, as we see some replays from there as well. It took a while for them to figure out the timing, the utility traits to really make themselves effective. And it really took them until, honestly, the second half of the second map before that really came on. And I think if the team is able to figure out how they can run themselves hotter earlier on, that might be a complete game changer for TYL.
Any other map potentially other than Haven, and we would have seen a completely different style. But this is the thing, right? This is where you need those map flexibilities. This is where you really need to understand that insta-banning maps is a risky game. We've seen XLG previously in the day. They don't really care what map they play on. They don't really have too much of a concern. Of course, there's maps they're stronger on. Of course, there's maps they'd rather ban. But it's difficult to go against a team with a full map pull that is so in depth and so cohesive and coordinated. And I think both of these teams are aiming towards that. JDG's Haven especially, and TYL's attack on Fracture, both of those teams deserve to be lauded for those.
Yeah, so it's a big warning to the rest of the 6 teams here in the top 8, right? Now this is when the pre-game battle really starts. This is coaches going in and saying, hey, how does our Fracture pair up against TYL? How does our Haven pair up against JD? Do we want to leave that on the board? Do we want to insta-ban? Because it's more than likely that they're going to want to secure themselves that map pick for themselves. And conversely, like I'd also, I kind of mentioned this at the end of the second map, but JD's unfortunately has a bit of a target on their back in terms of Fracture. They were kind of lost. TYL's Haven as well, and so trying to figure out their strats as well is going to be equally as important, or perhaps coming up with different variations to patch up the gaps that they've made or displayed in today's series is probably just as important as well. But yep, here we have it, today's results. I mean, you've been through the ringer and back yourself. You've casted 5 maps two series, starting with XLG and Titan Esports, and coming all the way over to this side, JDG versus TYL. The whole ringer here.
You know what? Couldn't have asked, honestly, for a better set. Titan Esports maybe could have been having just a little bit of a bigger fight, but even still, as confident and as solid as XLG looked, I'm not blaming necessarily Titan Esports Club. There is plenty of stuff they can work with, and here we go. We've got the brackets. So of course, XLG and JDG are up in the top brackets now, and Titan Esports and TYL will be facing off to. Not tomorrow, apologies, but later on in that lower bracket. Tomorrow, though, well, we'll be getting towards that bracket in a moment. You'll get to see exactly the lineup that we have for y'all. But yeah, a hell of a run for a lot of the teams and losers now.
Indeed, and I feel like this is just as equally important for Titan as well as TYL, right? They've not been able to really live up to the potentials that we really have, and so that next match is going to be super important for them to demonstrate, okay, we're still in it to win it, we still deserve to remain here in the stage 1 playoffs. And of course, we've got the listings here. Dynamite, I mean, making a Dynamite showing of their own right now in the top 8. So far, despite them losing, like you said, they put one crazy performance against one of the best teams, and sure, individual stats are going to be able to showcase themselves, and unfortunately just couldn't take away the win.
No, they could not. We get to see, as you said, the top 5. It is just of the day. So if anyone's looking at your favorite players from anywhere, other teams, and wondering what's going on, it's just of the day. It's not of the series or just overall. Just a quick highlight on the graphic as well. Previously, they did pass. The purple graphics are the Masters qualifiers. So whenever we get to see those brackets tomorrow and the days after and such, those will be the ones to really look for. So the purple brackets will be your Masters qualifications. Of course, if you don't get the upper brackets, of course, they don't get the shot the first time, they'll have a second chance. But here we are tomorrow, the schedule, all gamers, Trace Esports, and then look, I love all of VCT China with my heart, but EDG DRG is going to be a cinematic showing, I have to say. So tomorrow, as much as I adored today, tomorrow I think's even got a bigger set of games coming up.
I mean, it's only gonna get more chaotic from here as things fire up. We're down to the final 8. We're down to fringe mechanics and insane strats pulling up from the depths of your strat book. And I think we saw a little bit today. I would be very surprised if we don't see any tomorrow. So certainly between Trace, AG, EDG, as well as Dragons, they have a lot to bring. They've had some time between group stages, and now to maybe cook up a few more strats, study the opposition, and bring a little bit more fire, a little bit more spunk to the stage, and give us a bit of a showing, give us a little bit of a cinematic view of what Valorant can truly be here for VCTCN.
Indeed, but that is going to be us, of course. You just need the seedings there. So it's seed 2 and seed 7. So that is All Gamers and Trace. And then DRG, I believe, at seed 3. And no, EDG, sorry, at seed 3 versus DRG at 6th. So just in case you need that rundown. But that is going to be it for the day. We have ran out of VCT China to show all you wonderful people. It's a heartbreak to say it, but I mean, the names are beneath. It has been an absolute pleasure. Multitude, thank you so much for joining me on it. And it was an absolute blast. Thank you, everyone, for watching as well. Big shout out to the production as well, BDOS and Bruce, who have been making us look and sound so beautiful. And big shout out as well to Nobi for joining me on the previous series. But Multitudes, unless there's any final sentiments or words you would like to share before we go?
Nope, no, I think it's been cinema throughout.
Excellent. Well, join us more for absolute cinema tomorrow. Until then.